against the wall, wall. Gonna leave this life behind us and just go, go. 'Cause we're running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. This song will go 1,000 miles away, where the skies are blue and nothing is to say. Running, running, we'll be running, we'll be running, running, we'll be running, 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 we'll be running, we'll be running, 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 we'll be running, 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 we'll be running, running. Oh, 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 I can't wait to be there, me and you alone, alone, in a paradise that we can call our own. Oh, we'll be running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. This song will go 1,000 miles away. Oh,
of you slowly vanish. Time stands so static. I can feel all the pain left us here with misery was not our last wish. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Drip, drip, without my wallet. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Oh, why'd you have to slip into the unknown? Slip out of our control. Slip, slip, slip. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain, the pain. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain, the pain. In the night, you're alive, floating in and out of my dreams, hoping you hear me. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Drip, drip, without my wallet. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Oh, why'd you have to slip into the unknown? Slip out of our control. Slip, slip, slip. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain, the pain. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain, the pain. Oh, you know I won't forget all the fire in your step. Hope you know. Oh, you know I won't forget all the fire in your step. Hope you know. Drip, 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 drip. Drip, 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 drip. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain, the pain. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain, the pain. In silence, in silence, in silence, you will be there. In silence, in silence. In silence, in silence, in silence, you will be there. In silence, in silence. As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No review mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah. You can't have me. I've seen this mess before, lonely. Now I'm worth fighting for. Echoes bounce between your walls. I see when your curtains fall. Now you funny bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, boy. Now you see me when you can't steal my shine. Feel me when I'm not yours this time. Let go. I'm not the one to blame. I see that you are still the same. Now you funny bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao. Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Now you call like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, alone. She shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to leave me, I'll be right by your side. Always
against the world. Whoa. Gonna leave this life behind us and just go. Cause we're running away. Together we'll go and find a better place. This song will go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue and nothing is the same. Running, we'll be running.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Southeast Asia RHS Southeast Asia again. RHS Regional Finals organized by ESL Asia and RHS VNG. I'm Excelsor PH and with me is Meekopi. Meekopi, how good was were the matches yesterday? I mean, can you give us a rundown of what happened yesterday at day one?
All right, good morning, Excelsor, and good morning to everyone watching us. It was a really action-packed auto chess tournament yesterday, as we saw both groups, Group A and Group C, really dishing out different strategies and compositions. Well, on one hand, you have Group A, who has all of these. Most of the players there have been using these stable strategies involving Fallen Witcher, involving the meta. 9 warriors. We have 6 beasts. We have Feathered Hunter. Meanwhile, however, if you remember Excelsor in Group C, this is where these are where all of those creative strategies have come into play. Mostly dominated, of course, by that 4 Divinity Water Spirit carry composition, and of course that very important Insectoid composition.
Yes, that's right. That's right, Meekopi. And right now, we are also excited on what we're going to see with this group. And if I remember correctly, Meekopi, we are going to be casting the winners of their respective brackets for this first group of matches, right, Meekopi?
That is right. Day 2 is arguably the most important day for everyone because, number one, this is where players are getting eliminated. But if you're in the upper bracket, if you win this next match, you are already on your way in a good standing going into day 3. However, if you still lose the next round, no problem. You can still fight yourself out in the lower bracket, but the road gets tougher from there, as we will see later on the brackets.
That's right. And we are going to be seeing some of the popular or the familiar and popular names that we have seen over the past few weeks in this match. And now we're going to the Group E, which was composed by the hat-trick winner yesterday, Roy, AD, Crow for You, Moose, ID1, Galogus, Indy, SC2, and Yekan. And for the next group, Meekopi.
Okay, for the next group, we have in the lower bracket, we have Super XXX, we have Dremel, Yuki R4, MN Adward, we have WRTA, TM Gold, Refi, and Phoenix 9.
That's right. And we are just going to be happy to be casting this momentous event of RHS excellence and innovation, right, right, Meekopi? It's meta defining and not actually not really composed of the previous meta that we have seen over the past few weeks. And Meekopi, we have seen some changes over when we started the patch, and now like 2 weeks later, there has been a lot of adaptation coming from our players, and as well as how do you say this, um, innovation, right?
That is true. At the beginning of the patch, it was mostly dominated by, those simpler, I guess you can call them brute force strategies. Like, as I've mentioned before, 9 beast, 6 warrior. But now we see a lot more creative strategies, especially the 4 divinity that comes out when you open fort and start with priest pieces. But yeah, we hope to see more today, Excelsor.
Yes, I'm hoping to see more of that action, and we are. I'm actually expecting that Goblin is still going to go in. As we saw yesterday, somebody got super lucky getting those 3-star pieces because he was uncontested. 3-star Devastators on 2 rolls, and just like, that's it. He's just going to get it, going to win it, and he did. But then again, we will still be most likely seeing the Hunter Gersis builds and Hunter Feather builds in this meta because they have been, how do you say this? They have been consistent in terms of placing. You will get mostly, not necessarily the top spot, but probably the top 2 to 5 spots if you go with a good Hunter build or a good Hunter carry in your lineup. So how about you, Meekopi? What do you expect, or what do you want to see in this next games?
Well, next few games, of course, you don't really have to top like what Roy did, doing the hat trick in every game, but you need to just employ those, stable strategies to try to get a decent placing each game, and hopefully that carries you into the upper 4 and moving on to the next phase. And yeah, I just think that's what they need to do today, Excelsor. Just play consistently, don't get tilted, and of course, don't overextend and don't get too greedy.
Yes, that's right. And they really don't want to get the top 8 position because that's just 0 points right there, and that's really going to hurt you. And you're going to have to work harder in the next few games if you do get that 0 points. And as we have seen, Meekopi, those who get in the lower 4 first games, they are the most likely. They're the guys who are most likely to get into the more conventional synergies over the next games.
That is right, and it's also important that they play well because we are gonna look at the bracket today. As I mentioned before, this tournament is structured in double elimination. Yesterday, no one got defeated yet. However, it gave them a good idea regarding where they currently stand in the tournament. And yeah, Excelsor, maybe you could run us to the games that we're gonna cast today.
So we are going to be on air for Group E, which is composed of the upper bracket winners. Also, Group F will be off air. Next will be Group G, composed of the lower bracket, which will be also casted online or on air. And then Group H, top 4 will be off air, and Group J will also be casted for today, which is the bottom 4 of E as well. So those matches will be going on today, as well as Group K. And then tomorrow, for Sunday, we will be online and on air for Group I, L, and M. M being the finals or the grand final matches, composing of the top players from both the upper bracket and the lower bracket. And there you go. So, Meekopi, can you give us a rundown of the number of matches played per division?
Of course. For the round of 32, which we've played yesterday and we'll also be playing today, it's a best of 3. For quarterfinals, it's still best of 3. For semifinals, however, it is best of 4. And for grand finals, it is best of 5. Now, these are important games, and it's important that you get a good ranking for them because your points will depend on them. And of course, Excelsor, could you run us through the point distribution for this tournament?
Yes, for every rank that you get in the AutoGest game that you will be playing, you will receive a number of points. For example, for the first place, you will get 9 points. Second place, 7 points. Third place, 6 points. Fourth place, 5 points. Fifth place, 3 points. Sixth place, 2 points. Seventh place, 1 point. And of course, eighth place gets 0 points. So nada, no points whatsoever, and you will have to work harder for the next matches. So, Meekopi, really, can you? This is a really big tournament, considering the cash prizes that will be given to our players. So basically, everyone here gets $200, right? In this whole day 1 to day 3 matches. But can you give us a breakdown of the total prizes that they will get for each position?
Of course, we have a $30,000 prize pool that's happening today, and the champion, of course, gets the lion's share of $6,000. Meanwhile, the second place gets $4,000, third place gets $1,800, fourth place gets $1,000, fifth to eighth place gets $400 each, ninth to 16th place gets $300 each, and of course, the 17th to 32nd place gets $200 each.
And that's a lot of money going around for our auto chess professional players. And you can also count yourself as professional players if you're going to play in this match, in this tournament. But we're going to give you a schedule of the games that will be casted and the games that will be simultaneously played off air. Can you give us a rundown, Meekopi?
Of course. So for today, we'll be casting Group E. Also happening off air is Group F. 3 p.m. later, it's Group G. And also happening at 3 p.m. Off air is Group H. And finally, the last games for today will be Group J and Group K, which will happen at 6 p.m. And we'll be casting Group J.
That's right. And that's a lot of auto chess action that's going to be happening over in this day. And of course, we're going to be also casting for tomorrow for the semifinals and grand finals of the regional tournament of Southeast Asia for auto chess. And Meekopi, I want to see your assassins work again, but I think the Abyssal Crawler just fails at being a super carry in the matches as we have seen. Which other synergy would you like to see aside from the synergies that you talked about, like beasts, warriors, and hunters?
Well, of course, I'm always hoping that someone will make this knight build. But the good news is, Excelsor, we have seen mages work. In fact, some of our players are bringing it to the top spots because they managed to make mage and dragon uncontested. And you see all of these spells firing off, and they were able to beat most of the competition, maybe except for some of the I guess more late game oriented builds like the 4 insectoid. But other than that, I'm pretty much happy to see a spread of strategies that are being played in these games. How about you, Excelsor? Are there any compositions or units that you're looking forward to in this today?
Yeah, I'm actually wishing for a full demon build because I don't see some of the players go with the full demon build. I'm not sure if it's really effective, but it's really nice to see them make it work. Especially if you have again the rise of demon hunters, the rise of the fallen witchers, because they might not be able to complete a 3-star fallen witcher because some of the people will be fighting for it as well. But it doesn't hurt to wish for it, right?
That's right. It's actually yeah, I mean, from my experience of playing a sort of a demon-based build could work for you up until the mid-game stages, but after that you really have to commit to something else that could complement it. And yeah, I guess that's about it. But for now, let's look at what's happening on the board. We have Moose and Crow for you, just going through their initial picks. However, Excelsor, we can see Moose here going for the Dream with that what seemingly looks like a commitment to the Goblin Mech synergy.
Yes, that's right, and we are seeing that some of the players also have been picking their own mech builds, and in the SC2 also getting a Heaven Bomber and have level 2 Heaven Bomber, but Yeken, with those 2 Rippers and a backline Dwarf Sniper on his side with a soft pick for an Assassin build. So we might see an Abyssal Crawler carry from Yeken, but it's still up for grabs as to what he's going to pick. And Meekopi, you see that Dwarf Sniper carrying that game with just the Rippers ripping off their enemies with their skills.
That is true. Pure Damage is the name of the Reaper game with Disturbing Death, and of course, the headshot from that Dwarf Sniper helps a lot in just taking down all of those low HP units. Looking at the synergy board right now, we are seeing a Gologis with the Hunters, of course, and Yekwen just content to not to be a bit more flexible and not commit to a build yet. We see, however, 3 players going Goblin. So we have Moose in the SC2 and ID1, and that might spell trouble for them later on, because 1 player going Goblin is nice. 2 players going Goblin is still manageable, but 3 it's too much of a party, and the pieces might end up spreading way too thin for each of these players.
That's right, and we can see Roy, the hat-trick winner of the upper bracket yesterday, is going for a semi-open 4 strategy with the priest build right there. I think he's looking at as to what these guys are building, and he's going to go for that missing link, or the unpopular build amongst these other players. So I think from what I saw, Meekopi, no one is building warriors. So
that is
maybe,
right. Yep.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, so far so good. I haven't seen anyone fully commit to warrior, and the players might start to want to look into that. But for now, yeah, it's probably a great idea to keep our eyes peeled for whatever Roy is up to, because right now he's currently at the bottom of the rank. I mean, it's still in the early rounds. It might just be his initial battles getting lost, but we are hoping that he will be able to show us again that kind of power that makes him do the hat trick during the last round. But for now, we have AD and Yikwen battling it out. It looks like AD is having the upper hand, especially with that very tanky Warpwood stage. However, not tanky enough to prevent the damage from that headshot, and it will fall down to Yikwen's Dwarf Sniper.
That's right, and those Rippers are dealing their damage really well, and we can see here Moose going with a mix of our Dwarf Sniper and Hunter and Goblin build, but of course the Goblins are just going to be the fillers right here, because I'm seeing he most likely will go into an Agursus build if he gets the pieces that he needs.
That is right, and this is some good positioning here from Moose, especially with that Umbra. I haven't noticed that it has teleport dagger, so I was surprised when it started jumping onto the back line. However, that gives it enough mana to start casting its familiar ability very soon, giving it very high HP, a lot of tanking power, and of course hitting all of the backline units of his opponent. And as you can see, that's a quick win right there for Moose.
That's right, and with that, he also has the nukers in front, the Skybreaker and Soulbreaker at behind with that shuriken damage. And again, Roy is still fielding that open fort pre-strategy. I think by round 10 we will be most likely seeing an 80% or 70% build of what the other players are going with. So Meekopi, with a lot of players trying to pick the Goblin mech build, who do you think? What do you think is the turning factor that will make you go fully into Goblin build?
There are a lot of factors that make you want to commit to a full Goblin build. I mean, early on, once you get a Ripper and a couple of Skybreakers and Heaven Bombers, it's a good sign to try to go Goblin. But what would make you fully commit, of course, is the presence of a Venomancer, and more often than not, you will want to look for the Wizard synergy as well, just to try to fill it in and get that 6 out of 6, that level 2 Goblin synergy. But yeah, it mostly relies on a player getting the Venomancer that will get them to commit to full Goblin.
That's right, and we are now seeing Roy, who just laid off the open fort free strategy and now went into Feathered with his level 2 Warpwood Sage, but it's not going to be enough because that composition from Yeken is mostly composed of assassins. So much damage, and I think the Warpwood Sage doesn't have enough items to make it more tanky, right, Meekopi?
That is true, and yep, it's level 2, but it still needs a bit of armor to try to mitigate the damage. And it's just funny to see the Fallen Witcher just getting benched simply because it's too weak at the moment to perform, getting replaced by that level 2 Exorcist Ranger. However, it's back here on the field again. It's I guess this is Roy just deciding that, okay, overall I think this Fallen Witcher is better than that Wind Ranger, and looking at the damage it's dealing right now, it must be right. So let's look at the synergy board right now. 3 goblins up the top, that's Moose, SC2, and Yiquen, followed by a bunch of hunters, way more hunters than I'm comfortable with Excelsor. 4 players.
Nope. Wow, okay, this is going to be, again, an opening field, or an opening for our players to go into the unpicked synergies. I mean, I'm guessing some of the players can go into yeah, the assassin. Yeah, Yeken has full potential here because as you can see, some of the assassin pieces have not been picked, and he is benching some of the stronger assassin pieces right now, like a shadow crawler, right, Meekopi?
That is true. Assassin pieces are being uncontested right now, so I guess Yeken can take full advantage of it. And what I'm so surprised right now is there's no semblance of any warrior or beast strategy. In fact, in Excelsor, we haven't even seen anyone gravitating towards, even for even Dragon Mage, even for what they call this, for the divinity. But I guess that's one of the factors that come into play why that is happening is it's just the early rounds. And some of the pieces from those more late game oriented synergies doesn't come until a bit later on. So what I'm thinking right now is maybe they are just hanging on for the meantime. For these more stable picks like Hunter, like Goblin, and then later on we might be seeing a shift.
There you go. And talking about the shift, and let's see when the shift happens with Moose, because you can see Meekopi, Moose is now banking the Abyssal Guards and the Berserkers and the Ghost Kid, and of course that Pirate Captain going with the Ghostly Ship skill, as you saw it right there. And apparently he's going with the three synergies on his roster. So he can, if something doesn't develop into the way he wants to, or into the direction that he wants to, he can go shift to that specific synergy that he want or may develop. Because again, he now has a possibility of 3 synergies to develop into.
That is very true, Excelsor. We have mentioned time and again how it is very important, especially in the early game, to try to have options regarding where you want to take your pieces. And I like what I'm seeing from Moose here, wherein he just commits to, a low-level synergy, but fills the remaining pieces of his board with just quality units. I mean, you see that Pirate Captain just being used there simply because of its powerful ability, the Ghost Ship, the one that gives AoE stun, and it's also a great tank.
I thought you'd be stronger.
That's right. And my favorite item for the Pirate Captain is, of course, Refresher Orb. I'm not sure if some of the players still go on with that, but yeah. And talking about the Pirate Captain, he is a human warrior piece that summons a ghostly ship and smashes the target area, causing 1 second of stunning and 150 magical damage. That's the appeal of that certain chess piece right there, Meekopi.
That is true, and that 1 second of stun can mean life or death for a lot of situations, especially when lots of damage is being thrown around. Also, it can stop spells from channeling. So if we have a Tortola Elder that is doing Kamehameha and then it gets hit by the Ghost Ship, then what happens is that the Kamehameha gets prematurely released, and then it does a lot less damage.
Oh man! But we are now looking at, I think, this is Moose. He's going to be defeated by ID1 because of the feathered synergy. Not a lot of pieces are getting hit because of that feathered synergy, and that breaks the win streak of Moose. So Meekopi, is it looking at the health totals of our players? I think we have a long game ahead of us because it's stabilizing. Our players are just battling one another and losing and winning at the same time. Not enough win streaks coming from the top players.
That is a very good observation, Excelsor. You can, yeah, we can tell a lot from about what the players are doing just based on their life totals and their gold totals. Like for example, we expect the players at the bottom, that's Crow4U and ID1. You might be seeing them at a bit of a low health total right now, but when you look at their economy, they're quite well off compared to the other players. So that only means that, you know, it's part of their strategy. They're sacrificing HP for a bit of an economy boost that will allow them to get the units that they want, or probably level up their player and get more pieces.
That's right, and we are looking at, I think, there's still ID1 going with the 6 out of 9 War Synergy. I think this is the guy who just beat Moose. So even though if you're in the lower position, you can still beat the top position with your current pieces, as ID1 has done in the previous rounds. So don't fret if you're in the lower position. Maybe in the next few turns you can get in a higher position and might even win the game, as we have seen in the previous tournaments. But then again, Roy taking out his level 2 Fallen Witcher, and it has a teleport dagger, Meekopi. I think that's it, man. Roy just found his niche right there, man.
And right on time too, and I'm guessing that this is putting a smile on your face, Excelsor, because from what I saw from Roy, he is fielding a bit of a demon build there. You saw the Doom Arbiter along with the Fallen Witcher, and of course the Taboo Witcher, allowing both of them to use their bonus damage. So great prediction right there, by the way. We are seeing a semblance of a demon strategy work out, and it's from Roy out of all the players.
That's right, and I think Roy is getting a hard block right here by ID1, because ID1 just out of the roll picked two Fallen Witchers right there, and now he just sold it just for economy, just to get into the higher interest rate, right, Meekopi? But Meekopi, talking about interest rate, can you explain to our players how the interest rate goes?
Of course. So in auto chess, you get an additional gold at the start of the round for every 10 gold that you have. So it is always a good idea to try to go for as big of an interest as you can if you can help it. And what you will see from most players is once they're settled down on their compositions, they will just try to keep their gold at 50 for as long as possible. That is because each round will earn them a maximum of an additional 5 gold.
That's right, and it's also important that to note that the maximum interest rate is 5 gold, right? As you have said, Meekopi, and that's why most of our players are just strolling at 50 gold with their economy, and you can see here Roy getting wrecked by the feathered pieces of his enemy. He wasn't able to hit with his Fallen Witcher, even though it's super strong. But Meekopi, look at this right here. We are seeing a partial. It's a mix of builds, right? There's a partial Knights, Agursis, Hunter, and also feathered synergy. How does this hurt Crow4U, Meekopi?
Actually, I'm how do you call it? I think this is a bit dangerous for Crow4U, because at this stage of the game, he doesn't really have a hard carry, and all of these level 1 synergies, while they do work well together in some semblance, could still get overpowered, as we are seeing now what's happening to him once once ID1 invades him. So what Crow4U might want to look for is more commitment to a higher level of one of these synergies, or find a couple of more powerful units that will be able to carry him through his next few battles.
That's right, that's right. And but look at his economy, Meekopi. He has 67 gold, 70 gold. He's shifting. From what I'm seeing, he's selling and then buying his units. I think he's going to be trying to roll really hard and level up really hard just to get that extra space right there. And again, we went for a full Exercis build, but it's really not going to be enough for him to go further after this neutral round. So I'm not expecting him to win as much. I'm probably a 30% win chance for the next round versus 70%. But let's look at the synergy, Meekopi. What are you seeing? I'm seeing something good.
Okay.
And I hope you see it
Okay,
too.
finally, Moose gets the signal that, okay, Warrior is free, I will go Warrior. So that's a really fast shift from him, from Goblin. And actually everyone, except SC2, has dropped their Goblins already. And went on to other strategies. Following him, however, that's Galogis, AD, and Roy, both going for a semblance of a Druid, Hunter, and Feathered build. And of course, Sequen, what is that, Excelsor? Do I see some Insectoids? Is he going for 4 of them? That's the big question that we will see later.
I think he's going to go for the 4 Insectoid build because, as you can see, there are like 1-star Abyssal Crawler pieces ready to die for a. I think Meekopi is still going to be 2-star, right? It's going to be summoned, and that's a Devastator coming from AD. Oh man, it's going to be the carry Shining Archer versus the Wither Chiropteran, and that Chiropteran gets obliterated, man. Meekopi, I would like to see the composition of Yeken right now. Yeken, and
You know nothing.
this is because I want to see if he's going into the full Insectoid build. No, not yet. 6 out of 9. So what is he missing?
I guess he's still missing the Spider Queen as well as the Poisonous Worm.
Yeah.
So these two, once he gets them, it will be complete. But for now, at least, he has the 6 Assassin synergy, which gives his assassins more chance to do a critical attack when they first attack, and it also gives them a higher critical chance. So
that's right.
But the problem, however, is they're running into these very tough walls of moves. All of these warriors just shrugging off those critical hits by the assassins, and he will just get simply overwhelmed.
That's right, Meekopi, and we have said a while ago that Moose is going with the 3-step or 3-part insurance right there with the Goblin, Hunter build, and Warrior build, and we went straight into Warrior. Why? Because nobody is picking Warriors. Okay, it's time for me to pick Warriors, and he got that. I think he's going for 9 Warriors. And Meekopi, Assassins are really strong in terms of damage because allied assassins have 30% chance to critical hit for 3.5 times of damage, and a 70% chance to deal 350 damage with their first bait stacks in each round. So, okay, that's really strong if you use assassins, but it can only be powered up by lifesteal, right? Copy?
That is right. Lifesteal will help a lot in trying to give the assassin survivability. But of course, there are still other complementary builds that can be used for it. And based on our game here, it seems like Galogis doesn't really matter what these assassins are bringing for Galogis. He has the attack ability to take care of them and just could simply outlast them with that feathered build. I think that Yekwen has to find that 4th insectoid to fully take advantage of this situation. And given his economy, he needs to get a bit more lucky for him to find the last insectoid. But once he does and the synergy is complete, we can probably expect a complete change in the strength of his army.
That's right, yeah. And that just needs one more Fire Queen to make it. Oh, was that a drop?
Strangler vines and
I
I
think it
think,
wasn't overall,
uh,
but yeah, just some delay that happened.
Okay. So we are seeing now AD with a 6 out of 9 Feathered synergy plus a Hunter synergy right here. So he's lacking, he doesn't need the Druids anymore because he has the Warpwood Sage, which has the Cloud Halberd, which increases evasion by 15% and HP by 250 and disarms the enemy with the highest attack for 5 seconds. So that's a good tank right there. With those items as well, and I think it's going to be head-to-head. Look at those Warpwood Sages.
Oh, there's a
saying
combo,
high five to each other.
Excelsor.
Oh man, was that the Grim Touch combo?
Yep, that's a Grim Touch combo. We saw an Ink Splash into a shine. What do you call this? The Shining Archer's ability. Yeah, it manages to stun a lot of those units as well as deal a bit of damage for them. But during that scuffle in the last round, just before round 25, we see Crow for You getting eliminated, and he was on his way almost to make a comeback too with that Devastator. But apparently, his army was not up to par, and yeah, we'll just have to wait for the next 2 games.
Yeah, that's right. The wombo combo that you were talking right there in Meekopi is called the Ink Splash plus the Shooting Star coming from the Shining Archer. Actually, Meekopi, that Shooting Star was remodeled. It used to be to another board, right? If you remember, Shooting Star into another board, but now it's to
Wow.
to the farthest piece. So it mostly deals damage
we
towards
work
the,
in the
for example,
shadows
it
to serve the light.
targets the farthest piece. That's why we have been seeing the Dwarf Sniper not being placed in the lower left most portion. So it's mostly being placed in the like one above that or one to the side of it. So it doesn't get into the farthest piece.
That is very
So
true.
Meekopi-
Also, Shooting Star. Yep. Oh yeah,
Yep, go.
I just want to mention about how Shooting Star is also one of the strategies that you can employ when you want to fight against Fallen Witchers with Teleport Dagger, because typically they will teleport to the farthest point of the field. So the Shooting Star can easily catch them and stun them for a few seconds, and then hopefully that buys your army enough time to defeat the Fallen Witcher.
That's right, and that the pesky Teleport Dagger Fallen Witcher is not going to be much of a problem if you have the Shooting Star properly activated. And you can see right there, it also stuns the Warpwood Sage, leaving him vulnerable for the pieces of AD. So yeah, it works. And now Meekopi, we're seeing 4 players in the danger zone with less than 20 health. ID1, Roy, Yeken, and in the SC2. But now let's look at Galogist. Can you explain to us what's happening with Galogist's synergy, Meekopi?
Okay, for Galogos, he is going for that very stable, very tested, I guess, Feathered Hunter build. So basically, his units have a lot of evasion. That Warpwood Sage up front has a lot of tanking power, but we'll see how effective it is in the face of a level 3 Witcher Roy. Well, we are not looking, has sneaked in a lot of Witchers in his composition, and now it's level 3 and just simply throwing fireballs one after the other. But that Warpwood Sage buying a lot of time. Look at it tanking all of those treants, all those Fallen Witchers, and that backline is not getting affected by anything else, but it will still fall to the constant pressure that the Witcher is pulling.
Wow.
Again, that Shooting Star stunning that Fallen Witcher, very effective strategy, however, a bit too late, as Roy will win that engagement. Wow, Excelsor, level 3 Witcher while we're not looking.
Yep.
How did he do all of it?
It's because some of the players were actually not buying the Fallen Witchers and not blocking it, and we just saw in the SC2 and Yeken being taken out in that match. And let's look at the items of that Fallen Witcher, Meekopi, and the items is a Teleport Dagger. Also, there is an Oblivion Staff. There is a Cloud Halberd. There is also, I think, is that an Ice Plate Mail, Meekopi, or is it a different
That's an
one?
Ice Plate Mail as well, yes,
Yep.
and of course the Python one, right,
Python one.
that just got built right now, so that it's also immune for a few seconds to abilities. Look at it, teleport at the back and then transform. Look at all of these backline hunters getting scared out of their lives because of that Witcher. Once it turns to them, they are surely just a couple of hits away from dying, and that's the case. And again, AD's assault is not being too effective on Roy, and that Warpwood Sage will just fall down once again. Roy now on a 3-win streak, even at 13 health. It will be very hard to take this army out.
I think that the best course of action for Roy now is to build into a, I don't know, there might be a lifesteal, but that would break his feathered synergy, because I was looking at the feathered synergy, they're not really that strong, and now we're looking at the Holy Spirit lands coming from the Berserker, and it's a level 3. This is going to be a carry. Can you explain to us, Meekopi, how strong the Berserker is?
Okay, the Berserker is a great carry for warriors, especially this one that we're looking at right now, because it's at level 3. It attacks a bit slowly at the start, but its Battle Fervor ability allows it to attack faster as long as it's continuously attacking the same target. And when you consider the fact that it deals a lot of damage, that's 400 damage per hit with those axes, it will just slowly and surely chip everything away. And of course, with that Holy Spirit Lance that you've mentioned earlier, since it's also a range attack, the Holy Spirit Lance will also give it a splashing effect. So it's essentially hitting a lot of units at once with every attack.
Yep, and that last round just took out another pro, ID1, getting out of the game. And Meekopi, I was just looking closely into what the Berserker was doing, and I was not seeing the axis being split into 3 players, but maybe we'll see that more clearly in the next few rounds, because I was looking at it, I was looking at the health of the other players. It was attacking a bit slowly and a bit, it was picking out speed, but the axes were just not splitting. Right? I mean, maybe we can see it later. Oh, there you go.
Ah, there we go. Yeah, it's not splitting.
It's not clear now.
It's just throwing the axes too fast for us to see. That's how good the level 3 Berserker is.
That's right. That's right. And those axes are bigger as the Berserker levels up. And let's look at the synergy right now. A lot of 3 stars falling into our players. Can you tell us what's happening in the synergy board right now, Meekopi?
Of course, Druid right now is providing everyone with all of the Warpwood Sages that they want, because each of these players, although all of them get Druid, still managed to get level 3 pieces. And of course, Feathered is heavily contested as well, but it seems like everyone is well off with their build right now. The only change there is that Roy opted to not go the Hunter route and go for the Witcher instead, because why not? That's a really great unit, right? And of course, it all comes down to whether or not they are able to fight well against Moose's army with that wombo combo that just happened. Ink Splash, the Shooting Star, stunning that Berserker for a very long time, and with all of this backline still working. Oh no. Oh yeah, they stopped. It got stunned. Oh, no. So it will be not this level 3 snipe. Level 3 Warp Sniper against Berserker. It's a 2v1. And
oh man.
It didn't throw an axe to the sniper's way. Yep.
You know why that worked, Meekopi? It's because of the Warpwood Sage. The Warpwood Sage has disabling capabilities. That's why the Berserker stopped there for a moment, and it was getting backstabbed by Dwarf Sniper.
that was a clutch disable by the Warpwood Sage. And that was a close fight though, and it's a really good sign for our feathered players, because it meant that Moose's army can still be defeated. It's just a matter of it's just a close match, but it can be done. So meanwhile, speaking of Warpwood Sage, Excelsor, tell us about this really tanky tank that's available for Druids.
That's right. This is the Warpwood Sage. It's a feathered and druid synergy with a leech shape, which deals 12.5 medical damage to a random enemy piece within 3 grids every 0.25 seconds, and recovers its own HP based on damage dealt for 5 seconds. So that's not actually the appeal that the Warpwood Sage carries. It's the fact that he's so tanky with his armor and his is items that you're going to put him with.
That is true, and we can see it right now. It's making all the difference in this matchup with AD against Roy. Roy was actually having the upper hand until the Warpwood stages started tanking, and now he is on the losing, or rather he's on the winning end, I guess. Wow, what a turnaround. that Fallen Witcher really carried that game. I thought for a moment that it is he will lose because he won't be able to kill the Warpwood Sage of AD, but apparently it can.
That's right, and we are seeing now Roy again slowly getting up the ranks, and now Moose is using a Devastator just to add more damage, more area damage for those pesky Treants that some of the Whisper Seer carriers will be putting out on the board. And now we'll see that Devastator in action. Oh, there you go. Time delay bomb, time action bomb right there. And also, it's going to get taken out by that Fallen Witcher. Fallen Witcher from Roy. Roy is actually just going around the battlefield, just hitting the players of Moose, and now it gets stunned and it will be taken out. Wow! And now Roy is
Moose
getting taken out by Moose.
Also, AD being taken down in that round as well. But wow, who would have thought that our hat-trick hero will fall down? I guess he will be finishing in 4th place in Game 1. But that goes to show how powerful Moose's current composition is. That Devastator, although it's just level 1, added a bit of enough damage for Moose to get an advantage over that battle.
That's right, Meekopi, and we have seen this a while ago. We have predicted it to happen, that he may go into the Warrior synergy because of his bench, and now the Logis is slowly inching its way into winning, but no, the Berserker with the Holy Spirit Lance takes out 2 at the same time.
Yeah,
wow,
that Berserker
nice.
is very efficient. I mean, in the Battle of Carries, I thought for a moment that it's Galogis who is the upper hand, because he was taking down Moose's remaining warriors very fast, and it wasn't until the last few stages of the battle wherein we saw the Berserker work and actually just throw a couple of axes, and then it was done.
You know, I'm quite curious, Meekopi. Can you use a Holy Spirit Lance with a light blade knight?
Yeah, I think we can. I think we can use them. Holy Spirit Lance works on all range attacks, so you know, with the light blade knight having a range attack, then I guess it should work on it. It would be nice to see a lot of glaives bounce around, though.
Right, I want to see the glaives, aside from being distributed into three parts, and then afterwards it bounces off to the other players. And that would be really fun. I'll test it if it works in my own time. But then again, it's really nice to see the Berserker working with that Holy Spirit Lance. A lot of the weaker warriors getting decimated right there, and the Berserker gets stunned by the shooting star and he's taken out. No more carry, and it's time for the Dwarf Sniper to step up.
This is a great back and forth that's happening right now, Excelsor. For a while we thought that Berserker is more than enough to get Moose into the finish line, but it seems like he has to work a little bit harder because Galogis is not backing out with that kind of composition. Really great positioning for Galogis too. For a long time his backline was relatively untouched by Moose, and of course that great shooting star on the Berserker just helped him secure that win.
That's right, and we are seeing now the repositioning of 2 players, especially Moose is now using a Dark Spirit, which activates but easily killed, and now we are seeing the back line still trying to survive, but I think these players are just going to destroy that Berserker, and that Berserker is not going to be enough of a carry for Moose. Look at those triple frantic masks, and also a Holy Spirit Lance. That's why That's why Meekopi. That's why it was working. That's the
Look
reason.
at all of this attack speed and damage that this sniper is dealing. That is why, yeah, you're right. That is why it's wiping out all of those warriors. I was wondering why those Moose's warriors seem to be falling a lot faster, given that they still have the 20 armor and damage reflect.
Yeah.
But I guess that is the case. It will come down rather into this battle. Yeah, Galogis did a great job trying to spread out Moose's army and keeping it away from his backline. But that Doom Arbiter, however, is not gonna do the job. This Berserker is also gonna get ganged upon. And it looks like Moose has to really think hard and deep, and that 40 gold has to be spent on something that can probably beat Galogis. Maybe more AoE, maybe more upgraded units. We will just have to see in the next round, which could potentially be his last.
Yep, it could potentially be the last round for Moose, but still a good position for him if he gets into the top positions. But right now we are just waiting for. Oh, he's not going to use his economy.
Look at him spending his gold. I guess he is more than just content to let this happen. And we see his army trying once again to encircle Galogis' army. However, that sniper it's dying. That Berserker is in a good position. And now that it's free to roam around and just kill stuff, I'm really confident that it can beat all of these units. Even the Shining Assassin right there. And it's just buying enough time. But look at that Berserker. All of those attacks. Moose somehow holding on. And not spending his gold too. That's like sending a statement for Galogis that, hey, I am not spending gold, but I can still hold off your army. You better watch out for the next round, which could potentially be the last for either player. Actually, it could be well, maybe after the Glacial Clan round. But yeah, round 41, potentially the last round for these players. And of course, the Glacial Clan is a good intermission because it is during this time that they might be able to get that last bit of item that will allow them to get an advantage over the other player.
Right, and we're seeing now who will be faster into defeating the Glacier Clan, and I think it's going to be Moose. Earlier, I mean, that means probably that he has a better output. What do you think, Meekopi?
Yep. He definitely has a higher damage output. I mean, look at that. Look at that that dwarf sniper, even with all of those smiling masks. But we'll see no adjustments happening here for Galogis. I guess he's more than content to just receive Moose with this kind of formation. And we will see how it works out. The dwarf sniper really protected right there in the middle. And this is potentially the last round for both players. Moose going with that line formation, just going to brute force his way. Where is his Berserker? It's on
right
the side.
there.
It's hitting those back lines. Really good positioning by Moose. It's damaging a lot, but it changed target. It's not hitting the right unit.
Oh no! Oh no! It's not enough. Not enough. There you go. And there you go. Galogis' dwarf sniper carries the game for his synergy, and you can see there, this is because these two range players or range pieces are carrying the Holy Spirit Lance, dealing so much damage to other players as well, aside from the initial player that's being targeted, because it splits into three, right, Meekopi? So what happened? Can you give us a rundown over that last match?
Yeah, that was yeah, Holy Spirit Lance, definitely the item of the game. And I just wanted to put this out, but that was a surprise from Moose when he used the teleport dagger to get that Berserker on the very back. But once it's there, the problem is that there were so many targets around it that it kind of got confused what to hit first. And it's just unfortunate that it was one tile away from being on the effective range of Galogis' backline. And I think things would have been different if it were moved like just one square to the right. But Galogis, of course, having a great positioning to receive Moose's assault right there, got him that round. And yeah, as a recap for the fight, everyone almost went Feathered Hunter, and then a few players shifted. But for the most part, we saw the power of Feathered Hunter just carry players into the mid game without too much trouble until they are able to shift strategies. But of course, on top of everyone, Moose was able to single out that, okay, no one's playing Warrior, might as well take it. Roy also had the right idea of not joining in in the Hunter Club, Feathered Hunter Club, and opting for
Yeah.
the Witcher instead. And for a while, we thought that it was the way to go, and he will be taking this one out. But again, he got taken out by Moose. And it's just a good example of players just adapting to each other's decision making and play. So, Excelsor, run us through the placings of the players in this game.
So for the players for this match, top 1 goes to Galogis, top 2 goes to Moose, top 3 goes to AD, top 4 goes to Roy, top 5 goes to ID1, top 6 goes to Indie SC2, top 7 goes to Yeken, and top 8 goes to GG Crow for you. So Meekopi, I think what happened there with Roy was actually good, but enough for him to get into top 4 because he just started with the priest synergy, working on an open fort strategy, and just seeing what the others are not getting, and he just went for it. But the better strategies coming from Galogis and Moose, getting into the final stages with the warrior versus hunter synergy. And then let's look into the synergies that the players are carrying. Meekopi.
Of course, right up top there is Galogis with that Feathered Hunter build, relying on that level 3 Dwarf Sniper carry. And Moose, of course, going 9 Warrior and just brute forcing his way into second place. AD, of course, also Feathered Hunter, followed by Roy, which went to Feathered Root but went for the Witcher synergy instead. And up next is ID1. Again, that Feathered Hunter build is very good and very stable if you want to field it in these types of tournaments with multiple games. And then we followed by Indie SC2 with that Goblin. Sadly, it didn't work out for him. I guess he didn't get to the power spikes that he wanted. And of course, Yikwen with his Assassins, and yeah, it didn't work well. Of course, GG Crow for you wasn't able to build any significant synergy, but he ended up still with the Eggersis and Dragons.
That's right. And Meekopi, all those synergies are happening right now. We almost saw a full demon synergy coming from some of the players, but now it's not going to happen, and it's still going to be the Hunters dominating that last match. And of course, we would like to point out that it was a good warrior synergy because it was uncontested, right, Meekopi? It became powerful because it was uncontested.
That is true, and that is why you should keep looking for the holes in everyone's gameplay and just try to get the advantage for yourself, Excelsor. And yeah, this is what the players might be looking forward in the next few games.
That's right, and with that, we will be going on a short break. And if you're just watching, you're watching the Southeast Asia Auto Chess Regional Finals with me, Excelsor PH, and with Meekopi. Just stay right here. We'll be back in a few.
I can't wait to be there, me and you alone, alone, in a paradise that we can call our own. Oh, we'll be running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. Stay strong, we'll go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue, nothing is the same. We'll be running, we'll be running, yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll be running, yeah, yeah,
Hey guys, welcome back to the day 2 of the Southeast Asia Regional Finals for Auto Chess. I'm Excelsor PH. With me is Meekopi. So Meekopi, can you give us a fearless forecast of what you can expect will happen for Game 2?
Okay, so by the time everyone realized that maybe they went a bit too hard on the feathered synergy, so for Game 2, I'm expecting a more balanced spread of synergies that our players will be using. How about you, Excelsor? Any predictions on the strategies that these players might employ?
I'm seeing not a lot of people or not a lot of players are going into the B synergy, and one player was actually going into Insectoid, but I think that player was not able to effectively complete that Insectoid build because there's the missing Spire Queen. So maybe it's safe to go into the Insectoid build once you get a Spire Queen first. So maybe Meekopi will see that Insectoid build again, and I'm thinking one of the players will be going into the Divinity Water Spirit synergy. So maybe Meekopi will see that again.
That's truly a fearless forecast indeed, but I'm with you there that I want to see that balancing Water Spirit again. But for now, everyone else is just content on picking their initial units. We have Roy, of course, going for a couple of Hunters, and ID1. Wow, with those two, I think they were Taboo Witchers. But yeah, going back to Roy. Wow, the Fallen Witcher really loves Roy. We see him there as the screen change that he has employed a Fallen Witcher this early into the match. Meanwhile, for Crow for You, it's a couple of what do you call these things again? This Soulbreaker?
This Skybreakers.
Oh, Skybreaker, sorry.
Sides.
There you go.
Yeah, Skybreaker for both sides.
So a couple of Skybreakers for...
Yeah?
Go ahead, sorry.
Go, it's okay. These Skybreakers coming from both players are actually one of the best carries for you early in the game if you want to survive without getting enough damage from the other players, right, Meekopi?
That is true. Skybreakers are everything you want for an initial unit. It's plentiful. It only costs 1 gold. Its battery assault ability is very powerful if you can keep it alive long enough. And of course, if you can get it to level 2, like what Equin here has, it could either lead to you going Goblin, or at the very least, you have a really sturdy tank that will last you up until the early stages of the mid game until you can find the synergy that you wanted. And speaking of synergies that they've wanted, look at this Excelsor. Very early 3 Hunters for in the SC2. And it looks like
wow,
it might be on the losing end, however.
Yeah, right. And I think it's in the losing end because of the Taboo Witcher that's coming from his opponent. But I guess what is weak about this kind of synergy in the early game is if you don't have the tank in front, and which he now has, which is the Warp with Sage, it would just fall off really quick. These are just like really soft Hunter pieces on his side. That's why you really need the tank in front to protect you from the damage.
That is true, Excelsor. And going back a bit to that synergy board right there, we saw that not everyone has committed yet. And one of the interesting things I have seen was someone was using a two-spirit synergy. And I guess that's just done in passing, but it's really interesting if someone managed to pursue it. But we shall see. For now, India SC2 is now having a powerful lineup. And that was a great backline, has a good front line in the form of that level 2 warp, level 1 warp stage. And I think he will be well off for the start of the for the late stages of the early game. Meanwhile, here in ID1, look at this Excelsor, he's getting warriors.
Yep, he's getting warriors with a backline right there from a hunter, like a dwarf sniper. That's actually a good build right there, because the warriors are fairly weak early game, and you want to have the backline DPS to deal all the damage. While it goes in the back, there is a soul breaker hitting that dwarf sniper. Will it be enough to kill that dwarf sniper? Let's see. I think it's going to be a headshot to finish off, and there you go. It gets shurikened into the face, but the warriors come back for him with revenge.
That is right, but at the very least, that Soul Breaker was able to do its job and take out the backline. It's just a shame that it got beaten as well. But for now, look at this Excelsor. Fallen Witcher, I'm guessing this is Roy's? Yeah, this is Roy's board, and he's having a healthy spread of units right now, but he's also going Warrior, Witcher. And yeah, as you've mentioned before, this is what the early warrior build needs if they're going that route. Just a single carry makes all the difference in these early matches. And look at that Fallen Witcher, it is dealing a brunt of the damage from this composition. However, it is faced against an Abyssal Guard that's level 2. And after that corrosion ability, it easily gets wiped down. And it looks like ID1 is still very powerful with his current composition.
That's right, and we're seeing here some of the players are also bringing, buying their own God of War from their own side, and we are looking now at Roy's pieces. It's partially a partial warrior with a Fallen Witcher synergy, and of course going back to in the SC2. There you go. He has a level 2 or 2-star Warfoot Sage, which is enough for this part of the game to be an effective tank. Right, Meekopi?
That is right. Level 2 Warfoot Sage on round 8. I'll take it any day. And of course, the icing on the cake there would be that level 2 Whispers here as well, giving those very annoying level 2 Trey. And look at that, it's buying a lot of time for India SC2's backline, and Roy couldn't make a dent on all of it, and yeah, he will just win this round very convincingly.
That's right. Indy SC2 is going to go unscathed from that match against Roy, and we are I want to see the synergy board again on round 10 when the neutral creeps start popping in. But still, again, the hunters, or specifically the dwarf sniper, is right there, the popular pick for our players aside from the Fallen Witchers. So that's why Meekopi, we have been seeing a lot of hunter synergies just because of this whole dwarf sniper carry, right?
That is true, and what's great about this level 1 hunter synergy is that you can easily fit them into most builds as part of your early game strategy. But yeah, eventually it will evolve into as a sub-synergy for that better build, as we are seeing right now again from in the SC2. And look at how this simple but powerful combination can easily take out units. And yeah, even that Kamehameha from the Tortola Elder was not enough to bring it down.
That's right, that's right. And I want to see what ID1 is carrying right now with his pieces. Then let's see. And he's still going with the Cave Clan / Warrior Synergy with he has 2 carries actually, Meekopi. The Fallen Witcher and the Dwarf Sniper, and we can also count the Taboo Witcher as a carry, right, Meekopi?
That is right. Early in the game, it is very annoying, and it deals damage as well. But yeah, for now we can being a level 2 unit, you can also consider it as one of the units that ID1 has that's dealing a significant amount of damage too. I mean, look at it. It's fighting the Abyssal Guard for 4th place. Okay, now it's the 4th place. It's in 4th place. It's trying so hard to deal damage too, but
Yeah.
partly it got overshadowed by the others.
It's actually a bait if I get the Taboo
I am the
Witcher.
god of war, boy.
It's not really a good carry, but now looking at the synergies, I'm
My bad,
missing
thank you.
something right here.
Not that.
I think one is going. Aziekan is going for assassins again. He went for that a
Oh.
while ago with the assassin slash insectoid synergy, but now we're seeing 1, 2, 3 people going for warrior. What can you see, Meekopi?
Oh no, 4 people going warrior might be a bad sign because again the pieces will be spread out too thin, and this is mainly because they probably saw what Moose did last game wherein he played warrior to a good result. And ironically, it's Moose who's seemingly shifting strategies right now. He seems to be going for the beast build as shown by the Tusk champion earlier. It's gonna die right now, rather. And it's not working out too well for him. He will fall easily to ID1's team composition. And yeah, this is significant. ID1 currently is on a 7 win streak Excelsor. He is way ahead of the others so far in this game.
That's right. And Meekopi, we are now looking at how strong that Fallen Witcher is right now with even though it's still level 1, it can still deal a lot of damage, even overshadowing the level 2 Taboo Witcher. And look at that Abyssal Guard. That's the actual carry right now, because I think he wants to drop that Fallen Witcher a bit later in the game because he's not developing it as enough. But that Abyssal Guard with 2 of the hammers and an Ice Plate Mail, if I'm correct, Meekopi, and that's the actual carry right there.
And look at the damage that it deals with every swipe given all of these items. I never expected actually to see Abyssal Guards being used as carries, but apparently our players, of course, having more insight into these units, were able to use him as effectively as we see now. And look at that, just for good measure, it casts a corrosion on the Water Spirit before smashing it.
That's right. And we are seeing now that that you can have a Fallen Witcher, but you can still have some other carries if you want to drop it a bit later. And looking at this synergy coming from Yeken, he's going into a part assassin, part feather synergy coming from his druids. So this is also effective only if you will be able to develop your assassins early, right, Meekopi?
This is true. That getting assassins early on allows them to go into the backline easily when units aren't numerous enough to get clumped together. So as you can see right there, these 3 assassins, this Soulbreaker, this Whistle Crawler, and the Water Spirit have all effectively negated in the SC2's backline. And wow, it's actually Yeken who will take that win.
You can't
that's
turn
right.
back the time.
And looking at the synergies a while ago, this assassin synergy is uncontested, so he might be able to develop that pretty early. But then again, not ID1 going with that 9 win streak, Meekopi. Looking when you see that 9 win streak and when it goes 10, you will see some of the people or some of the players going down to less than 60 health in the lower lower 4 positions, as we can see right now. So, but even though they're on the lower position, they have been saving a lot of gold. They're really not in danger, Meekopi.
That is right. Even if you're in a losing position in auto chess, you still earn additional gold via the losing streak bonus. And some of our players, especially when they're behind, are more than happy enough to receive that gold in exchange for their life totals. But of course, they are aware of the risks of putting your life totals a bit too close to lethal. So somewhere at around the 40 or 30 health mark, they'll be making their moves and spending their gold and get their army as powerful as they can.
That's right. And Those are some tips for some of our players that we who are also going up their ranks, and we can see that there is a 7 out of 9 warrior synergy coming from ID1, sitting very comfortably with all his warriors right there, and also 4 level 2 warrior pieces right there. And man, that Abyssal Guard is the only carry right now because he already dropped the Fallen Witcher, right, Meekopi?
That is true, and I just have to note how I like the formation that ID1 did, completely catching all of those wolves between these warriors and just sandwiching them enough to get effectively dealt with that ghostly ship.
Yeah.
And,
I
yeah,
mean,
that's,
I just
quick
noticed
work.
that too. He put the weakest pieces in front so that they'll die, and then these guys will just catch those wolves in between and clump for the swordmen to just destroy them. And there you go. Those are the pieces for our carry Abyssal Guard. You have a Python Wand, you have a Shadow Edge, and you have an Ice Plate Mail. Wow, those items clearly made for this Abyssal Guard.
That is true. It will allow the Abyssal Guard to deal lots of damage, especially when it reduces the armor of a unit. And we can start looking at it now, especially now that it's hitting a Warproof stage. What would happen? It's damaged enough, or will the front, or will the backline be able to deal so much damage? But that goes to ship, stunning all of them, and that Blade Fury going on. Suddenly, the front line of Indie SC2 is somewhat not yet broken. That Warproof stage really hanging on and providing so much tanking. And that backline, of course, is more than happy to just shoot at the remaining warriors of our player right there.
Blade Fury.
Yep, and what's actually missing right now, Meekopi, is a backline right there. If he had a ranged backline chest piece right there, that would be enough to take out the backline of the other player. And as you see, when you build a good Warp Sage, it would be enough of a tank for you to protect yourself. And looking at it right now from Moose, one of our top players in the previous match, is he's now going into another build. I think I've seen this Meekopi before. This is there's a mage, dragon, and human synergy, but the synergies have changed since then, right, Meekopi? In terms of the human synergy, what happens when you have a human synergy, Meekopi?
That is true. Before the patch got applied, humans used to have a chance to silence the pieces that they're attacking. But now in the new patch, they're completely reworked. So as we can see here on the screen, so after they win a battle against another player, they get an EXP book if at least one human unit survives, and that XP book enables them to level up faster. Of course, if you get 6 units on the board, you get a lot more. The XP book becomes bigger and gives a lot more experience. So
that's right. And
in theory, you can.
Yep.
Yeah, so in theory, you can field a human composition and then win your battles and then snowball on the levels so that to the point wherein you are ahead in levels against the other players.
That's right. And for those players who don't know what an EXP book is, the EXP book is an item in which you get 2 XP for EXP for your chess players for the ranked and standard mode, and 1 EXP for quick mode. Back to you, Meekopi.
Okay, so as we can see there, that was a draw, and it just goes to show that Moose is now on par, or at least in theory his army is on par with the rest of them, but we still need to test it out in a few battles. For the meantime, however, this player is building what we wanted to see since yesterday, Excelsor.
Yep. This is what's going to happen, Meekopi. There it is. The unsung hero, the water spirit with the with the divinity synergy, still incomplete because he's missing one more piece, which is the Grim, with the one with the ink splash, Meekopi. Grim Touch.
Oh yeah, the Grim Touch, yeah.
So he's just missing that piece just to get to the 4 out of 4 Divinity Synergy. And for those of you back at home, the 4 out of 4 Divinity Synergy reduces ability cooldown by 70% for all allied divinities and other allies whose races synergies are not triggered. So that's, I mean, some of these players are actually going into the experiment board just to make this happen, right, Meekopi?
That is true. This is one of the more, I guess you can call this more creative strategies that players have come up with. And personally, I want to see it again come into its full fruition. Right now, we're seeing 2 divinity for that player, but once it gets to 4, you will see that water elemental bouncing around like there's no tomorrow. But for now, yeah, we are going to Yiquan, who is having his win streak going into the creep rounds, and for good reason. The assassins are working out for him. These Spider Assassin builds seem to be a great counter against what everyone else is fielding, and Yiquan is more than enough to ride them into these win streaks.
That's right, and this is going to be the it's kind of still a soft assassin build because you don't get that 6 out of 6, but sometimes you don't really need to build it up to 6 out of 6. And let's look at the synergy board right now, Meekopi. One guy is building Insectoid, top 2 player before in the match. Look at that, Meekopi, Galogis.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Oh no, this is a bad sign for everyone else. Once Galogis' army composition gets going, I mean, in the early into the mid game, it can still be defeated, but once you reach the very late stages of the game, that kind of composition is nearly unstoppable, especially if Galogis is very knowledgeable, and I'm sure he is, regarding the unit positioning.
That's right. And we are seeing now Yekken being slowly decimated by the team or by the army of Roy. Let's see if there's going to be enough damage from these 3 hunters to destroy that Warpwood Sage, and it gets taken out.
That's a lot of damage coming through, not to mention, of course, that Warpwood Sage is still a bit young and it's not a 3-star yet. However, it tried to hold off as hard as it can, but you know, all of the damage piling up will eventually take it down.
The law of equivalent exchange. I don't think.
Yeah, for now, we're looking at the Insectoid, Insectoid board from is this from Galogis?
Yes, I think it says from Galogis, and Galogis, Meekopi, is going for that Insectoid build. And for those people who don't know what an Insectoid build is, when you get 4 out of 4, when there are duplicate non-Insectoid ally pieces on the chessboard and one of them dies, summons a random Insectoid piece based on the highest cost among the living duplicates. So that means you can have a 3-star piece right there if you don't have duplicates, right, Meekopi?
That is true. Anything that you will see, what you will see is that Galogis will put the weaker units up front, and then when they die, they have a chance of spawning an Insectoid that is 2 or 3 star, depending on the synergy. But
yeah,
eventually what it snowballs to is that you will have a lot of these 3-star Insectoids just simply roaming around and then overwhelming their opponents.
That's right. So it's going to be a 2-star plus 1, so it's usually 3-star. Let's see it work right now, and we see our Dark Spirits activating the double black holes. Let's see. Don't look at those 3-star. That's a 3-star Lord of Sand right there, but it gets hit by the shooting star, and of course there is an Abyssal Crawler right there trying to deal some damage from Yekken, and what's left is, oh, look at the motivation! Oh man, it still dies. So a black hole and all the damage coming from those pieces. Meekopi, look at that, 3-star pieces, even though he doesn't have a 3-star minion on the board, right?
Yes, that's a great show of the power of the Insectoids from Galogis right there. We saw how he got a lot of value from those, and how the battle started with him not having 3-star units into him having a lot of 3-star units. And that's just the power of Insectoids. But for now, we'll transfer to Indy SC2, who is still on his 7th win streak on the back of that Warpwood Sage, and of course all of these reliable hunters. He's all at 5 over 6 hunters now, going into 6 hunters very soon. But he will be facing against Crow for You, and Crow for You has a level 2 Venomancer that's making quick work of the backlines right now. It has all of the items that it needed, but it got pushed back. Or rather, did it teleport? I'm not so sure. It's going back again to the backlines, but it got stunned by the shooting star, and now everyone is shooting at it. It has a lot of regen though, so it's not going down anytime soon. It will probably take down a few more of this unit before dying itself.
Just like what's written in this book. It's a
That's
win.
that's the teleport dagger, as you said, Meekopi. That's why it just bounces around and around on the battlefield or on the chessboard, and you can see still in the SC2, still on a win streak, 8 win streaks. But looking at the distribution of health, Meekopi, some of their players are still healthy. Maybe we'll still get them we'll still see them even after round 30. But for now, we want to see the synergies that are happening on the board.
That is very true. Yeah, this is a very close game for a lot of the players because of their short life totals. And speaking of our favorite Excelsor, tell us more about
Yep.
the Water Spirit and why it's so fantastic. Now that it's level 3, by the way.
Yes, and now it's a level 3 Wave Slasher Water Spirit, which charges to the farthest enemy, dealing 200 magical damage to enemies in its path. Along with the fully activated Divinity Synergy, there's a 75% cooldown right there. So Meekopi, that's why he's bouncing back and forth, and also has a teleport
Did you
dagger.
drift away again?
That is true, and it would be nice if we can
War
get to
never
see all of that
changes.
back and forth action in an actual battle, yeah. It's very rare that we see a level 3 Water Spirit, but it being uncontested in this game means that there are a lot of them floating around, and of course, our player here is more than happy to grab all of them for his build.
Yep, and looking at the synergy, Meekopi, I'm seeing that the assassin synergy of Yeken lacks a water spirit because he's not putting it there, and it's all falls down to AD to pick them up. And there you go, it teleports. There you go, another wave slash, 1, 2, 3, another one, 4, and one more to kill this off. 5, another one, 6, killing off the dwarf sniper. 7, one more, 8, 7. And that's going to be 7. They're trying to kill that Dwarf with Sage. Is it going to be enough? Not enough mana because it has evasion. Let's see how he's going to kill this off. Oh man, there you go. It's knocked back into the last end. Oh, there you go. How many was that? Was that 10?
I
10
think
wave
it
slashes,
was
Meekopi.
9 or 10 wave slashes.
Yeah.
That's a lot,
Oh, man.
and you know, out of
14,000
all the
damage,
players. Wow, 14,000. The next guy who tried to deal damage only did like Desperate Doctor only did like 2k. But yeah, out of all
Yeah.
the players here, to break in the SC2's win streak, it is AD with that Water Spirit.
Oh man, and that's when you see the distribution of DPS over at the right side, that kind of a yellowish tinge right there. That's the magic damage that comes from our chess pieces. The gray piece is the physical damage. So the reason why the Water Spirit was had a hard time in the last part is because of the evasion that's coming from the Warp with Sage. So he's actually being slowed down right now, and I think he's silenced, right? Oh, yes.
He got Doom. He got the
Oh,
Doom
man.
curse. That's why I was wondering, why is it not moving? Something's wrong with it. But
Yep,
yeah,
he just got
that was a
broken.
very clutch Doom curse from the Doom Arbiter of Roy, and it's just unfortunate because that Water Spirit, as we've seen from previous games, is the centerpiece of the team, and it being silenced by the Doom Arbiter is just super clutch.
Yep, and you can see here Meekopi, the Dwarf Sniper is being given a rune hammer, the Ghost Blade, and the Mask right there, but it's not going to be enough. You have a level 3 Dwarf Sniper carry, but it's a bit weak, not enough pieces on the board. But you can see that Roy is using a 6 out of 6 Hunter synergy. What is the 6 out of 6 Hunter synergy, Meekopi? Can you enlighten us on what the synergy does?
Okay, what the synergy does is that it gives really big damage to everyone. I think that's around 8 plus 80 attack to all of the hunters. Yeah, 80 attack is a lot. I mean, most of the items, like the Broken Sword for example, only gives like 20 attack. This one gives 80 to all allied hunters. And of course, 65% chance to not miss on their attack. So evasion, no problem. They have a way to work around it. But as we've seen before, Roy got overwhelmed by those flood of insectoids. So he has to find to do something and to adjust to that. And of course, that came from Crow4U, who is on death's door. However, he has his composition complete, and it's just a matter of good positioning and making the most out of it. And we will see if his next battle will be the last. It's up against Moose, and let's see what happens.
That's right, and we have here someone on Crow4U's side is wearing a flicker staff right there,
Victory,
and
nothing else satisfies.
yep,
Wow.
he is actually defeating Moose. He just defeated Moose. Moose was already on top 1 position, right? On the top 2 position in the previous game, right, Meekopi?
That's right, and just like that, he sent Moose as the first player packing in game number 2 with that surprise insectoid. I mean, who would have thought? What I have in mind was that all of the AoE damage from the mages might be enough to fend off the insectoid assault that he's fielding, but apparently it's not enough. After that initial volley of spells, more insectoids just came in, and what's worse is that they're now all 3 stars. And then Moose just got overwhelmed by that. So it's quite unfortunate. However, he still has a chance to redeem himself in the final game of the series later on.
Yeah, that's right. And let's look now at the one of the carries of Crow4U. It's the Venomancer, Goblin Kira, and the Warlock synergy. Generates acid mist for 15 seconds that reduces the enemy armor by 10 if affected by the mist. Enters a chemical induced rage that reduces base attack time by 0.4 to 0.4 and restores HP every 10 seconds. 10 every second for 60 seconds. So there's regeneration. Plus he has the items. So one of them being the Flicker Staff, plus 20 attack, plus 100% mana restoration on hit, and plus 40% mana restoration on injury, which has an active skill right there. Flashes to the enemy partner's grid that can attack the enemy and gains 50 mana, then reflects 100% of the damage received in 6 seconds back to the attacker. Wow! So basically it's like the warrior synergy times 5, right? In 6 seconds.
That is right. And looking at it in this match, it just teleported to the very back and then start hitting the backline of Roy, and just like that, Crow4U sending 2 of arguably the best players packing with this synergy.
That's right, that insectoid synergy. Why is it dangerous, Meekopi? Why can he send those players to the grave by this synergy?
This is because right now it's the late game, and this is where this kind of composition gets a lot of power, because not only you have to worry about the 4 insectoid synergy and all of these 3 stars going around, you have to keep in mind that there's that Venomancer that is very well equipped and dealing damage to your backline, as you've seen before, as we are seeing here. We're gonna just deal all of the splash damage, and then all the while all of these insectoids keep coming up. Even area of effect damage isn't affecting them. Even if they get stunned, more of them keep coming back, and the Venomancer, of course, is still alive. However, it seems that can AD do it? Can this level 3 Water Spirit carry him? And I guess that's not meant to be. However, here's the good news, Excelsor. There is still a chance for a rematch, because both of them have come out of this engagement alive. And of course, AD still has a chance to reposition. But for now, Crow4U looking really dominant. It seems like he can win against all of the armies that he's facing, and in fact, all of them are within lethal range once his build gets out of control. So it's a matter of who he will be facing next round.
That's right, and also Meekopi, aside from the insectoids reviving, one of the increasing damage is when those insectoids get revived and deal extra damage and survive, they become a source of damage to the enemy's health, right, Meekopi?
That is true, and also you have to count that they have abilities of their own. So they have stuns, they produce more units, and yeah, just lots of damage overall. They're strong and tough too. And going to this battle of Yiquan against ID1. ID1 was able to fend off Yiquan's assault, also hanging down at 1 health. We have a lot of players here living dangerously, Excelsor.
Yes, and they're living actually in on the edge, as we can see ID1 and Crow4U. And look at this matchup between Galogis, our top player in the previous match, versus Crow4U. And who will win this match? I think it's going to be there you go. What happened there? It froze.
I think they just made peace with each other, and then it's probably a draw. I can't really tell, but we shall see. Okay.
Is that a draw? Yeah, I think it's a draw.
I guess it just what do you call this? The fight is just delayed from our perspective.
Oh, he won. He won.
But,
he won.
Oh, he won. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
The sell button is up.
He got 5 win streak. Okay. So that was weird, but yeah, I think the Venomancer there was dominating that match. And you can see that Crow4U is not in a hurry to level up those Venomancers, because he needs those Venomancers to die early so that they can be transformed into level 3 insectoids. Let's see this match between Crow4U and Indie SC2.
And while Indie SC2 has a significant life lead, this is nothing when it gets overwhelmed by Crow4U's army. So actually either player could get eliminated right now. However, it seems like Crow4U is ahead with all of these level 3 units, not dying anytime soon. And finally, it's just down to the Warpwood Sage and that other assassin at the back that just died here as well. In fact, the Warpwood Sage is getting overwhelmed so much that the Venomancer doesn't have room to attack. Maybe one of the units can move aside, but they don't want to. They want a piece of this Warpwood Sage, who's trying to tank the best that he can. There's only 15 seconds remaining. Is the damage enough? It's gotta be a draw just because that Venomancer can't get in. But wait, its life is slowly dwindling down and then rising back right up. 3 seconds remaining. 2, 1. It's a draw for this fight.
Wow. Wow, look at that hardened Warpwood Sage. Those pieces will not give room for Venomancer to finish off the work. They said, boss, let us handle this Warpwood Sage, but no. They weren't able to finish the job, and it's going to be a draw. Man. Okay, Meekopi, I want to see the synergies right now, if we can, to see what's happening on the board. Can you give us a rundown, Meekopi?
Okay, right now it's still in the SC2 at the top, healthy 22 health, but again within lethal range of any of the others. With that Feathered and 6 Hunter complete build. So I guess that's the best build that you can make at the moment. And of course we have AD here with the trusty Water Spirit carry. Yiquan, of course, with Assassin surprisingly still surviving, but it's mainly on the back of that Feathered build. Of course, Galogis with an Insectoid. Actually, Galogis and Crow4U both on Insectoid, so it's very interesting which of these players will come up on top should they face each other in the next round.
That's right, and I would want to see them go head to head, because this would mean that some of them will be dying. But the carry or the 3-star minion from the Galogis side is the Lord of Sand, and we are going to see AD versus Crow4U, and there you go. There's going to be the Water Spirit. I think the Water Spirit is the answer to Crow4U's build right here. Let's see if it does work. Oh,
it is still very much alive. However, with 4 units remaining for Crow4U, this might be not enough, but it's almost untouchable. It's gaining a lot of lifesteal with every wave slash that it does. Now down to 2 Lord of Sands. Can these 2 Lord of Sands catch him and actually work? No. That wave slash too powerful. It takes down Crow4U.
That's it. That's right. I was just going to say that
When
that's the
you look
weakness of Crow
into
for
the
Use build.
abyss,
Crow
I
for Use build.
look
It's the
back.
wave slash coming from the Water Spirit, and it does its job. And Crow for You gets to the top 4 spot with his Insectoid build. And look at this right now with his own Insectoid build and a lot of items on the board. Mikopi, how strong is that Venomancer?
It is very strong as well, and also a great frontline unit. It just deals a lot of damage and buys a lot of time for this insectoid to work. Also, Yikwan during that previous round got eliminated as well. The assassins just taking the feather assassins taking him as far as it does. But right now, yeah, it's again insectoids versus, I guess we can call this insects versus water. Who will win? In fact, that water spirit is doing a lot of the work, but with that Venomancer alive and with all of those items, they're just jumping around and
Yep.
yeah, that water spirit just content, making space between them while dealing damage, but he doesn't want to get caught by that Venomancer because it deals a huge amount of
Whoa.
damage. And
Yep.
just like a really great water spirit, he dodges and kills both of his opponents, and that's I guess takes out Galogis.
That I mean, Mikopi, that's what happens when you use a hose against insects. They just die. So that's what's happening here with the water spirit. He just uses all those items, even a flicker staff coming from his side. And is that a Holy Spirit Lance? Yes, it is. That's why it's dealing so much damage with his own physical attack as well. And he's just jumping over and over with those items and also an orb of region. So let's see this match between AD and Indie SC2. Who is going to finish this off? I think AD has a fighting chance with his water spirit carry jumping off back and forth. Even that level 3 or 3-star Warpwood Sage is not going to help in bringing down the Indie SC2 to 1 health.
That is true. There was a tense moment right there when the water spirit got caught in those ravaging tentacles from Indie SC2, but it managed to recover and still became as evasive as ever. So Indie SC2 might want to reposition his units with the water spirit in mind. Note that it has a flicker staff, so he might want to adjust into that. But we shall see if the game ends before this round. Watch out for that water spirit where it will jump and how it will probably get disabled again by the ravaging tentacles. And will it get focus fired? It doesn't. It managed to escape and is still very much at large. But that shooting star stunning it. And wow, in the SC2 managing to turn it around at the very last second with 2 of those clutch moves. The water spirit ran into the ravaging tentacles and then got hit by the shooting star, which allowed all of Indie SC2's units to fire on it and managed to kill it. What a game, Excelsor. Yep. It's so fun.
Yeah, that's what happens, Meekopi, when you put your eggs all in one basket, and that is the what happened with the water spirit. That's the only carry right there, and you see some of the other players or some of the other chess pieces being obliterated by Indie SC2 early in the game, leaving the water spirit to fend off for herself. But as you have said, Meekopi, it has been disabled into oblivion. But then again, you can see AD with the top 2 spot, right, Meekopi? Can you give us the other synergies that have happened in the game, Meekopi?
Okay. If I remember right, some players were going for warriors, but apparently that didn't work out well for them. And to tell you the truth, I'm in a bit of a blur right now because it's just crazy how the last stages of the game have played out. It suddenly became a match of insectoids versus water spirits. But in the end, of course, it's the stable, time and tested build and great positioning and the crowd control that Indie SC2 that allowed Indie SC2 to take the win in that round.
That's right, and still the hunters are dominating this group, and we can see that in the form of the stun that's coming from the shooting star, the damage coming from the dwarf sniper, and any of the shenanigans that the other players are doing, insectoids, divinity, water spirits, they're not going to be enough because of this the damage that's dealt by the hunters. So, Meekopi, I really want to see what happened right there in terms of the synergies, as well as the positioning that came from the other players. Can you give us a rundown of the top places or the placements of our players during that last match, Meekopi?
Okay, gladly. So, in first place, we have in the SC2. Next up is, of course, AD. Next, right behind him is Galogis. Then we have Crow for You with that great almost comeback performance. Of course, Sequen taking Assassins and Feathered as far as he can. And we have ID1. We have Roy, of course, and Moose in the last few places. And of course, as far as synergies go, we saw in the SC2 really making use of that, showing us the power of hunters in this patch, Excelsor.
Yes, that's right.
I mean,
and of
just
course,
look at that.
your
Look at that dwarf sniper.
Yeah, that Dwarf Sniper is carrying a Mjolnir, 3 Frantic Mats, and 1 Rune Hammer. It just says, okay, I don't need any health, I don't need any armor, I just need damage. And that's what happened right there with the Frantic Masks and that Mjolnir right there. Also, you see the tank working with those 3 ice plate mails and 1 ice armor. So, good things come in threes coming from in the SC2, and he used that on his tank and his DPS. So, man, Meekopi, those let's look at the synergies that have happened over the past game.
Of course, here we are, the complete Feathered Hunter in the SC2, once again showing us the full power of that build. It's able to handle anything from standard builds to more fringe builds to, of course, water spirits just roaming around. But, of course, AD was able to make great use of that water spirit, very entertaining to watch. And, of course, it's a very interesting build to try out for all of us out here. And, of course, we have Galogis with that Insectoid, followed by Crow for You. These guys took Insectoid very far, especially in the case of Crow for You. For a long time, he is at 1 health, and he was able to bring it back. And, yeah, just great compositions all around.
Yes, and those are great compositions. We'll be just going on to Game 3. I'm expecting some of the players here just continuing their shenanigans, even picking up some of the stable hunter builds over at Game 3. Meekopi, again, what can you expect? Can you give us a last fearless forecast before we go on to Game 3?
Okay, players are now pulling everything out of the bag, and more especially so for Game 3. So I'm expecting that it will be chaos, but my guess is that everyone will still try to build a Feathered Hunter for a stable finish this round, next round rather.
That's right, and before we go into Game 3, we're going to go on a short break, and if you're just watching, you're watching the Southeast Asia Regional Finals with me, Excelsor PH, and with Meekopi. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back.
searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to leave me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night with open arms? I'm calling. I'll be there.
Welcome back, guys, to the Group E, Day 3 of the Southeast Asia Auto Chess Regional Finals. I'm Excelsor PH, and with me is Meekopi. And Meekopi, I've just seen the update of the scores of our players, and I just saw that Galogis now has 15 points. He's already a bit nestled there comfortably. AD with 13, in the SE2 with 11, Moose with 7, Roy with 6, ID1 with 5, Crowfoy with 5, and Yeken with 4. So some of the other players here are on the lower, I think top 3 to 8 are still fighting for the top 4 positions. So Galogis and AD are a bit comfortable right now with their top 4 spots, but the other top 3 to 8, they're still vying for the top 3 to 4 position. Right, Meekopi?
You're gonna get
That is right. As for our top 2 players, it's just a matter of getting a decent placing. It's quite comfortable to know that, you know, you still have a bit of leeway when it comes to going into the last round. But for the rest, of course, they will have to try to play their best. That goes double for Crowfoy and Yikwen, who has to get a really high spot, first place if they can, just to get a chance to be in the upper 4 of the bracket. And getting into the upper 4 of this game is very important because it makes things a lot easier for Day 3.
Transform and roll out.
That's right. And Meekopi, we might see another, of course, Feathered Hunter build here. And you can see AD just bringing out that Winter Chiropteran just in case he goes into the Agursus build, if he gets the Agursus Ranger and the Umbra. Right, Meekopi?
That is right. If he can get that Umbra, it's a very big deal, especially because he's just one dragon away from getting that early Dragon Synergy. And one of the things that's quite uncommon, but it could still happen, is that an early Dragon Synergy is very powerful, because not a lot of units can deal enough damage or enough AoE damage to kill an early Umbra quickly. And yeah, so he's probably going for that. Meanwhile, we are now viewing Andy in the SC2. Great performance last game. He now took an early Warpwood Sage without any other, and is probably looking to take more Druid pieces as well.
That's right. And we're looking at, of course, in the SC2 with that beautiful chessboard that you have seen yesterday, Meekopi. And he's going with an early Warpwood Sage, and also I think that's the Agursus Ranger, right? They have changed their appearances quite a bit, but it's still noticeable who they are.
It's noticeable.
And yeah, it's noticeable, right? And although it's pink, I think the theme of Indie SE2 is pink right now, and most of the damage has been dealt by that Agursus Ranger.
I'm a dragon.
And most of these players are just going in and just feeling out a bit of what's going to happen. As you can see, there have been a lot of benches or bench pieces on the side of NDSE2. Like for example, he has 2 Skybreakers right there, which he most likely will sell if he doesn't get if he gets more valuable standalone pieces.
That is right. He's just 1 Skybreaker away from having a reliable tank. But for now, the Ripper is what he is picking over it, and for good reason. You saw that Ripping Death just deal a significant amount of damage to all of Moose's units. Moose, of course, seemingly going warrior in this game.
All the time.
So it's very interesting to once we see the synergy board later on during the round to see what's happening. But yeah, here it is right now. Couple of players going Goblin Excelsor, so we're up for some fun Goblin times. But yep, less hunters, more warriors, and that seems to be what's happening right now.
I think there are two players who are going into soft warrior build, but they might still be benching that and seeing if they will be able to build. But though on the lower part, Yeken going with an early spirit build. So not a lot of people use that spirit build early in the game, especially because those pieces are better off with a better synergy, and I'm seeing that build mostly at the end, Meekopi, because they want to counter some of the other players who are more powerful than them. So why is that, Meekopi? Why are we not seeing more spirit builds?
Oh, that is right, Excelsor. You have mentioned earlier about the spirit build being more of an endgame oriented, and that is correct. It's because you need both the wizard synergy as well as a dark spirit, which is a legendary, to complete the spirit synergy. But it's very rewarding, as you can see here on the screen. When you complete 4 spirits, all allies, not just your spirits, gain a 50% chance to petrify the attacker for 4 seconds. That's a lot of disable time. And you will see this often employed to counter builds that are more reliant on base attacks, such as warriors. And right now, it's just interesting that no one is going for it during the past games that we have casted, and that's mainly because a lot of the, I guess, more popular builds are easier to do and face a lot less contention. Not to mention, they're just more stable, and it's very risky to go for a spirit build, actually.
And yeah, that's right. And we're seeing Meekopi that we're looking at a good 2-star minions coming from Galugis. So he has a 2-star Skybreaker, 2-star Heaven Bomber, and also 2-star Taboo Witcher and Shining Archer, sitting comfortably on the top. But he still has a lot of minions on the bench. Kind of a mix right there. Assassins, you have their beasts and insectoids. So, what do you think is he thinking about with that kind of bench, Meekopi?
Well, for now, all I can say is that he is expanding his options. Think of all of these units as a little bit of an investment. Some of them may not pay off, but if the rolls go right your way and you have kept these units in your bench for a while, then sometimes you could get the jackpot and just suddenly shift into a powerful composition right there and then. And then after that, hopefully that kind of composition will more than make up for the potentially lost interest during the previous rounds.
That's right. And we are now looking at Crow for You, which is going, and of course, this is actually a good mid-range composition right here. Having the warriors tank in front, and you have the hunters on the back line. But then again, we might see a shift from Crow for You a bit later, when his warriors start to fall off or not be able to how to say this, level up. It can still all go either way, right? Because if he gets the Ghost Kid, he can go for the Versus with the Winter Corruption and Umbra.
That is right, and that shows the power of a flexible bench Excelsor. It helps a lot. It helps a lot in lessening all the decision making that you have to make, and of course, it gives you a more breathing space should the rolls not go your way. And yeah, it's now round 10. It's the Rock Realm stage. It's probably an interesting time to look at the synergy board and see what players have built so far. They may not have committed yet to a certain composition, but it's interesting to see how the direction that they will go. And we can see here from Miko, and he is really a man after my own heart, an assassin player through and through, building again what seems to be another assassin build at the moment. Meanwhile, for the other players, 2 other players are building goblin synergies. A lot of them are dabbling towards a hunter sub synergy, and of course Feathered again being selected as as one of those stable builds, and a couple of players of course going Warrior. So a very good spread going on right here, Excelsor.
That's right. And what I'm seeing now and what I'm missing now is a Fallen Witcher. Nobody's picking up Fallen Witcher, so it's now easy for these players to go in and try to build a level 3 Fallen Witcher, probably in their bench, and just bring it out when it's needed. And you can see ID1 already going into that level 2 Fallen Witcher, as I've said, from behind. Right, Meekopi? So it's really
That
just
is quite a
really
surprise,
bench it.
yeah.
Yep. There you go. As I was just saying, he now built it.
It's like one of those. Wow, you're right. It even has some good items on it. It's like one of those shows wherein you thought that this character is gonna get defeated, but he has a trump card, and that trump card takes the form of a level 2 Fallen Witcher. And as you can see, it's doing great work for him against Sequen right here.
That's right. So we see somebody just picked it up and hit it from the world, and now that Fallen Witcher is ready to be an effective carry for our ID1 right there. So he might still be going into a full Goblin build, because he has the carry right now. He might have the economy because of a possible win streak in the future. But looking at it right now, it looks like a stable build. Right, Meekopi?
Yeah, it's true. Looking at it now, this will take him far, but we shall see. Depending on the next player he comes up against. I'm seeing some dragons, I'm seeing some transformed Dragonite, and this is a battle of damage for both sides, as Crow4U tries to beat down on ID1's side of the board, but apparently that level 2 Fallen Witcher is just a little bit too much. You see it sealing the deal there with that Maelstrom shot, and yeah, really good position right now for ID1.
That's right, and I think a lot of our players are already starting to build or starting to concretize their synergy, but most of these players are actually going with their investments, as you said, Meekopi. There's what the enemy sees, and also what the enemy doesn't see when you have to click the bench right there. So one of the strategies that the players have right now is just to try to gather more intel into what the players are building rather than their positions. But sometimes some of the players also miss the bench. Right, Meekopi?
Yep, that is true, and it plays a big part in scouting and decision making. Sometimes you will miss things out. Sometimes a player is fielding something on the field, but his bench is completely telling a different thing, and scouting that, of course, gives you better information, which allows you to make better decisions for yourself regarding the flow of the game.
Friendship is magic.
That's right, and we are seeing here right now the composition of Roy. Roy already in a lower. He's now currently in the top 5 spot with 6 points, so he just needs to amp it up again, being our hat-trick hero in the previous group stage. But I think he's going straight for the 9 Warrior Synergy, Meekopi.
And you seem to, that's the direction he seems to be taking right now. You're completely right, Excelsor. And this is a fine choice too. We see earlier that it's just him and another player who is going for the Warrior Synergy, and all of those pieces are readily available. But you have to wonder, is his warrior composition up to par with the rest of the army? Because if it doesn't, he'll be going for a quick exit, and that is a bit dangerous. But the good thing for now is he's at least at 6 warriors, and he had the Doom Arbiter now, so he can rest a bit, a bit calmly, knowing that he has all the essential warrior pieces that he needs at this stage in the game.
That's right. And looking at Roy right now, is that a Grand Herald right there? Yeah, I think that's a Grand Herald. I think he wants to just maximize that piece early in the game before putting on a day 9 Warrior Synergy. And this is why it's a bit hard to go into the 9 Warrior Synergy early, because as you can see right here, it's having a bit of trouble in terms of damage. It's a bit slow, right, Meekopi? If you go 6 out of 9, you need some other players to give the damage output.
It'll be fine.
That is true, and that Grand Herald won't cut it. We would probably see it get benched out and swapped with a more reliable carry. And look at this Excelsor. So many hunters in this synergy board.
Yep, so many hunters, and you can see only Roy going and committing to that warrior synergy, and of course the demon fallen witcher has been picked up by 2 of the players, Yeken and ID1. So they were hiding it, now it's out in the open, and it's wreaking havoc to our players right now. And you can see on the board there's an encounter between Roy and Galogis, and I think Roy has a fighting chance with this kind of a board. And you can see right there, the only minion left is Taboo Witcher, and it dies from the warrior gang that Roy is carrying.
And Galogis was able, even though he lost that round, he was able to show us again the power of Ink Splash, this time with the Paralysis Shuriken. You saw that Soul Breaker throw a lot of shurikens at different kinds of warriors, and that could only happen if they are connected with that Ink Splash. But then again, these warriors are too tough, and that's why he lost that round. And this is a good pick, by the way, for Roy. He now has a pirate captain, so that adds another disable on top of having a good frontline unit.
That's right, that's right. And now going into Yeken. Yeken is going with, I think he's going to go into an insectoid build. This is only a partial insectoid build that he's carrying, and he put down all the fallen witchers in front so that when they die, they can become insectoids on the board. And there you go, the Lord of the Stand stunning the pieces. Is it going to be enough for the insectoids to pop up? There you go. Not enough, and that's so much damage coming from Galogis, and it puts Yeken down to the 24 health on the round 18. And I think Yeken still has a chance if he gets to the top spot because of his points. Right now, he just has 4 points from the 2 rounds that he played, or the 2 games that he played. So he needs to get the top spot to at least get 13 points.
I completely agree, and I just appreciate what he's doing right now with this build. This is something we haven't seen before. Normally, those Fallen Witchers are Venomancers, but I guess what's in his mind is like, okay, what's the best build I can do right now? Oh, it's Insectoids. What's the best carry in the game? Witchers. So you just slap them together and then profit. But for the meantime, it's taking shape right now. Look at these Insectoids. They're starting to overwhelm the opponent, but then again, AD's hunters are still putting out a lot of damage. Will this be enough to kill these last 2 remaining poisonous worm? And in fact, it's not. It's actually Yekwen who will take the win over that game.
And he's actually fighting ID1 for the Fallen Witchers, getting the advantage as well because he already has 2 more Fallen Witchers right there. And we're now looking at Moose going with the conventional build of a hunter and feather build. Of course, this is and also using 2 Whisper Seers on the board right now. And he also has good economy. Look at that, Meekopi, 51, a healthy 51. 5 interest per game, whether you win or lose.
Yep, that's a very good balance for Moose, but not so much in this battle happening right now, as ID1 is seemingly beating him lopsidedly with that Fallen Witcher, and that's something he might want to consider. He might want to employ, probably level up a bit, or employ a strategy to fight off against those units. But with 8 players remaining still in the match, he can't always expect to try to hard counter that kind of strategy, so he will just take it for now.
That's right, and I think the weak, although 2-star minion right there, Meekopi, is that he has a level 2 assassin, which does not have to be there, right? There's an excess of feathered, but I think he's going more into feathered builds.
That is right. And yeah,
At
it's
least you got to watch me
since it's the it's the neutral round. Let's look at the synergy board. Okay, our warrior players are still going warriors, I guess, but it's Roy who is actually taking most of the 6 warriors. Crow for you going a different route with that Exorcist build instead, and yeah, feathered variant still going on around, the top of them being ID1. And this is surprising, Galog is at the very top with that mech and goblin Excelsor.
That's right, and we can see right now there's a 9 out of 9 warrior build with Roy Meekopi. Look at that, 9 out of 9. That's actually a good. That's kind of early, right?
Yep, it's quite a fast 9 out of 9 warrior build for Roy. And this is quite unfortunate for Galogis because I thought that you know, he had to handle things with that Goblin Synergy build. He has the economy though, but seeing how in the SC2 managed to just lopsidedly beat him, I guess it sends a signal to him that okay, maybe I guess it's time for upgrades to my Goblin army. But yeah, looking at Roy's army here, rather, that's an impressive line of warriors right there with that Doom Arbiter being equipped with all of the stuff that it needs to go to the backline and try to assassinate the other hunters and other units there, Excelsor.
That's right, and that Doom Arbiter is it's an unconventional carry for Roy right there. And but I'm looking at all these healthy warrior pieces coming from Roy, considering that he is going into a 9 warrior build. I'm not. Oh, there's a level 3 from Yekin. Meekopi, level 3 Fallen Witcher, but it's not going to be enough. I think it's going to fall off because of the 9 out of 9 warrior synergy, and he gets taken out by Roy.
Yaklan showed us there a glimpse of a dream with a level 3 Fallen Witcher, but apparently it's still not enough to deal a lot of damage against Roy's army. Fortunately, it got faced off against these warriors, but that only means that with Yakan out, all of the Fallen Witcher pieces are now free for distribution among the other players, should anyone want to take them.
That's right, and again, Roy is uncontested for the warrior synergy yet again. Someone already built that a while ago, and I think it was not Roy who built the warrior synergy, but again, it was also uncontested, and that's the only way that it could be successful in the game.
And look at this, it's working out super well for Roy against ID1. For a while I was worried about that level 2 Witcher just simply wrecking everyone, but if this kinds of army survived a level 3 Witcher, then it surely could survive a level 2 Witcher. And yeah, Roy took that convincingly. He's now on a 7 win streak, Excelsor. While we're not looking, this warrior army just suddenly came out of nowhere, and then it's winning.
And he actually is, he actually forced it early to get to 9 out of 9. He went 9 out of 9 at round 20 or round 21. Considering that it's there's not a lot of people or not a lot of players going to level 9. So I think it's safe to say that level 9 around round 20 to 25 is the target for the 9 warrior synergy to happen. And he ruins Row for you in that match with an 8 win streak. I think when somebody has a win streak, that means some people are gonna get culled into the lower bracket. And we saw Yekin. He's already out into the lower bracket with his 0 points, and that brings him to a total of, let me see, total of 4 points total for the whole group. And let's now look at this Dwarf Sniper from in the SC2. In the SC2 has a full hunter build, Meekopi, right there. It's glaring at us.
That is right. It is the full package, and it's just 1 feathered away from from getting a level 2 feathered as well. But speaking of dwarf hunters, let's take a look at dwarf snipers. Let's look at the dwarf sniper, Excelsor. What does it have?
Yeah, the Dwarf Sniper is a Dwarf synergy with a Hunter synergy, locks onto a target piece, and after 0.5 seconds of aiming, fires a shot that deals 400 medical damage to the target, but it's not the defining factor of this chess piece. It's the damage and attack speed that it has, Meekopi. That's why you usually place on its item slot a frantic mask and a damaged weapon. And we saw a while ago that it I think one of the players put 3 frantic masks just to make this guy pop out and just kill off every other piece, plus a fully spirit lance, right, Meekopi?
That is true. Given its range and the damage it deals, yeah, it just makes perfect sense to equip it with those items. And it works well, of course, with other hunters as well. That damage boost really helping it out. But all of these treants popping out for Moose might spell trouble for it. But then again, that backline is still relatively untouched because of that Warpwood Sage really holding the front line without any trouble. However, a shooting star goes off on the very back. It hits the Gersis Ranger, however, so no damage done there. The sniper is still firing, and that Warpwood Sage is still tanking, and Moose will lose that engagement.
That's right, and that's why you don't put the Dwarf Sniper now on the farthest part of the board because of the Shining Archer, and that effectively counters it. It also effectively counters the Ghost Kid, right, Meekopi?
That is true. So you're essentially putting a decoy at the very back. So when the Ghost Kid fires off her Choo-Choo ability, it pulls off the decoy instead of your important unit. And I guess this is a round where our 2 win streak players will finally fight. We shall see.
Yep.
I know.
In the SC2 versus Roy. And we are seeing right now the head-to-head match, and now the Dwarf Sniper is vulnerable, but then again you can see a siren petrifying all the units, and there you go, the Dwarf Sniper gets killed off by the Missile Guard, leaving 1 Whispers here on the board. The Treants are going to be taken out as well. Man, that's going
Roy.
to be the game, right? That's the counter to SC2's composition.
That is true. Roy is doing something very right in this game. Not only is he able to take down that very tough tank of Warpwood Sage, but yeah, he's able to just simply overwhelm everyone else. And I think the Doom Arbiter really played a big part in that. You can see it now. It has the damage, it has the defense, it has the ability that can shut down a single unit. And again, we are here. He's once again up against Moose. Moose will try to get a revenge on this one, but Roy, with that, having him really surrounded, all of his backlines are now at the mercy of these ulting warriors just on their doorstep. However, it seems that Moose suddenly has the numerical advantage, but those 2 important units of Roy's is still alive. There's still the Berserker, but it will fall down. It got slapped with its Warpwood Sage. The Doom Arbiter will probably end up having the same fate as well. And wow, Moose was able to win that rematch against Roy.
Man, so that's going to take out the win streak. And we now have ID1, AD, and Yeken down at the top 6, 7, 8 position. And now, let's look at Crow for You with the 5 Dragon Synergy. And for those of you who don't know what a 5 Dragon Synergy is, a 5 Dragon Synergy is at the start of the battle, 6 allies have 100 mana. Man, Meekopi, that's really, really helpful, right?
That is true. I mean, we see it right here. The Tortola Elder was able to fire its Kamehameha almost immediately, able to charge it up to full power. But I think the damage is not enough. It does take out the majority of Crow4U's forces, but still, eventually, Moose was able to overrun him with his Treants, that Big Bear, and of course, that tanky Warpwood Sage. And yeah, just like that, Crow4U falls in this round.
That's right, and we just saw the fall of Crow4U, leaving the top 4 players for this round. Galogus in the SC2, Roy, and Moose. Let's look at Moose right now with the 6 out of 9 Feather Synergy, and he has a... where is it? I can't see the demon. Where's the demon?
Yeah.
Oh, there's Grim Touch.
There
Okay.
it is.
I was just thinking that if there's a Fallen Witcher, I'm getting so used to it, but that there's also a Grim Touch right there. To go with the combo, the Wombo combo, which is the Shining Archer's Shooting Star. We might see it right here, right? For this, there you go. No, not yet. Oh, there you go. I think it's the skill of from the seed from the Warpwood Sage, right? Meekopi that activated.
That's true, and I guess Moose's army is also putting out a lot of damage, and it was able to kill those Thunderhides relatively quickly. But for now, our final four or five, 1, 2, 3, 4 players have now a healthy spread of synergies. So it's a good time to pick your favorites because we have goblins against warriors, against feathered hunters, and feathered demons.
That's right, and we have here a healthy spread again, as Meekopi has said. But I think the what we have not been focusing, Meekopi, on the druid synergy. They're the actual how do you say this, Robins of the feathered the hunter Batmans, right? Because they're very popular among these builds, right? In terms of tanking, or in terms of the Warpwood Sage being the tank for these players.
I completely agree with you there, Excelsor. The druids are very flexible as a synergy. You can almost put them everywhere, and of course they're plentiful because you don't need to get an additional piece to level them up. However, during that engagement, Moose is finally out of the game, and we are down to our top 3, all at level 10, with the latter two having somewhat of an economy. In the SC2 is probably now stuck with what he has, and Roy, of course, has lost his win streak somewhere along the way, meaning that one of these guys, meaning that he got beaten by probably one of these guys in a previous engagement, and we want to see who it is.
That's right, and we now are looking again at Roy's composition. There you go, instant teleport dagger coming from the carry that Roy is carrying, and that's the Doom Arbiter hitting the back line fairly effectively with those huge hands. And there's going to be, another teleportation coming from the Doom Arbiter. Why did you teleport? You didn't need to, but then again, it's going to be enough. And that Dwarf Sniper is going to die, and Roy picks up the win from that engagement. And
look at the bench of Roy right now, Excelsor. He is still continuously building up on his forces. That's, I guess he's working toward level 3 Abyssal Guard. Meanwhile, also being flexible and putting some high-end units there, like the Dark Spirit we are seeing right here. So yeah, he's looking still in great shape. He doesn't take too much damage in the engagements, and will probably reach a power spike that will be enough to deal with the other two players. And we shall see right now that Ghost Ship doing a lot of stun, but it got counter stunned by that Ravaging Tentacle. But that Doom Arbiter is still very much alive, still very much dealing damage and teleporting around and just beating units left and right.
Come and have some
It's like deja vu, Meekopi. I just saw that kind of interaction between those two in the previous round. So it's like backline being hit by the Doom Arbiter, hitting the Dwarf Sniper, then the Doom Arbiter just teleports back to the Treyons, killing it off, and then back into the back to the Dwarf Sniper. So it's just like the same things are happening. If in the SC2 is losing, it probably needs to shift the positioning of those players, right? Of those chess pieces.
That is true. And this is a very... wow, we haven't seen a Goblin for a while, so this is very interesting. So yeah, it's now Goblins versus Warriors. And those two teleporting units at the backline dealing a lot of damage. And it seems that these remaining Goblins are quite soft enough.
Ghost Kid!
But wait, I'm mistaken. They're not falling down. They're not falling down. They're actually beating Roy Galogis with that powerful Goblin Mech Synergy with a bit of Warlock inserted in there.
Anytime.
That's right, and I think the Venomancer carry was more than enough to fill out the damage right there. and you can see that the Venomancer has a Shadow Edge. He has, I think, what's that item, Meekopi? That
The Barbaric Curious.
yeah, the Barbaric Cross, and it's really very powerful because you need a lot of pieces to complete that. For example, and it's also one of the legendary armors. All allied units nearby within one grid. Armor has +8, attack speed
After parties at my place,
all enemy
if we
units
win,
within
that
one
is.
grid armor -8, attack speed -15. So basically, it's a buff on top of what the synergy, what the Goblin synergy is bringing on to the board. So really
That
powerful
is
right
true.
there, Meekopi.
That is true. That is what's making all of these other goblins very tough, and that goes double for the Venomancer with its crazy life regen, and of course it helps a lot against the warrior matchup because it reduces the armor of these warriors, making them softer, having them reflect less damage, and that's why he won against Roy, and this is very important for Roy especially because he needs the points. He needs to play as high as he can to get a chance to be in the upper four for this tournament. And looking at it now, he has this around again on Galogis, but that Venomancer is not falling down anytime soon, and it's just simply taking out all of these warriors one by one, off with the Berserker, and off with these last two warriors.
If we win, that is.
And wow, Galogis showing the power of Goblin, Mech, and a little bit of Warlock inserted in between. It's 6 Mech, by the way, Excelsor. We have seen this before, right?
Yep. Yes, and of course, there's another Devastator coming from his side, and he finished it off early with a Wizard Synergy, Meekopi. So he probably needs to put down some of the minions right there. Just needs to remove those minions on the board, and he has 4 out of 6 Warlock Synergy. So much lifesteal coming from the Logan's side, and now we see him facing in the SE2. There you go, and there's a delay action bomb, and there's also the fall down coming from the helicopter right there, and the Venomancer is going to get stunned, and there you go, gets taken out. Total damage 13 coming from in the SC2.
That is a very clutch shooting star from the Shining Archer, enabling his army to stun the Venomancer that's rampaging around and finally able to focus fire it. So that is something that Galogis will need to watch out for. And but for the first part of the battle, he looked to be dominating his opponent, but that doesn't seem to be the case. We shall see now if he will fall to this one, or if he will be able to eliminate one of the other two players.
That's right, and we see again another encounter between Galogis and in the SC2. Is it going to be the same case? No, I think there was a bit of changing of positions coming from Galogis, and there you go, the Venomancer gets to take out, and Galogis takes out 2 at a time. There you go. And Galogis
being a bit
wins this
impatient.
match.
Yeah, he was a bit impatient. He says, okay, I want to win this match in this round, right here, right now. Takes our 2 remaining players. Great job for him, Excelsor. This is a really great game.
Yep. And that was a really great game for Galogis with the Goblin Synergy. I think we've seen the Goblin Synergy rise up from the ranks, and not a lot of Hunter Synergies going on around, not a lot of Fallen Witcher carries going on around as well. And there you go, we see the Goblin Synergies taking up the mantle and taking up the top spots over at this group. And Meekopi, can you give us a rundown of what happened during that match?
We saw a healthy spread of synergies from all of the players, so none of the builds are being heavily contested, and we saw Roy getting an opportunity with that 9 warrior, if I'm not mistaken, but it got him far. But he got faced off against something that he is ill-equipped to fight against, and that happened to be Galogis' army. And yeah, wow, a goblin from nowhere. It's just that I'm just caught off guard and surprised. How about you, Excelsor? Any points in the match that took your interest?
Yeah, I was actually trying to see which synergies that the other players are building, but again, it was overshadowed by the build of Galogis, and in the SE2 was also try to defeat him. He beat him in one round, but this it's actually okay. Galogis says, "Okay, we'll stop this, change positions, and up the ante." And there you go. He takes out two players at once. That Venomancer was just too strong for comfort. And again, we are really happy that this is happening. We want to see what happened with their synergies, and let's get a breakdown of the players in a bit. So Meekopi, aside from these synergies, what do you want to see in the next game that we'll be casting? What kind of synergies will you be expecting from our players?
Oh wow, I think it's hard to expect anything now that we have seen the full rundown of the possible synergies that you can play in auto chess with this in this group alone. But of course, I guess the mindset going into the next group is a bit more tense because it's in the lower bracket and there's an actual threat of of a player getting eliminated. So I would just want to see a lot of actually I want to see some disasters happen, like players going for the same picks and then scrambling to try to readjust, and it will show, of course, that high level of mind games that happens in auto chess.
Yes, that's right. Maybe we'll see that happen, Meekopi, and let's go on a breakdown of the positions or the placements of our players. Galogis getting top spot in the SE2, getting the top 2. Roy getting top 3. Moose getting top 4. Crow for You getting top 5, ID1 getting top 6, AD getting top 7, and then Yekin getting top 8. So let's look at the synergies. Meekopi, can you show us the synergies that happened with this match?
Of course, Galogis taking the top spot with that Goblin Mech synergy, and of course a little bit of 4/6 Warlock put there in between for good measure, so that makes his army basically unkillable. Following him is, of course, in the SC2 with that reliable Feathered and Hunter build that is just so consistent and served a lot of these players during this series of games. Following him, of course, is Roy with that 9 Warrior build, and I think it puts him in a comfortable spot in the point tallies, but we'll have to see later. And then followed by Moose, of course, again with a reliable Feathered build, but this time banking on the Witcher synergy. And then it's Crow for You with that Dragon Mage that almost took off, but it got eliminated before it was able to go to its to a comfortable power spike. And then we have ID1 with, again, Feathered Hunter, also AD with the Egursis Dragon, and finally Yikuen with the Insectoid. With those Insectoids, and the Fallen Witcher level 3.
Yeah, I mean, he got the level 3 Fallen Witcher, but it was not enough for him to get into a good spot in this match. But then again, we can see that the Galogis, even though he doesn't have the level 3 minions on the board, he has enough damage output coming, especially coming from the Venomancer right there. Look at those items, Meekopi, and also Mjolnir and Barbaric Cuirass right there. Oh, so much damage and so much status changes coming from emanating from that item lineup.
That is true. That Venomancer, plus along with all of the explosions and AoEs, that his composition, and of course its toughness. You don't need level. You need 3-star. You don't need 3-star units for that. And yeah, Galogis was able to show us that not everything is defined by by 3 stars. You can still make something work and win with it, as long as you're familiar with that build and the compositions that you can use with it.
That's right. That's right. And we are seeing still the domination or the popularity of the hunter builds, and with the support of the druids being popular with our professional players right here. And of course, the rise of the warrior synergies coming from Roy. And he went early with it, I think round 29 warrior synergies, and he got level 3 chess pieces, Abyssal Guard, and the Swordman right there and it's going to help him deal some damage while having life steal coming, life regen coming from the Soul Reaper. So, Meekopi, I'm really excited as to what is the breakdown a bit later, but we're going to tell you what the scores are coming from the players in maybe after this or maybe in the coming casting sessions. But for now, I'm really excited because we can see that the popularity of the builds are being clumped together right now. Warriors, the beasts, six beast synergy has fallen off. The divine spirit synergy has been popular in the past two games. Also, the insectoid, although it's a bit strong, it's a bit risky as well. So some people are not going into that more, but we can see that there's still the prevalence of the hunter build or the hunter synergy in this tournament, Meekopi. So what else can you say about what your observations during the past three games, Meekopi?
That is true. I guess the popularity of the hunters comes from the fact that its pieces are relatively easy to build early on. So, and it will carry you to the later stages of the game. But of course, if the roles happen to go your way, you might want to commit to it full time, and then you're left with a stable, reliable build. As for the other builds, it's more, I guess it's more of a response to when they went for, as an adjustment rather, from the players who went into one of these more stable builds but found that, okay, maybe it's not going my way, I will shift to another. And then after that, it just comes down to whether or not they are able to maximize or build these new compositions appropriately. Sometimes it works, as in the case with those divinity and insectoid compositions, wherein they get a lot of power in the late game but kind of struggle through the mid games. So yeah, there are times that it works, sometimes it doesn't, and you will often see a player fall off in the middle of the build, such as the case with Yekwen in this game, which is just unfortunate. Yeah. The same can also be said for stuff like what they call this, the Dragon Mage. We saw it's a bit of I guess you can call it a double-edged sword, Excelsor. I mean, on the one hand, we see it dominating games, but on the other hand, we sometimes see it dying just before it's able to gain a lot of power, like what we saw here from Crow for You.
That's right. That's right. I mean, you mentioned the Yak and Meekopi. He got a level 3 Fallen Witcher, but the problem with that synergy is that Fallen Witcher is when you build an insectoid synergy, you would want some of the other non-insectoid pieces to die early, and there were not enough how do you say this, support for that Fallen Witcher to do its job and just keep on hitting while distracting the other while the other pieces are distracting the other enemies from hitting the Fallen Witcher. And well, you know, he fell off a top 8 position. So that just shows that you need a proper support for a Fallen Witcher for it to do its job. And Agursis has been popular as well as a synergy going with Hunter Meekopi. But why is it not being built as well with the Warrior synergy, Meekopi?
Well, as for Agursis, I mean, there are very few builds that allow you to go full Agursis, and I think its presence in the Hunter builds is more of just a bonus because you have that Agursis Ranger and that Umbra on that same lineup. So it's just like a nice icing on the cake on top of that build. Otherwise, yeah, it's a bit inflexible, all things considered. So that explains why it has less popularity than the others.
Yes, and if you really want to put it in your warrior build, you need as we have seen a while ago, there was a Soul Reaper and the Ghost Kid, and that's the only portions that can give you an Agursis if you really want some damage. And for the warrior build, that was actually a surprising pick for Roy to put the damage pieces on the Doom Arbiter. Maybe because he already put the Doom Arbiter with a with a teleport dagger. I think that's it.
Yep.
That's the defining factor, or that's the decisive factor for you to turn that into a DPS, right, Meekopi?
That is true. Although, in all honesty, I'd still prefer to have my Doom Arbiter somewhere in the front line simply because it deals a lot of damage. But yeah, you do bring a good point there. That equipping it with the teleportation dagger, in addition to having a shadow edge, would allow it to sneak into the enemy's backlines and start wreaking havoc from there. But then again, it's always a double-edged sword. Sometimes what happens is that if your other warriors can't get there on time, that Doom Arbiter is left behind enemy lines, and then everyone is just firing on it, and then all it could accomplish was probably a couple of hits, and it won't be able to amount to much. But of course, we see it work in some of the engagements we're in. It went to their back line, they started wrecking havoc from there, and then after a while, disabled one unit with a Doom Curse, and then probably killed it, and then teleported back, took care of a few more minions, and then survive until the end of the engagement. That's like the best case scenario. And oftentimes it falls down to, number one, how you arrange your warriors, like how which ones would engage the enemy first, or which abilities fire on which side of the enemy's composition, and of course, yeah, just equipping him with the right items too. I mean, it helps a lot that he has a bit more defense, and all of these utility items as well.
That's right. That's right. And we're going to go, Meekopi, for a break. Again, if you're just watching, that we're watching the Southeast Asia Regional Finals for Auto Chess, organized by ESL Asia and Auto Chess VNG. We have just watched an exciting match for this group, and we have seen the synergies work yet again from coming from the previous patch and a few weeks ago. And again, we are all excited to see this happen, a momentous event for our professional auto chess players. And again, I'm Excelsor PH, and with me is Meekopi. We'll be casting later again for another group stage match. And just stay here, guys. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few. Bye, guys.
Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on a joyride, light heart, I feel free. You out of the pizza, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao. shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to leave me, I'll be right by your side. Oh,
punch. That's all it takes.
How embarrassing. I didn't mean to beat you so easily.
Have you tried turning it off and on again?
Ends here. Some assembly required.
You're gonna get axed.
Don't worry. It's just one of my golems.
You can't turn back the tide.
I'll never get a...
The water, my friend.
You don't need to understand me. When I'm the king, you will see.
I've heard...
For the tundra.
Once you taste victory, nothing else satisfies.
For the tundra.
I'll never get a bigger bounty than Kid with a straw hat.
Canvas?
The holy light will shine and show the way.
Before I come down here, it never snowed.
The holy light will shine and show the way.
Boleh berbuat onar.
Open your third eye and see.
That's too bad.
My arrow always arrives on time.
I'm not the reindeer, I'm a dragon.
Selama aku yang menjaga pulau ini, tidak ada yang boleh berbuat onar. Ada raksasa yang ganas telah mendapatkan makanannya.
Life. Wait up! I gotta catch my breath.
What? How dare you? I'm Argus's deer.
Selama aku yang menjaga pulau ini, tidak ada yang boleh berbuat onar.
Don't worry. It's just one of my golems.
Friendship is magic.
I was born lucky. That's just how I am.
One of my arrows is worth 1,000 of theirs.
Shoot to kill. Aim to please.
Nature knows life. Finds a way.
Aku yang hebat menang lagi.
High five. High hook. Never underestimate an elf.
Life finds a way.
Nature will always protect us.
High five. High hook.
Nothing is true. Everything.
I've heard that there's a place where witchers are blind.
What is untouchable is the most precious.
ini, tidak ada yang boleh berbuat onar.
Shoot to kill, aim to please. Shoot to kill, aim to please.
Selama aku yang menjaga pulau ini, tidak ada yang boleh berbuat onar.
You know nothing about drawing agars.
We'll meet again. Brother, shall we play together? Pride is more toxic than venom. Venom, venom. When do I get a movie deal?
Ma.
Feel the corrosion and waste away.
The enemy is no more than a mirage.
Want secret to creating?
Kill.
He failed? Oh, let him drink some hot water.
Ma.
Easter egg! You found me!
You know nothing about drawing eggers.
Nak?
Karena raksasa yang ganas telah mendapatkan makanannya.
I want to become stronger and stronger so that I can carry you.
Welcome to the Marines. Don't take
Blade Fury. Whoa, I feel dizzy.
Don't gain too much weight, otherwise you'll be eaten for dinner.
He failed? Oh, let him drink some hot water.
Where are we going?
api yang menjaga pulau ini, tidak ada yang boleh berbuat
My
onar.
arrow always arrives on time.
Don't touch that button! I warned you!
Brother Nature, here to fight.
All I need is my...
Nature will always protect us.
Ada raksasa yang ganas telah mendapatkan makanannya. Ada raksasa yang ganas telah mendapatkan makanannya.
I am the Eggman.
You leave them all armed and broken.
Don't get crush on me.
Wanna try Link game?
explosions, the only true art form.
We work in the shadows to serve the light. Let my enemies tremble at the sight of my shadow.
looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah.
That's too bad.
Sorry for hurting you.
Don't take the bait!
One punch, that's all it takes.
The chakra, I mean magic, ends here.
Selama aku yang menjaga pulau ini, tidak ada yang boleh berbuat onar.
Improvise. One bullet, 3 targets, no problem.
You don't need to understand me. When I'm the king, you will see.
I don't take the bait!
Victory is in.
I've heard that there's a place where witchers are blind.
I might be red, but I ain't shy.
I was born lucky. That's just how...
The moon? I can't control.
Oh, it's just a love.
Friends, high five. High hook.
Killing can save a life. Trust me.
Pay attention, you might learn something.
Before I come down here, it never snowed.
挺抢手的吗？
There's an arrow with your name on it.
Hi, brother. Shall we high five? Hi, my father is Franken's.
What do we say to the god you can't kill what's already dead?
Nature knows what to...
Brother Nature, here to fight!
Shoot to kill, aim to please.
One of my arrows is worth 1,000 of theirs.
I'll exercise.
What? How dare you? I'm Urgus's dear.
Fight first, nap later.
I got you. Don't try to get rid of me.
Wolves in wolf's clothing. Who would have guessed?
don't want you hurt by my pliers, so stay away from me.
Fight first.
Blade Fury. Oh, I feel dizzy.
I want to become stronger and stronger so that I can carry you.
Spin, slice, and sweat.
I don't want you hurt by my pliers, so stay away from me. Sorry for hurting you.
I'm an Easter egg. You.
I bring the doom.
I want to become stronger and stronger so that I can carry you.
Smells like death. Or is it just me? Sorry.
I'm coming out. I'm coming out. Oh, Matt. High five. Hi, hook. Feels like a box of chocolate. You never know what I'm going to eat. How embarrassing. I didn't mean to beat you so easily. Don't play a game that you can't win.
We'll win the fight by dragon fire. My dragon needs to take a breath.
How unfortunate for you.
I don't want you hurt by my pliers, so stay away from me.
Don't take the bait!
Abracadabra.
I got you. Don't try to get rid of me.
I wonder if my assistant would like being a suit of armor.
How embarrassing. I didn't mean to beat you so easily.
Let my enemies tremble.
My arrow always arrives on time.
Mortal words cannot describe the great old one.
We'll meet again.
Nature knows.
Victory is in my sights.
One of my...
Mess with the bear cub, you get the claws.
Victory is in my sights. Victory.
Strangler vines and deadly nightshade. Aren't they just the cutest? Friendship.
No life is left under my...
Time to go green.
All I need strangler vines and deadly nightshade.
Mess with the best after the battle. Let's go run against some trees.
He failed? Oh, let him drink some hot water.
All I need is my bow, an arrow, and a target.
All exercise of the chakra, I mean magic, ends here.
1 bullet, 3 targets. 1 bullet, 3 targets. No problem. 1 bullet, 3 targets. No problem.
What is untouchable is the most precious.
Death is at your door.
Live by the sword, kill by the sword.
too bad. Never underestimate an elf.
Welcome to the Marines.
My hair looks tired. Time to feed them.
I don't choose. I only make the best.
Nuck, my arrow always strangler vines and deadly nightshade. Aren't they just the cutest? is the most precious.
The holy light will shine and show the way. The holy light will shine and show the way.
I am inevitable. Venom, Venom. When do I get a movie deal?
I want to become stronger and stronger so that I can carry you.
All in a sec. Hesitation is nothing.
It's you and me against the world, world. Gonna leave this life behind us and just go, go. 'Cause we're running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. This song will go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue and nothing is to say. Running, running, we'll be running. We'll be running, running. We'll be running, running, running. We'll be running, we'll be running. Running, running. We'll be running, running. Running, running. We'll be running, running. Oh, 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 I can't wait to be there, me and you alone, alone, in a paradise that we can call our own. Oh, we'll be running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. This song will go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue, nothing is to say. We'll be running, running. We'll be running, yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll be running, running.
How embarrassing. I didn't mean to beat you so easily.
Knock, draw, loose.
Come visit me if you want. I'm made of frozen ice.
Aku
Don't get
hebat
crush on
menang
me.
lagi.
Welcome.
I'll never get a bigger bounty than Kid with a straw hat.
He failed? Oh, let him drink some hot water.
War never changes.
I'm coming out. Strangler vine. Friendship is magic.
I don't want you hurt by my pliers, so stay away from me.
High five. High hook.
Praise the holy light.
Come with me if you want to live.
To the goblin. The holy light will shine and show the way.
Ada raksasa yang ganas telah mendapatkan makanannya.
I've heard that there's a place where witchers are blind.
I'll take you under my wing. Wait up! I gotta catch my breath.
Nature will always...
Strangler vines and deadly nightshade. Aren't they just the cutest?
Do not touch the fire of my tail, the essence of my life.
Sorry for hurting you.
I have a bad feeling.
I've heard that there's a place where witchers are blind.
I don't want you hurt by my pliers, so stay away from me.
There's an arrow with your name on it.
Do you want to build a snowman?
One of them.
My arrow always arrives on time.
Pay attention, you might learn something.
I'll take you under my wing.
Don't play a game that you can't win.
I'm made of frozen ice.
I might be red, but I ain't shy.
What do we say to the god of death?
I got you. Don't try to get rid of me.
Do you want to build a snowman?
How embarrassing. I didn't mean to beat you so easily.
After the battle, let's go rub against some trees.
I've heard that there's a plan.
Life finds a way.
Brother, shall we play together? My father...
100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run every day.
I only see the souls that I've captured.
I'm not the reindeer, I'm a dragon.
I got you. Don't try to get rid of me.
Shoot to kill, aim to please.
What is untouchable is the most precious.
I am...
With the non-stop chop-chop of stainless steel!
Brother, shall we play together? untouchable is the most precious. Another day.
Smells like death. Or is it just me? Sorry.
I don't want you hurt by my pliers, so stay away from me.
That's too bad. Venom, when do I get a movie deal? We'll meet again.
I only save the souls that I've captured.
I'm an Easter egg.
I only see only a demon. Let's find some new soulmates.
We'll meet again.
The fate of Glacier Clan is in my hands.
One punch.
All in a sec. Hesitation is nothing.
That's too bad.
With all in a sec. Hesitation is nothing.
I want to become stronger and stronger so that I can carry you.
Victory is in my sight.
Be water, my friend.
The ocean tide will guide us.
Fight first, nap later.
You can't turn back the tide.
Demon dudes, follow me.
That's too bad.
Try to make me fall, yeah. As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah. You can't have me. I've seen this mess before, lonely. Now I'm worth fighting for. Echoes bounce between your walls. I see when your curtains fall. I wanted to be true, you know I caught your love. Now you are the victim's love. I had enough. Prisoner of joy, right, light, heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, boy. Now you see me when you can't steal my shine. Feel me when I'm not yours this time. Let go. I'm not the one to blame. I see that you are still the same. I wanted to be true, you know I caught your love. Now you are the victim's love. I had enough. Prisoner of joy, right, light, heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie. such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Now you call like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop, I had enough. Cruising on a joyride, light heart, I feel free. You out of the pizza, c'est la vie. C'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, boy.
Welcome back, guys, to the Southeast Asia Auto Chess Regional Finals. I'm Excelsor PH, and with me is Meekopi. Meekopi, who are we casting for today, or which group are we casting now?
We are gonna cast Group J, and this is arguably one of the two deadliest groups in this tournament, because only the top two will be making it for tomorrow.
Oh man, this is going to be a tough game to cast, because you will see these players. They really have to fight for a top position just to get into the semifinals tomorrow, right, Meekopi?
That is right, and not only that, they're also facing competition from the other players in the previous lower bracket groups. So all of these guys will be very hungry for victory, and I guess now is a good time, Excelsor, to show the qualified players for Group J.
Okay, let's now look at the qualified players for Group J. It's ID1, Moose, TM Gold, Super XXX, GG Crow for you, TG Yeken, WRTA, and Ukira. Yes, so that's our players for this group, and we've seen some of these players play very well, and I'm very surprised that they're on the lower bracket. But then again, this is what happens with this kind of tournament. Sometimes you're up, sometimes you're down, but since this is double elimination tournament, you will have a chance to go back up again into the semifinals match tomorrow. So whoever wins, or whichever players are the top four in this match, will move on to tomorrow. And let's now start the game. Meekopi, I have one question for you. So, knowing that this is the lower bracket match, and that the players need to be more, how do you say this, consistent and more careful, which synergies do you think would fit that kind of mindset?
This is actually, that's a very difficult question, particularly for this phase of the tournament, Excelsor, because as I've mentioned before, only the top two will be moving in tomorrow in this group. So that fact might change the playstyle of some players regarding whether or not they will want to go for more consistent builds. Like for example, we have seen what they're going for sure, is to get the highest points possible, and that's not something that you can achieve easily by just trying to stay consistent. You have to, now more than ever, you have to find the holes in everyone's build, and then try to go for a build that, as much as possible, is a lot less contested.
So yeah, so from what we're seeing with our players, some of the players actually do that and visibly do that, and some of the players are just kind of do hidden synergies within their benches after they secure that their board pieces are kind of strong, right? We have seen this before with Meekopi, so some of the other guys might be surprised if they don't see, or if they don't monitor the bench pieces that the other players are carrying.
That is right. You should not always be fooled by what you are seeing on the field, but you should also be scouting the other player's bench. And in the early game, it might not happen as much because all of the players' options are limited. But sooner or later, especially when the mid-game starts and players are starting to commit to their builds, and that's the time when they should be scouting really hard and the other players, and making sure that they are not going for a build that is highly contested by the rest of the group.
That's right, and we're seeing here the synergies that are being built by Super XXX. I think Super XXX is going with the same style that he's been going for the whole championship, just going with the freeze build right there, and just going open court to get that lose streak, because he knows that he won't be able to get a win streak, and sometimes a losing streak is the safe bet just to get the goal that you need for building your own army, right, Meekopi?
That is right, and I like how Super XXX is taking this. I guess you can really call it a risk, knowing how high the stakes of this group are.
Who would have
guessed? And I also want to mention that he managed to do super well in the previous group. He just came from from the game earlier, and was I think he's the one who's the top seed of that group. So coming in, I'm sure he is more than warmed up and ready to play. You know, some of the best auto chess right now.
That's right. That's right. And we are looking at the board of the RTA against Moose, and Moose fielding that Kira, Ogre Magi on the front, and of course those guys are too hardy or too tough for WRTA to go against. And also there's a Dwarf Sniper on the back line, just keeping it real, damaging the opponents one by one. And wow, the level 2 Red Axe Chief. So I think he has the makings of a warrior build. And now let's look at Okira. Okira is still going for that hunter build, I think. Yes, Meekopi?
That is right. And hunters, especially hunters, are powerful even early in this game, as long as they have a good front line, and especially if they're up against just one goddess of light. You see how fast it falls. And I was watching the closing stages of the game earlier, Excelsor, and I saw oh, he's here, WRTA. He had, I think, a 15 or a 17 win streak on the back of a Hunter and Agresys build. No 3-star units, but somehow he has won for like 17 straight consecutive rounds, and that says a lot about the power of Hunters in this game.
Wow, that's right, that's right. And we are now looking into the build of Crow4U, having a stable 2-star mech goblins right there. You have a Soulbreaker, you have the Skybreaker and the Heaven Bomber, and of course a Ripper on the front. But yeah, but he has a level 2 Winter Raptor, and which synergizes with the Agresys Ranger for the Agresys synergy. This is also useful, right? I mean, Meekopi, as like it can how do you say this? He can make it to the round 20 fairly safely, and with a win streak probably if he uses this build effectively.
That is true. Every little bit helps when it comes to your initial battles, especially when the units don't really have too much synergies. And yeah, Agresys, it still helps the Goblin synergy by having your opponents have less armor, so that your Goblin units can kill them a lot faster. But as we can see now, it is the quality of the units that are usually defining this early game phase of auto chess. So we see him replacing that Agresys Ranger with another level 2 unit, Tusk Champion. It doesn't have any synergy with the rest of his board, but it's just raw attack power, and it's just the raw power and the HP that he is after.
And what we're seeing right now, Crow4U have a good lineup right here. He actually is he benched that Agresys Ranger just for the spot of the Tusk Champion, and that can effectively block one of the pieces needed for the full warrior build from the other players as well. Right, Meekopi?
Yep, that is a very good observation. By getting the Tusk Champion to 2-star, he's grabbing a great unit and also denying those who want to pursue a warrior composition, such as what we are seeing now from Yiquen is against Crow4U. And Crow4U, wow, that's actually Yiquen has an early Abyssal Crawler, but it doesn't have too much items yet, so it doesn't deal as much damage as you'd want to. But yeah, these goblins are proving to be a bit too tough for Yiquen at the moment, and yeah, Crow4U will take that over Yiquen.
I mean, magic ends
That's
here.
right, that's right. And we are now still looking at Yiquen with his partly completed assassin synergy, and I think he's selling some units and just buying some units just to make sure that the synergies are streamlined. No more Cave Clan for him, and now it's back to Beast for more damage with his assassin units. Let's see if this is going to survive the Rock Golem stage. And now I think it's safe to look at the synergies that are on the board right now.
That is right. I am curious to see what the players are playing right now. And wow, it seems to be a healthy spread, Excelsor. We are seeing two players going warriors, a couple of players going for hunter, and wow, a beast assassin somewhere on top. That's Sequen, and the rest are going feathered and druid. So yeah, quite a healthy spread here. Also, it's important to note that TM Gold is still on the Divinity Priest, so he is probably gathering up that economy and trying to mitigate as much damage to his player as possible.
Yeah.
So we have to watch out what he will build later on.
That's right, Meekopi. But the problem is, yeah, someone is also stealing that assassin, being Yeken, getting all that, getting some or getting one of the water spirits that he needs for that water spirit divinity synergy. But look at that, there's only one player fielding that fallen witcher, and that might be effective in the long run. That's Super XXX with just one priest unit. He's down to 63, but he has a healthy economy right there. So we might be surprised a bit later, Meekopi, as to what he will be building in the later rounds.
That is right. For now, it's like, okay, maybe it's just a priest unit, and just like that, Super XXX, by the way, has reached 50 gold. So this is where the planning phase starts for him. He might try to hold back a bit and try to get more interest, or maybe level up a bit. But we will see his composition soon enough. Meanwhile, here we are at Moose's board. This is a familiar sight for most of the tournament. We are seeing a combination of hunters and witchers here, and probably a little bit of feathered once more druid units become readily available.
That's right, that's right. And Super XXX is still at it with the open fort strategy to keep the damage with priest. And now let's look at the WRTA versus ID1. WRTA with the 6 out of 9 warrior synergy, and ID1 is dealing so much damage against that warrior synergy, and it's still not yet effective as effective as he wanted it to be. So Meekopi, how do you deal? How do you survive with a warrior synergy? What do you need to do to make it to 9 warrior synergy? Because as we can see here, WRTA is losing games with what he's building.
That's a bit of a situational question, I guess. But one of the safer routes that you can do when trying to aim for a 9 warrior is to make sure that you have a carry first. That's probably your 5th or 6th unit. And what WRTA here is doing is that he's just going straight for the warriors and just relying on their natural abilities to deal damage. I mean, what's good about this is that he's able to get them to level 2 the warrior synergy, which gives him a hefty amount of armor, which allows us to survive and then be able to deal damage. And I guess the issue why he's losing his last few battles was that it's just the overall quality of his units against the quality of the units from the other players.
Yeah, so that's it. All boils down to quality. But looking at the quality pieces coming from GG Crow for you, he has a number of 2-star pieces, and already with a 4 out of 4 Gertz synergy with his own Ghost Kid, and Super XXX still going for that open fort strategy, down to 37 health. Let's see if he bursts out with a surprise synergy right there. And now we're looking at Ukira going against Moose, and there's going to be a Hunter x Hunter matchup right here. Shining Archer dies against that Dwarf Sniper right there.
Yeah, it wasn't even able to release its power shot, but because that's the damage that they've been dealing was more than enough. Also, now on Ukira's board, he's now on 6 feathered. Essentially, the skeleton of the build is complete, but it's now just a matter of leveling all of these units up. But the question is, of course, whether or not these Hunter units will be readily available, because remember, there are a lot of players going for Hunter, even just as a sub-synergy in this group.
That's right, and we are now looking this feathered synergy by Ukira, and let's now look at the synergy board coming from the other players. There is the Divinity synergy and also a Goblin synergy coming from TM Gold, and looking at also Super XXX. I think he's building the Divinity Water Spirit synergy on his
one by one
board
and process by priority.
without
from the
any
looks of
bench.
it.
So he's
Yeah.
go because
Yeah, from the looks of it, he has the skeleton of the build accomplished. So it's all about just trying to complete it. Now I wonder if Super XXX probably took a bit too much risk and went for lower levels of HP in exchange for the economy. But we will have to see in the next few rounds. I mean, he has the Water Spirit. It has the essential items at least. There's the teleportation dagger. So this next battle of his, we will see if it will work out well for him.
that's right. We are now looking at the matchup from Super XXX, and I think it's not going to be enough because that Water Spirit is going to be removed early on in the game, and Yeken defeating Super XXX, and that I think Yeken is already top 2 on this match, or top 3 as of the moment, along with Grow For You and ID1.
I think so. And during that engagement, it's just very unfortunate that out of all of Yeken's units that the Water Spirit has to face, it has to be the Taboo Witcher. So it burned it. It burned all of its mana, so it wasn't able to do any wave slash, and essentially just locked it down.
And let's see now what we're looking at. GG Crow For You going with that Hunter Gersis synergy. What he's lacking right now is an effective tank in his lineup, and that what tank am I looking for, Meekopi? You know, it's the only one. What's missing is
it's probably the Warpwood Sage.
Yep. It's not yet there, man. It's not yet there. So
it's still very young.
It's there.
Yeah,
it's not yet
it's
there.
But
it's not yet 2 stars. It's just 1 star, man.
That is true.
But yeah,
I mean, he has a 2-star Skybreaker, which is more reliable at the moment. But as I was saying, that it gets sold out for this very reliable tank called the Warpwood Sage. It has healing, it has evasiveness, and wow, look at the Dwarf Sniper Excelsor. 2 masks.
Yeah, double frantic massive. We've seen this quite a bit in the previous matches. There's they usually come in 3 to make it more fun. But again, the tank right there is live and online, as we have noted. That's a Warpwood Stage. It's going to be enough to distract all these enemies. But look at that Water Spirit dealing so much damage with the wave slash, but it's not going to be enough. TM Gold gets defeated in that encounter between GG Crow For You and TM Gold. So again, the Water Spirit, since 2 of them are building it, so it's not really getting as strong as we wanted it to be, or as we saw it a while ago. So maybe that's the weakness of that build, right, Meekopi?
That is true, and it's just unfortunate that the last 2 battles that Super XXX faced have some sort of counter to the Water Spirit. On one hand, it got locked down by the Taboo Witcher, and then as you saw last game, it got hit by the Shooting Star. So both are great counters against the Water Spirit, because usually it's the very it's placed at the furthest point in the map.
That's right, that's right. And now we're looking at ID1 with his Feathered Hunter synergy, and he's destroying Crow For You's lineup right there, because this is because probably the evasion is a little bit too much for Crow For You to handle.
That is right. And another reason that would explain why ID1 is now on his 9th win streak is that he has a very fast level 3 level 3 Warpwood Sage and Whisper Seer, which gives him a lot of Treants and of course buys his backline a lot of time. I mean, you can see it from his backline. They're not that powerful yet. He's just riding on the back of a level 2 Shining Archer and a level 1 Dwarf Sniper and Wind Ranger. But if you buy these units a lot of time and keep the enemies away from them, they will still do a lot of damage.
That's right. That's right. And Meekopi, let's not forget, someone is getting a 9-win streak, and that's ID1. He's one win away from a 10-win streak, and with the win streaks we are seeing, there is also a distribution of health that we have observed, and some of the other players are already very low. For example, Moose and Super XXX. But now let's look at the synergy board right now. What can you say, Meekopi?
Players are their final builds are probably shaping up at this point in time. We are seeing 2 players actually going for the Divinity build, and that maybe explains why Super XXX's build is not up to par. It's because he's sharing pieces with TM Gold. Right up on top, we have Hunters, of course. They have been very reliable and serving both Pro4U and ID1 very well. And yeah, I guess the rest has to think about how they will be able to counter this very stable build, Excelsor.
That's right.
Wow, the wobble combo.
Wow, yeah, I'm seeing it, and it's happening right in front of me, and that's really nice, Meekopi. We're seeing the Water Spirit working its way through the Warpwood Sage and the Treants right here. I think, let me see what's going to happen. I think that Warpwood Sage is going to destroy that Water Spirit, and it does. Man,
it's just funny seeing it. Yeah, it's just funny seeing it around, trying to chase the Water Spirit, and then eventually catching up to it, and then giving it that one final smack to seal the deal.
Yeah, but it's too soft for the Warpwood Sage. Okay, so he just destroys it. Right, Meekopi? And look at that, he's banking. He needs how many? 1, 2, 3. He needs 2 more to get a level 3 Water Spirit. But he already completed the 4 out of 4 Divinity, Meekopi. So that's good for him. That's why that Water Spirit has been running back and forth. And he goes into the Black Hole. Let's see if he will be able to survive the last hits from the Dwarf Sniper. Let's see, let's go. Oh, wow, there you go, last hits, and that's a win from Super XXX. Maybe this is the break that he needs to go into completion, but he doesn't have the economy to buy the other 2, right? He can't afford to re-roll once again. So the life steals are also important, right, Meekopi?
Oh yeah. I mean, that is true, and what we've seen there was an example of what a carry really does. Even if it's outnumbered like 1 to 5, the Wave Slash is very powerful. It deals around 300 damage or more in a line, and yeah, in this, wow, it's Super XXX against TM Gold. One of these guys, yeah, it's a mirror match. One of these guys are going for the same build, and they're probably angry about each other because each player is stealing the other's pieces. And from the looks of it, it is TM Gold who has the upper hand, but that Water Spirit is not giving up. And yeah, TM Gold wins that one, putting Super XXX at a very dangerous 7 health.
Oh man, so which one is going to be taken out first? Will it be Moose or will it be Super XXX? And now let's look at ID1 with that glaring win streak. The Wind Archer going against the oh, it gets taken out by the Whisper Seer with that last one hit while it was channeling. And let's look at the Warpwood Sage. Oh no, it's not getting phased, and there's a Black Hole coming from the Dark Spirit. Not even enough for the damage, and I think that was a draw. Man, 12 win streaks coming from ID1.
ID1 really showing everyone how it's done, especially with Hunters. And yeah, 12 win streak, really healthy economy, high level, and of course a high life total. it's he seems to be in a very dominating position. But then again, of course, I'm sure the other players have other plans in mind, and they will be catching up real soon. And even if ID1 has this very significant life lead, sometimes in the later stages of the game, sometimes it only takes like a couple of rounds to plummet down into 0 if he is not careful.
Right. And that ink flash, what is it going to do? Oh, I think the seeds have helped, and those Treons are very pesky, hitting that red axe chief right on the back line. I think WRTA is going with the warrior synergy, if I'm correct, and it's actually a bit slow on this round 25. Let's look at the synergies right now. Meekopi, hopefully we can see a semblance of what's going to happen in the next few rounds. Meekopi, what's happening right here?
Oh, you're correct. You were talking about the WRTA going warrior, and you're absolutely right. He is now, wow, he's not yet at 9 warrior, and this might be a bit of a problem considering that he doesn't have an economy and doesn't have a 9th warrior. But hopefully that changes within the next round. And I feel bad here for Moose as well. He had completed the B synergy, but somehow it is not working for him. Maybe it's because some of his units are underpowered, or maybe he needs more items, or maybe he's just being outnumbered, being at level 8. But yeah, both of these players have to do something else with their remaining limited resources in the next round. Maybe do a little bit more for positioning, something of that sort, and we shall see what happens to them.
Are blind.
That's right, and I was actually looking at the same synergy, Meekopi, and that's the full B synergy. He also has a Fallen Witcher, but it's not really working to his favor, and you can see WRTA, Moose, and Super XXX near the lethal range. So any time that they get beaten with a lot of minions, that's going to be it for them. We're now looking at ID1 going against Moose. Oh no!
This is very difficult for Moose because ID1 is currently here at the top, and it's a matter of whether or not he will be able to withstand ID1's damage. But from the looks of it, he is getting help from not just 1 but 2 Fallen Witchers, and he has still to eliminate the backline of ID1 because they're still dealing a lot of damage. In fact, he's down to 1 Fallen Witcher, but still one Front Predator at the back will be helping him out, and he will be able to survive and actually break ID1's win streak. Meanwhile, WRTA, unfortunately, those warriors didn't work out for him, got eliminated in this round.
That's right, and that was actually a good break for Moose right there, that his 2 Fallen Witchers actually saving him. And look at that, that's an Abyssal Crawler right there with the 6 out of 9 Assassin Synergy. Look at the Frantic Mask. He also has another life steal piece right there, but let's see if Yekan will be able to be effectively get up the ranks if he beats ID1.
It seems that Assassins has always been the choice for synergy of choice for Yekan, and this is pay for Yekan, and it's paying off in spades for him as he takes down ID1 as well. And look at that Excelsor. Just a couple of rounds ago, ID1 seems to be untouchable, but now all of the other players are catching up to him.
That's right, and looking at the Abyssal Crawler Meekopi, it is a Marine Assassin synergy piece with the Spiral Crawler. Every base attack will steal 3% attack speed from the enemy and stack up 20 times, so that's a total of 60% attack speed being stolen from the enemy. It used to be that it converts itself into a dormant position where it regenerates, right, Meekopi?
That is right. It turns invisible and it gets regen, but fortunately that resulted in like a long amounts of games, simply because some builds aren't really equipped to deal with it. So now it got changed into the Spiral Crawler. However, it is still very powerful, and as you can see, it's the carry of choice for most assassin builds.
And there you go. While Meekopi was explaining how good the Abyssal Crawler is. Super XXX gets taken out, so we have 2 players already out of game 1. Super XXX top 7, WRTA top 8. WRTA carrying that. I think he was carrying a warrior build, but no longer in the game, and that's a level 3 Razor Claw. We don't see much of that, right, Meekopi?
That is true. Usually the Razor Claw just takes a back seat while the other Druid pieces get the spotlight, particularly the Warpwood Sage and the Whispers here. But here it is playing a big role as a secondary tank for Yekwen, and he is now fighting against Moose, and Moose is in a little bit of trouble. However, that level 3 Fallen Witcher is bound to change things. It is relatively untouched in this matchup, and he will just take it. Wow, Excelsor, we are seeing a Fallen Witcher level 3 again.
Oh man, Fallen Witcher level 3 coming from Yeken. It's just from Moose.
From
right
Moose,
there. I think
yes.
it's going to be carrying him throughout the game. He was hiding this a while ago with his minions, and he also tried to use 2-star Fallen Witchers, but then again, now he's on the level 3 because not a lot of people are carrying that right now. So what items is he carrying right now, Meekopi?
I'm not so sure, but it's quite powerful enough. Here it is. It has, wow, it has everything. It has defense. It has, what do you call this? The Black Ice Lance. So
Black Ice Lance,
so maybe later on we will see it upgraded into the what's the name of that item again? The one that grants range and splash damage.
Yeah, the Holy Spirit Lance, right?
Yeah,
Black
the
Ice
Holy
Lance,
Spirit Lance.
and he has the Ice Plate Mail, the Puppet Mask, and also the Magical Crystal, just to make sure that he transforms early on in the match. And also, I think I saw that one green item right there, the green orb. That's what you call a Nether Essence, right? Magical point plus 40% while being damaged. That's right. And that also brings him closer to his transformation. So that could help him, right, Meekopi?
That is true. Everything helps. And as a matter of fact, I'm worried that Moose might get eliminated early on before the Power of the 6 Beasts build kicks in. But looking at it now, he now has a very powerful carry on top of that 6 Beast bonus. So all of these units will be dealing a lot of damage. Of course, with that Fallen Witcher dealing most of it all. And look at it go. It now just transformed. It has a lot of defense. It has a lot of attack, but it will get disabled. And will it get focus fire by the rest of these hunters? It's still a very dangerous moment for Moose, but it seems like it's able to handle everything else. You see that Excelsor, the backline? Yeah, once it turned its eyes into the backline of Crow for You, everyone just fell.
Yeah, that's right. Those Treants that were supposedly bait or decoys for the Fallen Witcher, they were actually eliminated early. This is because of the 6B synergy, which increases 30% attack for all allies, including the summoned, and the enemy will take 25 extra physical damage for those with the B synergy. But now let's look at this Water Spirit synergy right now. Look at that level 3 Water Spirit with all those items. That Water Spirit is now ready for battle. And why are there 2 teleport daggers? Does that work, Meekopi?
Well, 2 teleport daggers because why not? It will essentially give the Water Spirit full mana when it teleports. And besides, there's no other unit that's more effective to hold the dagger than that Water Spirit. And it will just serve its purpose, just zipping around here on the battlefield. Of course, Excelsor Gold is probably very happy that Super XXX earlier was eliminated, freeing up all of those Water Spirits for him to take.
Yes, and well, for this round, while we were watching Gold, Yeken gets taken out with his Assassin synergy. Not enough for him to get into the top 4 position, or the top 2 at least, for this match, because he was always using that Assassin synergy, right, Meekopi, in the previous matches?
That is true. I have to admire Yekwen's loyalty to the Assassin synergy and how he really tries to make it work. But yeah, so far it's not really giving him the best results. But maybe it's just this round. Hopefully he gets a better result in the next few games. But yeah, right now we are seeing it's Moose against TM Gold. And yeah, Raw Power. Yeah, Raw Power really wins this match.
So I'm thinking Meekopi, while the bolt is coming from or is in how do you say this? It's in flight from the Fallen Witcher. If the water spirit moves to another location, will it follow him?
My arrow always
arrives
on time.
I think it follows him, but he won't take damage, especially if he's under wave slash. Is that right? Alright.
I'm not sure. I haven't seen it.
I'm not so sure either.
I have not seen any occasion, so maybe it's one of the mechanics that we will have to study about. But let's look at GG Crow for you, Meekopi. 6 out of 6 Hunter, 6 out of 9 Feathered. Oh man, look at that Dwarf Sniper. Oh, he's building. He wants to build a Holy Spirit Lens, Meekopi. So maybe when he gets there, the only thing that he needs is a Dragon Blood Axe. So splash.
That's true, but look at this. He's losing against ID1.
Shooting star, Meekopi. Shooting star. Another shooting star with a splash. Oh my gosh. Dude. He did
and a third shooting star for good measure.
Oh my gosh. Oh, that was a good one coming from ID1, Meekopi. He just used the ink splash, and then there's a double shooting star, and Okira gets removed from the game with a top 5 position. Let's look at ID1 right now. You know, you can see there's the Grim Touch, and there's the Shining Archer, level 3 Shining Archer, by the way, Meekopi. Very strong. If it goes with the wombo combo, so let's see again if it happens, right, Meekopi?
That is
maybe
right.
after this neutral round.
That's true. And yeah, you're completely right. Just seeing the ink splash work with abilities such as shooting star is just a sight to behold, and gives ID1 here a very big advantage in the battle. Yeah, hopefully he gets the item that he wants for this Black Dragon King. He is looking for that Holy Spirit Lance for sure.
Don't touch that button.
Yeah, and also I think TM Gold is also looking for that Holy Spirit. Oh wait, I think it's ID1. Yeah, ID1 is also looking for that Holy Spirit Lance. Yeah, Holy Spirit Lance as well. So we'll see if Moose is also looking for that one. So yeah, everyone's looking for the Holy Spirit Lance. All the range pieces are looking for it. It's the item in demand.
And now it's ID1 against Moose. The Reckoning has come with that level 3 Witcher.
Oh, there you go. He has it.
He has it. He's dealing all of these splash damage, huge splash damage on his backline. And really, he's just the one. He's always the one remaining at the end of the battle, relatively untouched, which goes to show the great positioning that Moose has put the Fallen Witcher in. I mean, it doesn't have the teleportation dagger that we're used to seeing, but it doesn't really need it. What it needs more is the Holy Spirit Lance. It allows it to maximize each attack that it does.
I think the reason why he doesn't have the teleport dagger right now, Meekopi, is that he built up on the other mana generation pieces. For example, Nether Essence right there. And that's already going to be enough for him to transform early in the game. And there you go, already transformed. And everyone in the back line from TM Gold getting decimated. And it's not going to be enough. That's it for TM Gold with his Divinity Water Spirit synergy. Let's see Moose try to rank up or rise up the ranks with his 8 win streak. Meekopi, he's near death back.
Yeah, just a while ago he was sharing places with some of the players in the bottom part of the bottom of the list, and look at him now. He is right up on top 3, looking to be very dominant with that 8 win streak, as we've mentioned before. That Fallen Witcher really carrying the game for him. It's unstoppable, and the great thing about this is that he also has a Rogue Guard, which is another distraction that the other players have to deal with, in addition, of course, to all of the other units that are dealing a lot of damage thanks to that 6-bit synergy.
That's right, that's right. And let's now look at, again, another match coming from Moose against GG Crow for you. And, okay, no, it's too fast. Oh man, that Holy Spirit Lance. Once it goes live, now no one is even going to be left alive against the Fallen Witcher.
And I think that's a great tagline for the weapon itself. And look at all of these items that he has in stock and equip on everyone else. I'm wondering if even the Rogue Guard has a bit of items himself. But yeah, I guess the other two players, Crow for you and ID1, has recognized that they have to do something against Moose. And yeah, even the Rogue Guard has the much needed Shadow Edge for him, allowing him to maximize all of his attacks. And here we go. The Fallen Witcher is locked in the opening stages of the battle, but once it transforms, you will see how quickly the tide turns. And there it is. It is throwing 1, 2, 3 fireballs. That level 3 sniper is not gonna last very long. It's not even doing as much damage as it wants to against the Fallen Witcher. It is also very tough. And just like that, Moose is now on a 10 win streak in the closing stages of round 1.
Oh man, as it's not really a close fight anymore, but so ID1 and GG Crow for you need to adjust somehow just to remove that Fallen Witcher from Moose. Let's see what GG Crow for you is doing right now. He's just doing some adjustments and now bringing out a Marine synergy just to decrease the damage coming from the other players.
That is true. The Marine synergy, even just at level 1, grants all of your units a magical resistance. And it so happens that the additional damage from the 6B synergy is also magical. No wait, I think it's physical right now. You change it to physical. But yeah, you're right. It gives them a sense of protection against some sort of protection against other abilities. And this is also a great time for them to think about their positioning for the next round and try to get that last bit of item that might change the tide of battle, especially against Moose, who is, well, given their life totals of the other two players, Moose can actually try to end them in a couple of turns after this.
Okay, so I just saw an interaction right now while they were fighting Meekopi, the neutral creeps. The projectiles do actually follow the enemy wherever he goes. So if the Water Spirit changes position, it will follow him. So yeah, so that answers it. Also, the Tsunami Stalker might not be the actual answer because it might not pop off the Ravaging Tentacles early on for the Fallen Witcher to die.
That is right, and now it's Moose against Crow for you. And the player who loses here for sure will be eliminated given their life totals. And from the looks of it, wow, that Fallen Witcher has already taken care of one part of the backline and it's now going for the Warpwood stage. And just like that, Moose eliminates Crow for you.
And now Moose is looking at the side of ID1. Now you're next. Let's see if Moose is going to be able to defeat that guy, even though he has 6 out of 9 Feathered Synergy. And that Warp Sniper is kind of soft, right, Meekopi? Even though, oh wait, is that? Oh man, Doom Arbiter. I hope it targets the Fallen Witcher. If it does, it's going to be muted. Let's see if it does activate.
I don't know, it transformed. No. It is let loose and it's dealing a lot of damage to ID1. None of these units will survive for long, but it still it's not enough for him to kill ID1. But yeah, now that they're both at 4 health, it's just a matter of time. Maybe ID1 might want to consider his positioning here, but more or less they're already set with what they have, and I guess it's unfortunate that ID1 wasn't able to level up to 10 and match Moo's unit for unit. But we'll see if this last stand of his works, some last second repositioning there, that happened. The last round of this match with that Fallen Witcher again. It set loose and started to fire all of the fireballs, but it got petrified while it's doing so. However, that doesn't change anything. It's still doing a lot of damage. That backline not gonna last very long. And wow, Moose, ID1 rather, still survives with 1 HP left.
That's right. I wonder if it's still 1 HP. I thought he was going to get eliminated that round. But then again, the Doom Arbiter is not doing his work. He's dying before he even pops off the ability that he needs. So again, trying to activate that synergy will actually be useful for him if the Fallen Witcher doesn't get into the metamorphosis.
Yep, and here we go. No second chances for ID1 as the Fallen Witcher is still locked in. But now, is it able to transform? Yes, it is, and there it goes. It's again petrified, but it's not helping. The backline is still very vulnerable to it. They're not dealing enough damage to the Fallen Witcher, and it will just carry Moose to a comeback in round 1.
Yes, and that was actually one of the synergies we were looking for, the 6B synergy with the Fallen Witcher, and now it has appeared with Moose taking the helm. Let's see what happened in this match. Meekopi, can you give us a rundown of the highlights of the game?
Alright, we saw a healthy spread of synergies from all of the players. Some players, of course, like Super XXX, wanted to take the risk and went for a more economical play at the expense of his own life total. But what happened was he ended up sharing the same build with gold, and it just so happens that he doesn't have the life total and was unfortunate enough to meet 2 opponents that has good counters against his composition. Meanwhile through the battle, we see also Warrior falling to the wayside, and of course we have seen how great just hunters are. Of course, while all of that commotion is happening and people are scrambling for their builds, Moose was silently building up on this 6Bs and just suddenly was winning starting from I think round 20 plus.
That's right. And Moose was actually going and destroying everything on the opponent's board with that Holy Spirit Lance online. I was waiting for it to happen, right, Meekopi? Because this 6B synergy is actually a decoy for the other players for the Fallen Witcher to take stand and just metamorphosize into this big demon that deals green fireballs towards the enemies. And now let's look at the lineup right now, and we see Moose at the top with top 1, ID1 top 2, GG Crow for you with top 3, DM Gold with top 4, Ukira with top 5, TG Eken with top 6, Super XXX with top 7, and WRTA with top 8. So, Meekopi, we can see that a lot of synergies, or a lot of the players still go for the Dwarf Sniper. We can see ID1 and GG Crow for you go for the Dwarf Sniper up to level 3, and even Ukira going with up to level 2. So it really just says that the Hunter synergy is really worth it, right, Meekopi?
That is right. That's the carry of choice, and yeah, we can see from the synergies of the players right now that Hunter is really quite dominant. I mean, look at that. Out of the three players who played Feathered Hunter, 2 of them are in the top 3. So that just goes to show how the build is a good choice for this tournament. But of course, Moose taking all of them out with that 6 Beast. He really capitalized on most of the units of the Feathered Hunter being a bit on the softer side, with just the Warpwood Sage being a good tank. So that enabled him, and of course the level 3 Witcher, to easily take over in the later stages of the game. TM Gold, of course, going for that Divinity and Water Spirit Root, and was sharing pieces for a while with Super XXX here, who was going for the same build, and Gold ended up in 4th place. Meanwhile, Ukira, our third Feathered Hunter player, still ended up on 5th place, which is not really so bad. But of course, given the stakes in this tournament, we might always want to go higher. Yikon, of course, representing Assassins was only able to take them to 6th place this time around. And of course, Super XXX, same medals gold, but wasn't as lucky. And of course, WRTA, who correctly spotted that Warriors was free, but wasn't able to power up all of them in time.
That's right, that's right. And Meekopi just goes to show that if someone is going for the Divinity Water Spirit Synergy and you're also building it, you might want to think twice, because if that you're going to be, it's either you win or you lose. It's like we see here that Super XXX just lagged behind TM Gold's build, and well, it's just not for him in that game. And also, nobody was able to actually build a 9-warrior synergy in that game, right, Meekopi?
That is true. It's just important that WRTA is, I think, 1 warrior away from completing the 9 warriors. Yeah. He leveled them up to 9, and we're just hoping to get that one last piece so that he will potentially make a comeback. But I guess that didn't happen.
That's right, that's right. And with that, we are now heading into Game 2. But before we do that, let's take a short break. If you're just watching, you're watching the Southeast Asia Regional Finals with me, Excelsor PH, and Meekopi. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few. Welcome back, guys. You are watching the Southeast Asia Auto Chess Regional Finals. I'm Excelsor PH. With me is Meekopi. Meekopi, we are now on game 2. So, would you think that some of the players are still going to go with that 6B synergy? I'm kind of a skeptic if they're still going to go with that.
I am not so sure, Excelsor, but as they have seen the previous game, it is more than enough to take over this group. But before that happens, of course, you have to complete all of the pieces. You have to make sure that Fallen Witcher is not contested, and that doesn't happen every day. So for Moose more particularly, he might look to try to build something else for this game.
That's right, and that's right. That's a good insight right there, Meekopi, because see, some of the other players are not building Fallen Witcher, and as we saw in the last game, only 2 players were actually using it, and that's why Moose got in the top spot. So let's look at TG Yeken and Moose right now. Moose using that God of War early on the game, and also Taboo Witcher. So not really the ideal pieces that you would want on the early game, right, Meekopi?
That is right, but maybe Moose is hiding something. Maybe these are some key pieces to the secret strategy that he's building up. But yeah, you're right. More often than not, it's just a matter of okay, maybe I'll just pick these units because they're readily available and will at least get me through the early stages of the game.
And we are now looking at TM Gold and WRTA, and it's becoming quite apparent that the Taboo Witcher is really popular in the early game right now. A lot of people are already picking it up. Maybe because it only, for me, it's actually strong in the early game because it blocks off the mana regeneration from the other players. But in the mid game, it just falls off short and just acts as a feathered filler. How about you, Meekopi? What do you think?
That is true, and I do have to agree with you, but based from my own personal experience, I totally hate the Taboo Witcher simply because somehow these players were the opponents I was facing was able to place them correctly, that they were able to catch my most important units. So when I look at it, and all I see is just this is one of the most disruptive units in auto chess when played correctly, and I'm sure yeah, we have seen an example of it earlier. For example, when it can even shut down the water spears just simply by sticking onto it, thus ruining the whole divinity strategy. So yeah, good placement, and it's all about good placement to make the most out of a Taboo Witcher.
That's right, and you can see also in this matchup between Super XXX and Ukira getting that level 2 or 2-star Red Axe Chief, and it's going to be enough to dominate the Super XXX right there. And Super XXX is actually has a synergy right there, but those are kind of weak pieces because usually you have them at 2-star by this time, right, Meekopi?
That is true, and I guess it's just the luck of the roll that he wasn't able to get any 2-star pieces. But you also have to consider that maybe yeah, maybe it's just banking on it and expanding his options rather than trying to level up his unit.
And now we're looking at the matchup between ID1 and Moose. Moose is level 2 God of War, proving to be hard for ID1, but those Hell Knights are actually one of the strongest pieces, strongest standalone pieces, right, Meekopi, early in the game.
That is true, and what's great about what I'm seeing right now is there are 2 of them, as you've mentioned, Excelsor. Hell Knights, of course, have the Helling Bolt, which is a great damage and stun ability. They're also very tough, and of course, being demons, they have a damage bonus, making them really scary units early on, even just by themselves.
They actually made a tier list before for the standalone pieces, and what I found out is that one of the highest standalone tier pieces is for Hell Knight, Hell Knight, Doom Arbiter, and Abyssal Guard in terms of how strong they are. And yep, that's how that's how it shows right here. And another Gali Knight. Wow, we might see Meekopi. hopefully. Nice synergy, but most of them just fall off, right? Later in the game.
Yeah. I mean, don't get my hopes up like that, Excelsor. As much as I want to see Knights, I doubt that anyone will want to commit to Knights in this really high-stakes battle, simply because while they are good in the mid-game, their power really falls off late in the game, and it's just they had a hard time breaking through things like Feathered Hunter. So I think what ID1 is using the Knights here is just to get that bonus, and of course that Argali Knight's Purification ability is also very powerful in the early game.
That's right, and we want to see maybe at round 10 how it's going. But now GG Crow for you going for the Hunter Egursus build with that Umbra and level 2 Shining Archer. And again, I'm seeing Meekopi that it has become a how do you say this, a trend, or rather a smart positioning on the Dwarf Sniper, putting it right there, not necessarily on the far end. But look at that, a Maelstrom on the Shining Archer right here of GG Crow for you. He's using it as a tank.
Else satisfies.
And Yeken, Meekopi. Yeken is not going for assassins, he's going for open court.
Wow, this is a very surprising play from Yeken. I was expecting him to grab any assassin that he will see, but from the looks of it, he's trying out something new, and I can't fault him from that. If you are a bit behind on the rankings after round 1, then and especially that only the top 2 players will be moving on to the next phase, this might be the time to pull out all the tricks out of the bag and go for the more riskier strats. I mean, you can see him, he is ahead on economy compared to all of the other players. Only Super XXX and Moose are able to match him, but for the rest, some of them are even stuck in single digits.
That's right, and we are seeing a soft build right now from WRTA going into a warrior build. Was he the one who was building a warrior build in game 1, Meekopi?
That's true, yep, he's the one.
Yep, he's the one, right? And now he has more pieces to support that, but again, it falls off short early in the game if you don't have the mid-range or the mid-game pieces that can bring you that can cross your that can make you cross that mid-game bridge, because
I used to be
honestly the 3 out of 6 warrior build is a bit weak if you see it in the mid-game. So usually some of the other synergies are a good complement with this. For example, Hunter synergy, right, Meekopi?
That is true. That is true. And look at this Excelsor. I'm mistaken. Of course, Yeken will go for those assassins. And we see that he is up against the level 1. He now has the level 1 assassin synergy. And yeah, I feel bad for expecting something else for Yeken, but hopefully it works for him this time around. One of the things that I think he can consider is to go for a spirit synergy instead of the feathered synergy as a sub synergy for the assassins, which might work well considering most of the other players are using compositions that rely on attacking, and yeah, that might be effective against it. So look at the synergy board right now. 2 players going warrior, that's Ukira and ID1, and make it 3. We have WRTA, of course, going for as the 3rd warrior, and 2 players going hunter as well, with Ukira having a Witcher and Moose. Look at this Excelsor. Moose is building what seems
Divinity,
to be the start of a Divinity Water Spirit build.
Oh man. And proving my point, Meekopi, is that we saw some of the other players are building the warrior synergy, right? And they didn't go full warrior yet, but they also supplemented it with the hunter synergy. And now looking at Yeken, that's not going to be strong enough to defeat his opponent. with his two-star assassins, and he's also going to steal Moose's Moose's chance to get an early high-level water spirit. Right? Look at those 10 water spirits right there.
That is true. I'm sure Moose will be a bit mad at Yakan once he scouted and saw that. Okay, so this is where the water spirits were going, and yeah, but I'm not so sure about how effective Yakan's current composition is, especially against these warriors. They're very tough, and that Abyssal Crawler doesn't have the damage item yet, nor the survivability to withstand and fight against this kind of composition. So yeah, quickly to ID1, who is now actually on his 8th win streak. Look at that.
No, let's look at ID1. Whatever he's doing right now, he's doing it right because he is on an 8 win streak. Oh, why? Because he has that 6 out of 9 warrior synergy. Round 12, I think it was round 12 when he got the 6 out of 9.
Get it?
And also with a B synergy and an aggression synergy as well. That's going to help his case right now. So this is what I'm talking about, Meekopi. Have other synergies aside from the warrior synergy to make it work better.
That is true, but now he is facing against magical damage and lots of it in the form of the wave splash from Moose. But yeah, wow, that water spirit was still able to take one more unit and maybe one more. Okay, not it. It happened that the warriors were still very tough for it to deal with.
And you see there, that's the Tusk Champion dealing the last hit, dealing 549 damage. This one-punch man is actually a strong early game if you get him to early game piece if you get him to level 2.
That's right, and look at this. It's a Doom Arbiter, and it's now acting as the carry for ID1 here. That's a huge addition, and that's a really great pick for him considering that he's building towards warrior. And look at that, just one punch from it will take 1/3 out of the life of most of the units in GG Crow for U's backline, and still surviving. It also managed to shut down one of the units with a Doom Curse as well.
Oh man, that was actually he's 7 out of 9 for the synergy, and he picks up a Soul Reaper to replace that Gersis Ranger, which is actually a good piece to have, considering that you need the heals. And now look at this positioning for the neutrals. This is how you do it, Meekopi. You don't put them in front, you put them at the back, have a sacrificial lamb in front, and they will all be surrounded once they jump. There you go. Oh,
that
no,
is
the sacrificial lamb is the God of War.
and it survived. And yeah, it's okay for the God of War to take all of the damage. That's what he is built for. So that's a great fun positioning there by ID1, showing us what to do with warriors when it's the wolf background. And I guess it's a good time to look at the synergy board and see what everyone else is building up towards.
Yeah, so let's look at the synergy Meekopi, and someone is somewhere is building an insectoid build, and that's Yakan going with his assassin synergy, and also we can see Super XXX with the hunter synergy along with TM Gold and Grow for You. But Okira, ID1, and WRTA. Where's WRTA? Oh, WRTA just fell off that warrior synergy, so he's now going into divinity. Look at that, 180 Meekopi.
Wow, he is also sharing pieces with Moose, so this might spell trouble for both players. And
oh man,
I feel really bad for Moose in this situation because not only is he contesting the water spirit pieces with Yakan, he's now contesting both pieces with the other player as well, with WRTA, and that might harm all of them in the long run. But meanwhile here, Okira invading ID1, but ID1 is holding steadfast with all of these warriors. That damage is not enough. That Soul Reaper is gonna get shut down by the Doom Curse. And 11 win streaks. Wow, that is he's simply dominating everyone right now.
Oh man, and we can see that his warrior build is stronger than Okira. I think Okira was also doing a warrior build in Meekopi, but that's the one that's stronger. And he also has a DPS in the form of the Fallen Witcher. But let's look now at Moose. Moose is still trying to build that divine divinity synergy with the water spirit. So it's still not yet enough. And also Yeken getting his own 2-star water spirit, man. So yep. So they're fighting for those water spirits, and it's going to be bad news for Moose because he's not going to finish that early.
That is true. If this were an offline tournament, these players might probably be staring daggers at each other, wondering why the other player is getting their pieces. But for now, it's Okira versus Yeken, and yep, that Abyssal Crawler is not bound for long. It did a lot of damage, and from what I saw, Yeken is really fighting back and still at a healthy life total to make adjustments. But yeah, he has to make he has to do something drastic really soon to try to catch up with the other players, because the power of the assassins, particularly that Abyssal Crawler, is slowly falling off compared to the other carries from the other compositions.
That's right, and you see Okira is now it's at the mid pish posh, or rather a chop suey build right now with you get what you use what you have. That's what I'm seeing right here. And he has a level 2 Fallen Witcher, which is actually hitting the backline. Oh, it gets disabled right there, and oh, it's gonna be ganged up against, and the water spirit kills it off. Man, Meekopi, that's not going to be enough. That chop suey build is not going to help Okira in the long run.
That's right. In this game, it's tough being a Fallen Witcher. I mean, you get subjected to Spirit Bind, you get stunned, you get disabled in some other way, and yeah, you have to find your way around it. Meanwhile, going back into our top player at the moment, still at 100 health, so really dominating position right here for ID1. 13 win streak going into round 19. Let's see who he will be facing against, and I hope the other player will give him a run for his money with his warrior comp. And from the looks of it, it's going to be tough. I see a level 3 Warped Sage here. It will give TM Gold a lot of tanking power, and of course these hunters will be able to deal a lot of damage. That Ghost of the Ship went where it's not supposed to, just stunning a couple of Traians. And from the looks of it, wow, it's a close game between these two. The Pirate Captain falls, the Warped Sage is still alive and tanking, which means that the backline is surviving, and that stun will kill these warriors, and on the verge of losing a win streak. And that's it. TM Gold proves that ID1 is still human by breaking his win streak with these hunters.
That's right. What's happened right there, Meekopi, is that the Warped Sage just took all the damage and is able to survive the damage output that's coming from the warriors, while the hunters just keep on hitting the warriors. Oh man. Let's look at the Dwarf Sniper. That's the... oh, he's on his way, Meekopi. Just one more item for the Holy Spirit Lance for that Dwarf Sniper. And we'll see if it works. Maybe in the next turns, TM Gold just defeating ID1. ID1's match warrior build. So while we're going into round 20, let's look at the synergies that are going on with our players. There you go. And Meekopi, can you give us a rundown of the synergies that are happening?
Okay, we have a healthy spread here of builds, and yeah, they're probably locked in to these respective builds for now, and we'll be playing it for the rest of this game. But we are seeing 3 players going Feathered Hunter with Super XXX being the worst of them. And Moose also still on his divinity along with WRTA, so good luck to both players, and hopefully the pieces fall where they may, because right now they have to face against ID1 with this 9 warrior still going strong. But he has shown some vulnerability, but still these 9 warriors are still very tough. Meanwhile, Yeken with his assassins is now invading gold. Well, from the looks of it, he's putting up a fight, but gold again with that very tough Warpwood stage, changing the whole tide of the battle and winning the battle for him at the last moment. You see how effective the assassins were against that backline. I guess Yeken's going for that weakness in most of the players' builds. I mean, they just ripped through the backline. They only just had trouble against the Warpwood Sage.
That's right, that's right. And we are now going to see what Yeken is building right now, and another Abyssal Crawler. One more Abyssal Crawler to get to that level 3 sweet spot that we need. And now he's going into that, in level 4 Insectoid, or 4 out of 4 Insectoid, Meekopi. Let's see how many Insectoids are going to be popping up in this game. Let's watch it if they're going into level 3.
Okay, so from what it looks of it, I'm waiting for the Insectoids to pop up, but none of them are popping off, and that's maybe because Yeken still hasn't committed to this build by providing his frontline with copies of his other units. So from what we can see here, he decided first to put in the more high-powered units, those legendary ones, then hoping that it will carry him for a few more rounds before he is able to complete his Insectoid build. So, and yeah, I guess that's his secret weapon for this game: assassins into Insectoid assassins, and I'm excited to see how it works out for him, considering that Insectoid builds late in the game are very powerful and very hard to counter.
Yeah, so now we're looking at the GG Crow for you with his own carry right there. That's a Fallen Witcher, and the Fallen Witcher has been powered up, trying to remove all those treants that are pesky and also distracting our players. And now the Warpwood Sage that remains is now taking all the damage from its units. TM Gold might be defeated right here. Let's see. Oh man, Meekopi, that's a super hard Warpwood Sage. Plus, it has the Feather Synergy activated, right?
That is true, which gives it a semblance of evasion, and it just makes it harder for anything to hit it. However, Crow for You was able to make it work, and I mean, it's really hard to what do you call this? It's really hard for it to survive, considering a lot of damage coming in its way from a Crow for You, and yeah, just that funny interaction between the Warpwood Sage again and the Water Spirit for good measure to end that round.
That's right, and we now are looking at a Yeken already down with this 4 health, and Moose 37, Super XXX for 28. These guys still have a few rounds to go, but Yeken cannot make another mistake, because he's going to be out of the game if he does so. But let's see at Super XXX going against TM Gold. Is it going to be enough for him to have that 6 out of 9 Feather Synergy against? I think they're going Hunter versus Hunter, right?
Yep, and the Wombo Combo Pulse goes off. We see here that Ink Splash again into Shooting Star, stunning a lot of TM Gold's units and giving Super XXX a lot of time to shoot them down. So we see that the Warpwood Sage is the only thing remaining. But the question is, are these units remaining for Super XXX enough to deal with TM Gold's Warpwood Sage? And yeah, apparently it does.
Friendship is magic.
So right now, and Super
XXX
survives that. Yep, go.
Yeken survived that round, so that's a really good thing for him, because it will allow him to still proceed into this neutral round and hopefully try to make some last minute changes. And it is scary, because when you see a 4 Insectoid build survive, and it also has a level 3 Abyssal Crawler in it, you have to ask that maybe it managed to complete its build in time. and if it does, that makes it a very dangerous composition to go up against for the rest of the other players. I mean, look at that. That's a lot of insectoids.
Yes, that's a lot of insectoids, and we have seen in the previous games, Meekopi, that this kind of synergy has been the one that is a catalyst of the removals of the other players, right? Because of all those insectoids that deal direct damage towards the enemy's health. And the level 3 Abyssal Crawler, look at that, Meekopi.
Voodoo.
That is right. It doesn't have the best items right now, but it does have the essentials. You have your Frantic Mask Capture and Shadow Edge. So all that is left is for the other insectoids to just distract their opponents and probably disable them and have the Abyssal Crawler just wail at them. And we will see how this insectoid synergy works now at the starting phase of the round. And hopefully this brings Yekken to a better finish. He will be up against Super XXX, which is proving to be a difficult matchup, but we see here in the opening stages of the battle, he is at a bit of a numerical advantage. But Super XXX, the Traians are coming to reinforce him, but that Abyssal Crawler remains unchecked, and it's just running free, and that means that this will be a convincing victory for Yekken.
That's right, and let's go. If Yekken just continues his win streak or continues winning, he's just going to eat up the health of the other players right there, right, Meekopi?
That is true, and the most dangerous thing about the insectoid build late in the round is if you cannot stop all of those 3-star insectoids popping up, there will be a lot of them. They will flood you, and that translates to a lot of damage from the player. So even if you are at 20 health, you are still not safe from this kind of competition.
And we can see right now Yekken going against WRTA. WRTA winning against that insectoid synergy. This is the weakness of the insectoid synergy, Meekopi. It's the wave slash.
No.
We have seen this in the previous games, right? If you it's not going to be helpful if everybody is dead. No one's going to be revived with this kind of synergy. And now also Super XXX gets removed.
They look sick.
That is true. In the battle of insects versus water, I guess it's the water that washes them all away, and it's a good matchup for all of those. And it's just unfortunate, just when it was getting good for Yekken, he has to face a level 3 Water Spirit. And as we can see here, Excelsor, Water Spirit has this ability called the Wave Slash, where it charges into the farthest enemy but deals damage not only to it but to all of the units in its path. That's 200 damage, and it only increases as it levels up. And as you can see right there, that is how it's able to take chunks of HP away from its opponents at the time. But wow, that damage is just too much even for a level 3 Water Spirit. Wokira with that very strong composition right there, just steamrolling over the Water Spirit and the rest of its army.
That's right. With that Okira, let's now look at Okira. Look, there's the Glacier Clan. We missed that, Meekopi.
Wow,
it
yeah.
hasn't been as present as before. But look at those: the Defector, the Desperate Doctor, the Priest, and also the Berserker. They're having a reunion. We haven't seen them in a long time, and now Okira is making that happen. But now he needs to make it 6. How is he going to do that? With a Wizard synergy for it to be super effective, right, Meekopi?
That is true. If he can get them to 6 Glacial, then it will give everyone very fast attack speed, and for that he will need all 5 Glaciers plus Glacial units plus the Wizard synergy. But from the looks of it, I think Okira right now is comfortable with just leaving it at 4. After all, it still gives an attack speed bonus to his remaining demons. But after that battle with his opponent, he might want to change his mind. But still, it's just nice to see this Warlock Glacier synergy working out for him.
That's right, and there you go. The Dwarf Sniper already has the Holy Spirit Lance, Meekopi. I mean, the only thing, this is the one, how do you say this, ninja move right there from Dwarf Sniper because you can't see the bullet time that it's dealing. As unlike the Fallen Witcher, you can see the fireballs splitting into three. Unlike the Berserker, you can see the axe splitting into three. This one, you can't see it. It just hits three enemies at a time. And another Dragon Blood axe for him, Meekopi. Because that's the other piece, right? That you need for a Holy Spirit Land, so he can build two if he wants to for another range attack player.
That's right, but he opted to put it on Dwarf Sniper instead. Still, the Dragon Blood Axe grants a bit of HP, so it gives the sniper a lot of survivability. And it's just great that he's able to manage to get to level 3. That puts it and put it in a very good position, by the way. See how it's locked in the corner and protected by the other unit. And as you can see here, from he's up against WRTA, who's having a hard time trying to infiltrate his backline. But that Water Spirit might change things for the worse. It's able to just keep splashing about and not get damaged, and just teleported, just splashed again. Just dealing so much. But that Dwarf Sniper, though, is able to get a lock on it and manage to kill it.
That's right, and that Dwarf Sniper is really the carry for that game. And we now look at Moose. Moose going for that Water Spirit, and again, Meekopi, Water Spirit synergy. Let's look at the Water Spirit. What items is it carrying? And hopefully, oh man, he's near, man. He's near.
Excelsor.
He needs one Dragon Blood Axe to complete the Holy Spirit Lance. And Teleport Dagger, oh man. Meekopi, it's on its way. The carry will happen, and let's see how he does against WRTA.
You can see both Water Spirits just splashing about. So it's just a matter of unit composition that will make or break this kind of matchup. And from the looks of it, it seems like WRTA is behind. But then again, that Water Spirit is more than capable of making a comeback. But did it just go out of the chessboard right there?
Wow!
Wow, yes, I guess we're seeing the better Water Spirit right now. And look at this, WRTA's Water Spirit apparently is the better Water Spirit between the two.
What? Why is that? Why is that the better the Water Spirit from between the two, Meekopi? Let's look at that. They're building the same. Huh? It's a magic resistance, or is it because he was not able to hit it? Right? He was not able to hit it with his Wave Slash.
Time for a miracle.
I'm willing to bet that the magic resistance played a huge part on its survivability, because it's basically facing a mirror match of magical damage. But more than that, I guess also part of it has to be attributed to the mana regeneration that it has. It has a lot more mana regeneration than the other Water Spirit, which allows it to just do things like just zip around and yeah, just wave splash everyone.
So
look at it go.
These two, WRTA and Moose,
so
Meekopi, have the same synergy going on about them, and they're still surviving. But you can see Okira gets removed from the game, and he's going for top 5, top 6, I think. Yes, and TM Gold and Moose and WRTA are in a bit of trouble. So if it goes again that the Moose and WRTA go on a mirror match again, probably we'll see WRTA win again against Moose because of the item composition of WRTA. And Meekopi, look at that Ghost Blade.
Wow! So not only has the Water Spirit, not only has the Water Spirit have huge magical damage, it now does a bit more physical damage as well. So that's a good bonus to have. Meanwhile, yeah, it's Crow for you against Gold. And Crow for you, rather Gold, just seemingly winning the opening stages of the battle, but Crow for you quickly catching up. Look at that Water Spirit go, and now it's 2-on-1, so it's just a matter of whether or not they are able to kill the Swarpwood Sage from Gold. And yeah, this might take a while, but it's getting there. Its regeneration is not going fast enough, and it will go down soon.
I
There
don't
it
want you
goes.
hurt by my pliers.
But now
So
look
stay
at
away
that,
from me.
Meekopi. That's 19,424 damage coming from the water spirit. So much damage, Meekopi. And we saw that the Warp Sage was not enough to protect his opponent. And also, I just saw a fallen Witcher get obliterated right there. It was man. This water spirit is just
Yeah,
going places.
That's right. Imagine just standing there and then suddenly there's a water spirit that goes past you, dealing a lot of damage along the way. And just as you were about to recover and think that the assault is done, it attacks you again. And so that's very difficult for these players to deal with. But of course, ID1 has prepared for it with its 9-warrior composition with a bit of marine synergy to mitigate that magical damage coming in from those water spirits. And I guess it now falls down to these two Feather Hunter players to try to adjust to try to fight against it. It's also notable that ID1 doesn't have any level 3 units at this point in the game, but he is still at a significant lead over the others.
Life is left.
That's right, and we're seeing it's raining 3-star minions. Specifically, Crow4 has already 4 3-star minions, and a lot of other players. And surprisingly, the one that doesn't have 3-star minions is on the top with 71 health. What's happening there, Meekopi?
It's something with I guess it's something with the synergy and just the raw power of warriors when they are built really well. And again, here we are with the run back. It's Moose versus WRTA, which is the better water spirit. But as they were fighting it out, Crow4 just got eliminated. And gold as well.
Right.
Wow, 2 players gone in the blink of an eye.
And I was
And
wondering,
look at this.
Meekopi, what's making ID1 survive?
I think it's just a well-built composition, and he's prepared for the remaining for the compositions of the remaining players. And look at this, everyone is at a healthy 2-star. And yeah, I guess more of the answer that we will find the answer in this next match. Particularly how it will counter that water spirit. As you can see, it's not dealing as much damage as it wants to be. And there we go, that ghost ship with a crucial stun and everyone else dealing a lot of damage. But wow, it looks like this water spirit will survive. But it's now Doom Curse, meaning it's now put into place. That Doom Arbiter being such a clutch, doing the final Doom Curse, but still it's not enough to beat the water spirit.
Yeah, it's all a draw, but that's the draw that you'll take. You will want to how do you say this? You will want to
100 push-ups.
go on the later stages because that water spirit build will most likely be fatigued on the later stages, right? Because it's going to be only one water spirit just trying and surviving against a whole wall of warriors.
That is true, and this whole wall of warriors is just dealing so much damage right now. It's just the water spirit that's remaining, and with the Doom Arbiter still alive, the curse is real, but it manages to beat all of those warriors in the blink of an eye. This Swordman is not gonna last long. This world is not gonna last long either, and finally, ID1 takes a bit of damage after a long what do you call this? A long streak of dominance.
And so it's up to WRTA and Moose. They are building the same composition, and there you go. Holy Spirit lands as well, plus the 1, and we are seeing these 2 players doing the same synergy against a warrior composition. So the only thing that will probably survive with this composition is the water spirit. Therefore, the damage is not going to be enough to their health, right?
That's right, and again, in this match, make sure to watch for that water spirit and how much damage it will deal to all of these warriors. It's zipping back and forth, but at the same time, it's still getting a lot of damage. It's still taking a lot of damage rather, but it's getting it back with that Warlock bonus. That lifesteal is very huge considering that you are hitting a lot of units with it. And with that, Moose is out of this game. it is now just down to WRTA as the representative of water spirits everywhere, and of course a representative of warriors. We have ID1.
So again, WRTA versus ID1, and I think Venomancer takes a step back in this composition, and again, it would be down to the fatigue between these two. So WRTA just needs to survive, or just needs to continue on winning, because in the later stages, if ID1 figures out a way to win against WRTA, then he will be able to finish off with the top spot.
That is right, and with the closing stages of this Glacier Clan round, they are both hoping that they get the right item for their builds. Of course, WRTA is looking for that Holy Spirit Lance. He has the Flicker Wand, if I remember right, and 2 Mysterious Streams. But I'm not so sure. On the side of ID1, I'm not so sure what he is gonna look for in terms of fighting against the Water Spirit. I guess it boils down more into trying to position himself well against it, hoping to catch it with the Abyssal Gaze from the Siren, and then just overwhelming the rest of WRTA's army. And we shall see.
That's right, and I think in the off chance that Meekopi, if the Doom Arbiter hits the Water Spirit. Whoa! Wow! Oh my gosh!
That was genius.
Oh man! There you go. I think.
Sorry for hurting you.
Wow.
Okay, I will just I'll just take a moment to let that sink in. We have seen Ink Splash into Shooting Star, we have seen Ink Splash into Shurikens, we have seen Ink Splash into Headshots, and now we have seen Ink Splash into Doom Curse.
Oh man, that was actually a good hit from the Grim Touch. I was actually surprised. What's happening? In the star of the show is no longer the Water Spirit in that match, and now let's see if it will happen again.
Lots of that magical damage going around for WRTA, but these warriors are still very tough. That Water Spirit is still alive, and given the low health totals, it's just a matter of time before it's able to wipe all of them clean. And yeah, WRTA is still strong in their matchup, and it's slowly chipping down ID1's health.
Yes, and now at round 43, the longest that we've gone into this tournament, it's going to be a tough climb for ID1. I think he's just going to go for the lose streak and just try to get some. I mean, what would you get? What would you need to get for to stop that Water Spirit, Meekopi?
Well, he still has some time, given that he has a high life total, and WRTA isn't damaging him that much every round when he loses. But I think it's a great time to try the different positions to try to catch that Water Spirit and probably put the Doom Curse on it. I think that's what he is waiting for, just for that one clutch Doom Curse from his own Doom Arbiter on that Water Spirit will save him a lot of trouble, and will go a long way to tilting the match towards ID1's favor. But for now, of course, WRTA's Water Spirit is still roaming free. He's still not able to catch it. So until then, he will continuously suffer damage from WRTA.
Yeah, so yeah, I think it's a Doom Curse, and I'm thinking, Meekopi, if it's good that he put a Grim Touch just to have a higher chance of hitting the Doom Curse on the Water Spirit. What do you think about that?
That he used the same strategy as what WRTA is doing. That is also, yeah, that's also a great plan. I mean, look at it. The Ink Splash basically multiplies the chances of the opposing team having Doom Curse. But given his resources at the moment, I think his hands are a bit tied. But that crucial Doom Curse does hit at Water Spirit, but only at the very last moment. And it's still WRTA who is on the lead in this one-on-one matchup.
Yes, and I think ID1 is still hanging on to that Marine Synergy with that Siren right there just to protect him from the magical damage. But it's still not going to be enough because those wave slashes are just going to deal so much damage and in so little time. And let's see at the side-by-side how these guys are going to fare against... Oh! There's a defector. It just got hexed early in the game. And let's see if WRTA survives this match. I think it's going to be long. Will he be able to kill it? Let's see.
Uh-oh, it looks like WRTA will get killed by the beast. The Water Spirit is doing all that it can to damage it, but with that attacking power from the Warpwood Sage, I guess it's just a matter of time. Question is, with 30 seconds left, will he be able to do it? But yeah, most of his units are surviving anyway, and this Water Spirit is just tirelessly wave slashing at it, and yeah, it's just anytime now. That has a lot of HP.
There you go.
Hurt by my pliers, so stay
Yeah, I
away
think
from me.
the WRTA's Water Spirit synergy works against this Water synergy just because he doesn't get return damage back to him from the Warrior synergy, from the 9 out of 9 Warrior synergy, right, Meekopi? Once he does his Wave Slash.
That's right, and of course the Barbaric Curious also helps here. I wonder who is it equipped with. I'm guessing it's the Warpwood Sage. But yeah, the Water Spirit is now fully functional. It is level 3. It has the Holy Spirit Lance. It even has the Flicker Staff. It is very hard to catch, and it deals a lot of damage, as we can see right there. The rest of WRTA's army falls, but that Water Spirit still remains splashing around, and no one was able to catch it except for that Doom Curse.
There you go! Nice one! And that's the one game that I was talking about, Meekopi. And I think that worked. You know why? He put the teleport dagger on that Doom Arbiter. So that went, that Doom Arbiter went on the back line, and then as you can see, it was just waiting off for the other warriors to finish off the other players, and also the other chess pieces. And the Warpwood Sage was also removed quite easily. And then that Doom Curse, Meekopi, crucial. Just one game, I told you, just one game, and that's going to be it for WRTA. And ID1 takes that match. Can you give us other points to ponder in this game, Meekopi?
Okay, we see now the rise of, I guess you can call this a bit of unconventional builds taking over game number 2. But of course, the tried and tested warrior still prevails, simply because it's just raw power, and you can see the difference in life totals between ID1 and the rest of the pack, even during the late stages of the game. As for everyone else, to be honest, I forgot some of the more finer points of what happened, and maybe you can help me out here, Excelsor. But yeah, it's very interesting to see, especially when we look at the synergy board.
That's right. And before we look at the synergy board right now, we are going to go on the rundown of the placements of the players. ID1 getting top 1, WRTA getting top 2, Moose getting top 3, TM Gold getting top 4, GG Crow for you getting top 5, Yukira getting top 6, Super XXX getting top 7, and Yeken getting top 8. So let's look at the synergies right now, and Meekopi is going to discuss this one right now.
Alright, it's very unfortunate for Yeken. He almost had that build that will in theory take over the late game. But unfortunately, he got the match against 2 players who are using Water Spirits, and Water Spirits are quite powerful against, for example, insectoids that have just started gaining power. So unfortunately, Yeken doesn't have enough life health to continue in the game, and then he'll just fall right there. But should this build have worked, I think it's an easy top 3 or top 4 at the very least for him. And of course, for Super XXX, he got the least amount of pieces from all of the players who are trying Feathered Hunter, and we see TM Gold there at the top representing Hunter. But But these hunter builds, they kind of got overpowered by the water spirit. I mean, they can shoot all they want at the at the remaining pieces of WRTA and Moose's units, but as long as that water spirit survives and they can't disable it with, for example, a shooting star or an abyssal gaze, then it will just simply wreck their backlines, and that played a huge part why we only see the feathered hunters end up in 4th and 5th place. And finally, Okira, of course, tried out that glacial warlock build with the demons. It worked well for some time, and during the mid stages of the game, it was serving him well. But unfortunately, its power fell off as the game goes on, and he's just able to land in 6th place.
That's right, and we are now seeing. I'm actually being. I would like to correct myself. I said a while ago that that if two people are going for the divinity water spirit synergy, it's not going to work, and WRTA and Moose are proving me wrong with that kind of show. And they both had level 3 water spirits on hand, and man, they're just showing us that some miracles can happen in this tournament, and these players are really going for it. Again, when that's actually a good counter for a warrior build, but then again, a good, well-placed Doom Curse towards that water spirit just finished the game. Meekopi, can you give us any fearless forecast as to what these players have to go with to be in the top spots for the next match?
Okay, if you probably might have noticed, but there was a sudden lack of 6Bs going in. I thought for sure that players will be attempting it this game, but apparently that's not the case. We also haven't seen a lot of the more unconventional builds outside of the Divinity and the Insectoid attempts, so we might be seeing some of those in Game 3. But for all of the players who are currently in the upper 4 in terms of points right now, they might be going in again for the more stable builds like Warrior and of course that ever-trusty Feathered Hunters.
That's right. So those are the fearless forecasts coming from Meekopi. But me, I would like to see a Goblin mech build yet again on the top spots. And before we go on a short break, if you're just watching, you're watching the Southeast Asia Regional Finals with Excelsor PH and Meekopi. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few for Game 3.
As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more, no rearview
welcome back to the Southeast Asia Auto Chess Regional Finals. I'm Excelsor PH and with me is Meekopi. We are now here for Game 3. Guys, this is going to be an exciting match. Some people will have to make up for lost points. So Meekopi, I'm hoping that we're going to have some Goblin Mech builds right here from some of the other players. But then again, maybe it's kind of hard to build it right now. How is that so, Meekopi?
I am not so sure. What I think happens is that during the start of the game, a lot of the players go for the available Goblin Mech units, and then suddenly, when they look at their synergy board, they're like, okay, a lot of other players are also making Goblin Mechs, and then they all back off, and that's why we're not seeing Goblins for a while now, Excelsor.
That's right, that's right. So probably it may still happen because once we see someone get the early level 2 or 2-star Goblin Mech pieces, then they're probably going to be incentivized to go into it as well. But Meekopi, what's good about this group is that no one is actually really dominating in terms of the placements on their games. It's still up for anyone to get to the top spot with these players, right, Meekopi?
That is true. Although at the current point standing, Moose and ID1 are leading. Their point difference from the others are not yet. I mean, it's not yet a secured spot for them. They still have to perform really well in order to seal the deal and get into the top 2 and move on to the next phase. So no one is safe just yet. And of course, even if the other players think that they might not have a shot in the top 2, they can always try to make a difference and make it harder for the other players to qualify.
That's right, Meekopi. It's like when we participate in Swiss round tournaments, right, Meekopi? Sometimes other players just log off, but sometimes the players would just want to decrease the chances of the other players to go at it easy to the top 2 or top 4. You just have to continue, even though you won't be in a you are sure you won't be in a qualifying spot.
That is true, and of course, I guess this is also a great opportunity for them because it's a high-level auto chess. You don't get this kind of opportunity to face with other great players every day. So I think they're making the most out of it as well.
That's right, and we are now seeing the lineup of Kira and Super XXX. We are seeing Super XXX banking some Gersis pieces on the right and some I don't know what's happening there on the lower left, but it's just he's trying to pick the high value pieces on the board. And now on the side of ID1, there's a God of War right there, plus a Swordman, and of course, look at that, Meekopi. Do you see it? You see it? That's the one that he was fighting a while ago. It's a Water Spirit, and he's going for it.
Wow, ID1 probably got convinced of the Water Spirit strategy during the previous game, but him telegraphing it this early is probably a signal for the others that okay, maybe I should try to deny some of those pieces as well, or face the fact that they have to fight another Water Spirit divinity synergy somewhere along the way. But for now, he will disguise himself as a somewhat of a warrior comp, but he's not kidding anyone with those 2 icons on the upper right.
Yeah, that's right. And we are seeing those skills being activated quite early because of that synergy. But now let's look at Moose. Moose going on with a lot of Goblin mechs right there. Now at 4 out of 6, and grants a random ally plus 12 armor and plus 10 HP regeneration. I think if he goes on with it and he gets his 2-star pieces with this game, plus a Grand Herald and a Grim Touch, then he will be able to go forward with it. But for now, it would be safe to go into a mixed build with the Goblin synergy, right, Meekopi?
That is true. We saw in that last second that he switched out some of his Goblin mech pieces rather, for a level 1 hunter synergy, and that makes a lot of sense. I mean, these hunters all have plus 30 attack, so it is dealing a lot more damage than it should normally for a level 1 unit. Plus he has that, all he wants from that Goblin right now is just the tanking power of that Skybreaker, and of course that pure damage AoE from the Ripper.
Wait for my signal and play it by ear.
That's right, that's right. And one of the hardest pieces to get with this kind of synergy is the Venomancer. So you would not really want to go full Goblin until you get that piece in your roster. And we are now seeing some of the other players down to below 90 health, and now it's an encounter between Super XXX with his own Hunter synergy, and now charging up the Wind Archer, hitting the back line right there, and he's going to win against Moose.
That is right. Super XXX showing who is the better hunter build at the moment. Showing Moose that okay, you can't have archers too because I have the better archers, so you might want to take your build somewhere else. Meanwhile, we are here on Ukira's side of the board. He now has the makings of a Goblin synergy, and I'd argue that this is a bit a bit better than what Moose has, simply because he has that level 2 Heaven Bomber. And of course, those tracing missiles deal a lot of damage early in the game when units are few and multiples can hit a single target. He also has that level 2 Soulbreaker that is currently fighting against this Swordman with the teleportation dagger, and it's just tracking shop in the back line. Yeah, watch it teleport again. And now it's just the Heaven Bomber that's left. Hopefully it can fire one more volley of missiles and take one other unit, but it didn't. That Warped Sage almost died though.
The chakra.
Yeah, well,
magic.
And I think he's maximizing that Divinity synergy with the Swordman and the Teleport Dagger. That's going to carry him on towards the mid game quite easily. And now we're looking at GG Crow for you with the two-star Whisper Seers and also a 2-star Taboo Witcher. But then again, the carry right here is right on the back. It's right on the back of those two-star Witchers, which is the Dwarf Sniper and the Shining Archer.
However, being at the Whisper Seer is not gonna change because he's faced against a Swordman with a Teleport Dagger, and much to the, I hope, to the Sniper's surprise, there was a guy in the back line that's hitting him. However, all of those Traians from these two Whisper Seers are doing a lot of work for Crow4U's army, and now it's just up to the Swordman to chop up all these trees. Will he be able to do it? That seems to be the case, and yes, it survives. And that's a really close game between these two players, Excelsor.
Magic ends here.
That's right, and I saw the blade dance of the Swordman activated around 3 times or 4 times during that match. That's because of the Divinity synergy that was happening right there. That's why he got through all those Treants and through all those minions quite easily, especially the backline with the Teleport Dagger. So Meekopi, what are we looking at right now with this Super XXX? Oh wait, let's look at the synergy board. What can you see right now, Meekopi?
Okay, so from the synergy board, wow, Druids are being distributed around with 3 players going for it. But the good news about it, Excelsor, is that Druids are okay, even if 3 players go for it, because it takes a lot less pieces to level up your Druid units. As for the other players, we see Hunter up on top, Divinity build going second for ID1, and then 2 players going Goblins, that's Moose and Ukira. We saw them getting Goblin pieces and then, committing to it as well. But Yikwan on Priest, so he is practicing probably his open fort, yeah, I guess that rounds it up. WRTA, of course, going for Demon, Witcher, and Priest. That means he probably has the Fallen Witcher synergy right there.
That's right, and we are seeing a lot of the taboo witchers all across the board. But it's too early to say which synergies will be working with these players on the game. I mean, Meekopi, right? It's usually concretized around round 15 to 20, unless you are doing an open court strategy, right?
That is right. Between after that golem round and going into the next creep round in round 20, this is where players start to adjust their builds and finalize on them. So it's not uncommon for players to be completely changing their compositions at this phase in the game. And usually what happens is that for the players who have established compositions, this is the time where they start to slow down on rerolling or searching for units or expanding their bench, and then concentrate on just building their economy. As you can see there from Super XXX, he has a nice composition going on right now, which gets him a lot of win streaks, and that explains why he is currently at 52 gold.
That's right, and I'm actually quite worried, because if Super XXX does not get a solid tank, he won't be able to hold on to that win streak. And now looking at the matchup between WRTA and GT Crow4U, Crow4U has so many Treants on board, and that's gonna deal so much damage to WRTA. He's just overwhelmed, Meekopi.
Look at that, just 4 Treants still remaining on the board, each contributing to a health loss. That's why WRTA right now is drastically low on life compared to the others. But he has drastically more economy as well, sitting on 61 gold at level 5. He just got into level 6, and from there he will probably exchange a bit more life for economy while building up his forces. And given the caliber of player that he is, I'm excited to see what he will pull off in this game.
That's right, and we are seeing on the side of ID1, he's going for a soft warrior build, because I think no one is building warriors in this matchup as of the moment, and he got a soft build right there for a divinity synergy, but that water spirit is just not getting the traction that it needs.
It's still very young for that build, so all it needs to do is to try to survive first and then think about upgrading that water spirit later. But for now, yeah, open fort strategy coming in here, and some tough choices have to be made by Quan. He does have that Venomancer, but the problem is he seems to be going the route of the goblins. But the problem is there are already 2 other goblin players on the board, so he is going to be biting into that piece of the pie with them, and I just hope that it works out well for him, given that he has already a Venomancer.
And on the other end of Meekopi, we are now seeing Super XXX with an active dragon synergy right there, and you can see it's working for him.
That's too
bad. The Umbra, the Winter Raptoran, and also that Viper right there, and Venom, and also that 4 out of 4 aggressive synergy is already active.
Wow, that's really fast, and it's all thanks to that Evil Knight that we are seeing here right now. And of course, that makes all of his opponents a lot less softer. And great shooting targets for all of these archers. And yeah, the Dragon synergy that you've mentioned right there leans itself towards the Agursis synergy as well. Later on, we will probably see this Venom get replaced by a Dragonite if it ever comes up. But for now, the Umbra will provide a lot of tanking for his composition. And now's a great time to look at the synergy board and get some updates on what our players are building.
Yes, and going into the synergy board, Meekopi. We are
from
now
here
looking
we can
at
see. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay,
sorry.
go, Meekopi. Okay, go. It's okay. Let's go on with the synergy board. We have the Agursis Hunter for Super XXX. For Crow4U, it's still Feathered Hunter, Divinity and a good warrior build coming from ID1. Ukira going with the Goblin mech synergy again for along with Moose. They're already close to each other, and also TM Gold with a feather build. Yeken, I'm just not sure what's happening right there, but he's still holding on, and also the WRTA going with that insectoid build.
And I'm excited for what WRTA is building, because finally he has settled on what seems to be it seems to be part insectoid, but I also can see that he went into level 2B. And given that there's also a Fallen Witcher somewhere in his bench, might also telegraph that somewhere down the line he might be pursuing the 6 beast strategy that worked out so well for Moose. I mean, we saw it carry Moose in game 1 from 4 health into a comeback and winning the whole that whole game. So it might work for WRTA as well. But the big question is whether or not he will be able to complete it on time.
That's right, and we are seeing Super XXX's build is working for him. I'm actually surprised that Umbra is going as a makeshift tank, right, Meekopi? It's just not the usual tank that you need. And man, look at these rolls, and there's already legendary minions. Of course, they are baits because you don't need them in your synergy.
When do I get a movie?
And we are now looking at WRTA with a B synergy activated, fully active. There you go. That's going to be a lot of damage with these minions as well as their summons.
That is right. It seems like WRTA was able to complete this on time, and as a testament to their power, he is completely beating up on Super XXX, who until now has 100 health. So that's a very good sign for WRTA, because that means that his army, in its form right now, is enough to compete against the rest of the field.
That's right, and we are now the round 17. Let's now look at Akira's nice health. It's and also his nice build. He's going for a Goblin mech synergy, but I am not sure if the yeah, it's not complete yet. There you go. Venomancer appears. The only thing missing now is the Grand Herald, right, Meekopi?
That is right, and I guess that's a lot less trouble to look for than, for example, a Venomancer or a Grim Touch. So it's just nice to know that what you need is just a 3 gold unit that's readily available, since a lot of players don't have any use for it. But yeah, looking at the fight right now, it's Super XXX against Ukira, and this Goblin army seems to have what it takes to go and power through that back line of Super XXX. He is slowly weakening compared to the other. His army is slowly weakening compared to the other compositions, Excelsor.
Yes, that's why he needs that Warpwood Sage support that the hunters need, right, Meekopi? He just needs that one good tank to distract all the other chess pieces on the board, so that his back line can get the damage in. And again, one Grand Herald away, Meekopi, and WRTA is going to complete that, or I think Ukira is going to complete that Goblin mech synergy.
That's right, and even if it's not completed yet, the Venomancer is still powerful with that armor reduction and the HP regen. Look at it, just tank the front lines like a pro. Meanwhile, all of these other goblins as well are piling up on Equan's composition. And yeah, they'll be able to win it. And of course, as a mech composition, he also gets the Heart of Mech, which allows him a free reroll should he choose to use that item.
Yep, that's actually a good item to have when you have a Heart of Mech, and also it also saves you a lot of money, right, Meekopi? Like a 2 gold.
That is true. You can look at it from, yeah, you can look at it as a saving up on 2 gold for the reroll. And what's great about it is that as a consumable item, you can always keep it for later use. So what Goblin players usually do is that when they are okay with their current pieces, they save up on their Heart of Mechs in order to try to reroll for the more rare pieces later in the game.
And the rare piece that he needs, it's already here, being banked by another player. Meekopi, someone's actually trying to block off that Grand Hell right there on his bench. And let's now look at the synergy. What can you see, Meekopi?
Wow, I'm actually surprised to see ID1 with that Divinity synergy taking the top spot. I mean, I can't really figure out how it's working yet, but it seems to be working out well for him. Super XX, meanwhile, on the Dragon Hunter, closely following second. And here we go. This is WRTA against Super XXX. Those dragons are now dealing a lot of damage. We see that he now has a Dragonite. However, WRTA has that level 2 Fallen Witcher, and along with the 6B synergy, we saw its power earlier, and that is contributing a lot to his current win streak right now, Excelsor.
Oh man, that's going to be something to watch out for. But look at that, Meekopi, Moose, and Yeken already at the low spot near death's door. And let's look at Moose, what's happening with his synergy right now, or what's happening with his, oh man, full gob mech with a Fallen Witcher kicker. What's happening right here? Why is it winning games?
I have no idea, but if I were to guess, I think he just got the level 3 Fallen Witcher just now, but I think this is probably where the tables will turn. It seems like the Fallen Witcher has items that it needs, and it's now carrying, just shooting from the side, and yeah, carrying Moose against Super XXX. And
dreaming of winning streaks.
Wow, okay, he is still in the game, and I think what he needs is just probably a Taboo Witcher and one more space in his board, just to make sure that he gets the full damage from that demon, from that Fallen Witcher. Because if you have to remember that the what do you call this? The Grim Touch is a demon as well, so they are conflicting with each other. So in order to negate that and get the full damage from the Demon Witcher, he has to level up one more and then put a Taboo Witcher in there.
That's right, and it's actually kind of a mix because he's going one way, but it's being blocked off. But it doesn't matter as much because I think he has a Holy Spirit Lance right now. That's it, or it's not activated. Because I saw
not yet.
Item list. Oh man!
I'm interested to see what items he does have.
Yeah,
I'm also interested to see what items.
Holy Spirit. There you go, Holy Spirit.
Oh,
No.
That's the Flicker Staff. The Flicker Staff.
Okay. I thought I saw a Holy Spirit Lance a while ago, but it's actually a Flicker Staff. But it's okay because you can we can maximize that with your Fallen Witcher. Again, the other Goblin mech build is still right there out in the corner. I think he already finished it. Let's look at the synergy boards. I think it was Akira, right? Yeah, there you go.
Yep,
look at that, Meekopi. Level 3 Reaper.
Level 3 Reaper for sure, and it will tear any frontline to shreds with its pure ripping death damage. And we shall see how it will fare against Moose with that level 3 Witcher. It is far from the others, and it's easily just taking its time to hit the back line of Akira right here. But that Reaper still alive and still kicking. Will it be able to kill this Fallen Witcher? That does seem to be the case. It's dealing a lot of damage and it's getting held off by that Soul Breaker. And it's just a matter of time before it falls to the Fallen Witcher. And Moose once again surviving and possibly trying to make a comeback at 4 health just like in the first game.
Okay, and there you go. So it's the armor and the health regen that the Goblin synergy doesn't has is not that important against a fully equipped Fallen Witcher. And again, Meekopi Yeken is out of the game, getting 0 points, and now we're 1. Wait, isn't this the same build that he was building during the second game?
I'm not so sure, but yeah, it's a high possibility. I mean, I think he's the only remaining warrior. I'm not so sure. I think there's two warriors in this game. But yeah, he is looking to be in good shape. He already has that 9 warrior synergy. He has a bit of a carry in the form of that berserker. And yes, he is the only warrior. So he has now access to all of those warrior pieces. Meanwhile, it's surprisingly Hunter not being shared as much as well between Super XXX and Crow4U. They have no other competition. And meanwhile, on the bottom 2 goblins, Ukira and Moose, trying to fight their way back. And we have TM Gold here with Assassin and Feathered, so that's something new. And of course, WRTA also trying to make a comeback with that 6D synergy along with the Fallen Witcher.
Okay, so again, we might see a comeback from Moose, but he has to go over what ID1 is carrying right now with his 9 warrior synergy, and I think this is going to be a tough hill to climb. Moose is getting ganged up by the warriors of ID1, and this is going to be the last one. There you go. He is out at top 7. Or top,
and a surprising twist. That's true. It's just very unfortunate that it's Moose. It's a warrior synergy. It's ID1 that Moose has to face during that round, because had they faced off somewhere later in the game, it would with the Fallen Witcher having a lot of items to damage those warriors, then it would have been a different story. But as they face right now, we're possibly the 9 warrior, the stage where the 9 warrior is at its best. Then yeah, it's a bit too tough of a hill to climb. So Moose will bow out as the yes, in 7th place. So meanwhile, our other goblin player for sure is smiling with all of those goblin pieces that have just been freed. He is probably looking for that level 2 Venomancer. And right now he's facing against ID1, who just defeated Moose. We will see if his goblins will prove to be a challenge against these warriors, and that seems to be the case. Just 1-1 between the Doom Arbiter and the Ripper, but the Doom Arbiter will get the last punch and still fall to that black hole.
Yes, that's right. And the black hole is the answer towards the problems that the warriors are giving our players right here. But again, you gave a wonderful point, Meekopi, that the goblin pieces are now free for Ukira to pick up. And now let's look at Crow4U with his 6 out of 9 Feather synergy, with also Hunter synergy. Very reliable, very consistent, but he still has to test his damage against the 9 warrior synergy of ID1.
That is right, and that goes to ship. Spelled bad news for his backline as this Doom Arbiter starts to get beating on it, but retreated to the back thanks to that teleportation dagger. However, a lot of queens are still surviving for ID1, and he will easily take over that match against Crow4U. So yeah, ID1 really taking advantage of that warrior composition that no one else is fielding, and just simply building up on it and brute forcing his way through most of the players.
That's right. If I remember correctly, ID1 was still the warrior synergy player in the previous match against the divinity synergy that he beat with the one Doom Arbiter with the Doom Curse. But then again, the carry right now is the Doom Arbiter with the Flicker Staff, the Mjolnir, and of course the Ice Plate Mail. You have to make it harder. And I think the one good item to go and put on a Doom Arbiter is the Teleport Dagger, right, Meekopi?
That is true, and it goes double if it has the Flicker one, which will enable it to just remain untouched once it teleports into the back. But as we can see, his Doom Arbiter even has the Python one, so it doesn't have to worry about the abilities. It also has the Ice Plate Mail, so that it's protected from most physical attacks, and And in this round, we see WRTA eliminating Ukira. And WRTA, we haven't seen him for a while, but he's slowly climbing his way back up with that 6-piece synergy. And I think that he is also smiling once he saw that Moose was eliminated, because that only meant that all of the Witcher pieces that Moose has is now free for the taking. So it's just a matter of re-rolling hard for it.
That's right, but he's really far away from getting that level 3 Fallen Witcher. And as we can see right here, he's going to make quick work of these Thunder Hides on the board. As you can see, he has so much damage, WRTA, but Super XXX went ahead of him.
That is right, and I think in the case for WRTA right now, it's just a matter of choosing between whether he wants... actually, it's just... he just needs a Warpwood 1 Whisper Seer that for some reason is not available to him for this long in the game, and he'll be able to upgrade his Razor Claws into a level 3 Razor Claw and be able to put that Rogue Guard that's on his bench. But now, yeah, we'll look at first at ID1, our top player, seeing all of these warriors, and now it's at level 10. Now also has the Marine Synergy, so it also has magical protection. Will WRTA be able to survive this brick wall of warriors? And that's seemingly not the case. His Fallen Witcher falls, and all of these insectoids will not be able to make it out for him, so he will bow out from this tournament.
Yeah, so that's another one bites the dust, and that's going to be WRTA. But look at that Abyssal Crawler, Meekopi, back to the brim, also with the Frantic Mask. Oh man, this guy is going to go places. The only thing lacking is more lifesteal, right, Meekopi? Aside from the Frantic Mask.
That is true.
Okay.
And
Answered.
there it goes, your wish granted.
Yep. That's doing quick work, Meekopi, and he realized it too.
That's right, and keep your eyes on that Abyssal Crawler at the back as it rips through the backline. The backline is now gone. It's now going for the other backline that Crow4U has, and now going through its front lines just unnoticed by seemingly by everyone. It's gonna steal all of the HP and attack speed from that from the Warpwood Sage. And yeah, Crow4U is out in this tournament, and it's just
there you go.
Refreshing, Excelsor, to see that an assassin build, although not mainly an assassin build, is working on the back of a mainly a feathered build. So yeah, feather assassins is still a thing, especially with that Abyssal Crawler carry.
That's right, and the life seal that comes from the Frantic Mass is also helping that Abyssal Crawler survive within the backline, even though Super XX deals that devastating damage from the delayed action bomb. Look at that, the Abyssal Crawler just go on the back line and just destroy all the minions, and now Super XXX is out of the game. It's now ID1 versus TM Gold. It's going to be damage versus armor. Let's see which one wins in this head-to-head matchup. Meekopi.
That's right. That's right. When looking at it from TM Gold's perspective, it is looking super powerful. We see a lot of level 3 units. We see, of course, a very scary Abyssal Crawler, and all of these units have a lot of evasion as well. So ID1 might be hard pressed to face against this, but we will see what he has. Wow, what he has is a teleporting Tsunami Stalker. That Ravaging Tentacles just went up just now. However, that Abyssal Crawler from TM Gold is still on the backline, just scratching all of these warriors. In fact, scratching them way too much. They are falling down one by one into this Abyssal Crawler with 3 Frantic Masks. Not just 1, not just 2. You need 3 of them to get the optimal damage. And TM Gold making this feathered assassin build work when none of the other assassin builds seem to be working. So that's hope for assassin players everywhere, including me. This is probably one of the builds that I will try after this tournament, Excelsor.
That's right, and we see that the frantic mess of the Abyssal Caller give him extra damage as well, especially when there is a critical hit. Plus, the Axe of Fury, and for those of you who don't know, it has attack damage plus 35, plus 15% attack speed on top of the frantic mess, increase evasion by plus 50%, and deals pure damage equals to 30% of the attack damage to enemies within 300 grids. Wow! So, man, Meekopi, that Axe of Fury is the winning factor in case those warriors just clump up and just get distracted by other chess pieces on the board.
That is correct, Excelsor. And the big problem here for ID1 is that the warriors just simply clump by themselves because they have to be on the front lines and in groups in order to engage effectively. And that gives Abyssal Crawler a lot of leeway when it comes to attacking. And we see it now attacking the back of that Tusk champion, and that Berserker rather, and just killing it. And its attack speed is now at the super maximum. Look at it attack really fast, dealing a lot of damage. And with all of these other 3-star units surviving, TM Gold brings ID1 down to just 1 health.
Oh man, those the time-honored question of sword versus shield, Meekopi, and sword wins, and that's a really fast sword. Look at that! It's just shaking. It's not even attacking. It's like jumping back and forth. It's like a sugared up kid dealing so much damage over at the battlefield or over at the chessboard, and not any changes, or no changes can affect the game right here from ID1's positioning, right?
That is true, and look at it go right now. In the closing stage of the match, it finally dies, but ID1 is brought into the corner, and still, it's not enough, and TM Gold will take it over ID1 using that, I guess we can call it a very unique Feathered Assassin synergy. I mean, we have seen Feathered Hunters before, but I guess this is the first time we have seen a Feathered Assassin build do very well in a game.
That's right. And I mean, Meekopi, that assassin is not really full assassin, right? He just went 3 out of 6 and just went 6, 7 out of 9 feathered, and it worked for him. It's just the whole Abyssal Crawler carry, 3-star Abyssal Crawler carry was enough for him to just go through the armor that ID1 was carrying. So can you give us another rundown of the pertinent points of the match, Meekopi?
Okay, so we are seeing Goblins first try to dominate the early stages of the game, and for a while they did, so it kind of worked out. But unfortunately, they eventually got overpowered by the other compositions that the players are using. So that's that. And then, of course, we have this. We have the warrior composition just simply sneaking in, relatively uncontested by the other players, and it's actually a surprise why not a lot of players went for it. We also see a couple of players try to mount a comeback with Moose leading them, but unfortunately, again, we saw another level 3 Fallen Witcher, seemingly not enough to get him through that stage of the game, and unfortunately he has to bow out at 2nd place. Meanwhile, as for the others, yeah, eventually, I think we can discuss the rankings right now.
Okay, so Meekopi, right now the rankings are TM Gold gets top place, ID1 gets the top 2, Super XXX gets top 3, Crow4U gets the top 4 spot, WRTA gets top 5, Yukira gets top 6, Moose gets top 7, and then Yaken gets top 8. We are looking at so many 3-star mids coming from TM Gold. Look at that, 3-star Razor Claw, 3-star Whispers here, 3-star Warpwood Sage, 3-star Taboo Witcher?
Yeah.
I guess he was expecting some what do you call it? Some skills getting watered down because of that type of Witcher. Then again, let's look at the synergy right now on what the other players are carrying.
Okay, so surprisingly, TM Gold taking once again Feathered Assassin right up on the top, and of course ID1 with that ever reliable brute force 9 warrior synergy. He doesn't really have level 3 units, but see how it takes the player really far. So that's one of the good synergies that you will want, especially if like this game you are uncontested. And then Super XXX again with that hunt. This time he went Hunter, Egress's Dragon for his build, and it really did serve him well, ending up in 3rd place. And then there's Crow for You with a more traditional Feathered Hunter build, ending up at 4th. And WRTA, unfortunately, or rather, yeah, it's quite unfortunate that he was able to complete the 6B synergy and even had a level 2 Witcher going on for it, but he got matched against some of the stronger compositions, particularly ID1, and the damage that the Fallen Witcher was pulling off wasn't enough even with that Beast synergy buff. Had it happened somewhere later in the game, I think it would have been a different story. But yeah, facing against the 9 Warrior at that point in the game, it quite hurts a lot for his composition. As for Okira and Moose, yeah, they're the Goblin players. Okira faring a little bit better than Moose did, but I guess Goblin was a bad pick during this point, during this stage in the game. And as for Yikwen, again, he tried to go for the Insectoid, but I guess he didn't reach the power spec that he needed for Insectoids to try to dominate the later stages of the game. So he wasn't able to escape that early mid-game trap of getting beaten by the other compositions. So yeah, Excelsor, I guess that's it, and it will be a very tight race for points. And I'm excited to see what the point standings will be later on.
That's right, and actually, I would like to see their point standings later on, and this is all for the second day of the Southeast Asia regional finals, and we are really amazed as to how these players have changed their strategies mid-game, have tried the Divinity Water Spirit synergy, have tried all the reliable Hunter synergy, and of course nobody's playing Warriors. That's why ID1 just kept on playing it, the Warrior synergy. So it still works. But Meekopi, weren't you happy when you saw the 6B synergy being put to work in one of the games?
That is right. Moose with that comeback from game 1 from 4 health and then into winning the thing with 6 Bs. And also WRTA, he was on his way to the comeback. I just knew it. He just needed a bit more time and was unfortunately matched against Warriors. But yeah, as a fan of 6 Bs, sure, I love it. How about you, Excelsor? Are there any builds that particularly caught your eye and something that you might want to try in your own auto chess games?
I would like to try in my own auto chess games the Divinity Water Spirit synergy because it's really hard to do. But yeah, maybe I'll leave it to the professionals for now to show us how to do it. But Meekopi, let's now show the standings of the groups E, G, and J. Let's go start it now. Can you give us a rundown, Meekopi, of Group E?
Of course. So as a recap of Group E, we have Galogis just dominating everyone with 24 points. We have Indy SC2 at 18, AD at 14, Roy ends at 12, and Moose also ends at 12, and GG Crow for You at 8 points. ID1 gets 7, and Yikwen gets 4. So the top 4 of these will proceed into the semifinals of the upper bracket next day, wherein they will be just 1 match away from the grand finals. And yeah, it's a lot of work cut out for them. You know, for Group G, take it away, Excelsor.
Yes, for Group G, we have TM Gold getting away with 20 points, Super XXX with 20 points, WRTA with 18 points, and Okira with 14 points. Meanwhile, on the lower 4, we have Dremel with 9 points, Refi with 9 points, M and Edward with 6 points, and Phoenix 9 with 3 points. Let's go on with Group J, Meekopi.
And finally, we see now the tally. It is ID1 and TM Gold who will be moving on tomorrow from Group J. But yeah, that's a close. It's a really close competition between the upper four of these players. ID1, of course, getting away with 23 points. But for the next three, TM Gold, Moose, and Crow for you, it's quite a close match among all of them. And yeah, but for now, and of course, WRTA at 10 points, Super XXX ends up at 8, Bukira at 7, and Yiquen at 2 points.
Oh man, those are good scores from our players, really far in terms of the points, and we see the dedication of these players to practicing their synergies, as we have seen right there. Meekopi, they went from one synergy and then just quickly switch gear to another synergy because that synergy wasn't working out and nobody was even taking it. That's pro moves right there. And this is actually the first time I'm seeing a open fort strategy and work out for them, right? Because it's like I don't even use that because it's too risky for me. But these pros, they're showing us the how to do it. And again, with that, Meekopi, do you have any last words to say before we end this day 2 of the Auto Chess Regional Finals?
It is heartbreaking to see some of the players leave after all the amazing games that they have that they did. But the great news is, of course, they are not going home empty-handed. So there is that. Yeah. But as for the rest, I am so excited for Day 3 Excelsor. Day 3 is where the best of the best and the hungriest of these players will be facing off against each other. And I can't wait to see what strategies they will be pulling this time around. How about you, Excelsor? Any parting words for everyone?
Yes, I would like to say that this is just game 2, and the action is up to the brim with our players. And just wait for for Day 3, guys, and you will see lots and lots of innovations from our players, how to play these synergies and how to adapt to the game, of which is actually the essence of auto chess. So again, if you're just watching, you just watched Day 2 of the Southeast Asia Regional Finals of Auto Chess, organized by ESL Asia and Auto Chess VNG. I'm Excelsor PH, and with me is Meekopi. With that, we're going to say goodbye. See you tomorrow for Day 3 of the Auto Chess Regional Finals. Bye, guys!
slowly vanish. Time stands so static. I can feel all the pain left us here with misery was not our last wish. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Drip, drip, without my wallet. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Oh, why'd you have to slip into the unknown? Slip out of the control. Slip, slip, slip. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In the night, you're alive, floating in and out of my dreams, hoping you hear me. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Drip, drip, without my wallet. Drip, drip, tears from my body. Oh, why'd you have to slip into the unknown? Slip out of the control. Slip, slip, slip. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. Oh, you know I won't forget all the fire in your step. Hope you know. Oh, you know I won't forget all the fire in your step. Hope you know. Drip, 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 drip. Drip, 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 drip. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to escape the pain. In silence surrounding, a part of you remains. Those moments can feel so far away. I try to pain. In silence, in silence, in silence, you will be there. In silence. As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No review mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah. You can't have me. I've seen this mess before, lonely. Now I'm worth fighting for. Echoes bounce between your walls. I see when your curtains fall. Now you funny to bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, boy. Now you see me when you can't steal my shine. Feel me when I'm not yours this time. Let go. I'm not the one to blame. I see that you are still the same. Now you funny to bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Ciao. Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Now you call like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough.